Today we're going to look at the ancient traditions of planting seeds according to the moon phases and the zodiac. Gardeners who rely on planting by the moon phases are convinced that this ancient tradition produces healthier, more vigorous plants with bigger crops. Many gardeners agree that planting by the moon really works. The only way to know for sure is to give moon phase gardening a try. And after all, what can it hurt? And it may just help. Let's learn a little more about how to garden by the moon phases. Gardening by the moon or the zodiac elements is an holistic gardening process that allows our gardening practices to root us to our ancestral path. Even in our modern times, we have the opportunity to follow traditions that have been practiced for centuries. Evidence of its practices dates back to the early civilizations of the Euphrates River Valley, and it can be found in the folklore of ancient societies all over the world. Roman historian Pliny the Elder wrote about planting by the moon in his History of Nature. Yet despite such a long history, using the moon to determine the best time to plant and other gardening practices were lost due to modern times and industrialization. But it's time for a revival. At a glance, gardening by the moon or the zodiac can seem like it takes lots of specialized knowledge, or it's a practice shrouded in mystery. However, it just takes awareness of the larger world around you and paying attention to the natural cycles, which is something that anyone can cultivate. Moon gardening simply involves knowing what phase the moon is in and using that information to know what type of seeds to grow. Can you imagine how powerful it would be to intrinsically know what phase of the moon we were in, like how our ancestors did by simply gazing at the night sky? Most of us know when the moon is full, as she stands bright in the sky, but what about the other more subtle phases? As you have probably noticed, the moon looks different from one day to the next. First we have the new moon that is enshrouded in shadow when the sky appears moonless. This is called a fallow period. This signifies the death of the old before the start of the new, and planting should not begin until you see the first quarter crescent. At other times we see a full moon when the entire face of the moon is illuminated. And of course there are other phases in between. One is waxing or growing with light, comes after the dark new moon and slowly illuminates the moon more and more until a full moon is reached. When we have seen the full moon, the illumination on the moon slowly decreases from the right, and this is called waning, and continues until the moon is fully dark. A new moon is reached again. In the southern hemisphere, the waning illumination will be seen on the left. This is what is called a lunar cycle and lasts for 29.5 days. So how do we know when and what kind of seed to grow according to the moon phase? Full moon. During this phase, the moon is at its brightest with no shadow at all. Energy is drawn down, and after the moon has peaked, the light starts to decrease, which is good for root growth. Plant root crops such as beets, carrots, onions and potatoes. This is also a good phase to transplant any type of plant. Full moons had given names in many ancient cultures. The full moon names we use today often reflect the changing seasons and nature, like harvest moon, strawberry moon and snow moon. Some years have 13 full moons, which makes at least one of them a blue moon, as it doesn't quite fit in with the traditional full moon naming system. However, this is not the only definition of a blue moon. About every 19 years there is no full moon in February. This is one of several definitions of the term black moon. The other definitions refer to a new moon which does not fit in with the equinoxes or solstices similar to a blue moon. When the Julian calendar was introduced in 45 BCE, Latin month names gradually became more common in Europe. However, the ancient pagan names were not forgotten. Old High German month names were introduced by Charlemagne, Charles the Great, who ruled as king of the Franks and later emperor of the Romans from 774 to 814. And Old English or pre-Christian Anglo-Saxon month names were collected by the English monk Venerable Bede in 725. Today, many of these ancient month names have been adopted as names for the full moon of each month. A common explanation published in the Old Farmer's Almanac is that colonial Americans adopted Native American names and incorporated them in the modern calendar. However, it seems that the full moon names we use today also have Anglo-Saxon and Germanic roots. The full moon in January is the wolf moon, named after howling wolves, which may stem from the Anglo-Saxon lunar calendar. Other names, moon after Yule, old moon, ice moon and snow moon, are sometimes used for January full moon. The snow moon is the full moon in February, named after the snowy conditions. Some North American tribes named it the hunger moon due to the scarceness of food during midwinter, while other names are storm moon and chaste moon, but the last name is more common for the full moon in March. The last full moon of the winter season is March, and it's called the worm moon because of the earthworms that come out at the end of winter. It is also known as the crow moon, crust moon, sap moon, sugar moon or chaste moon. The Old English Anglo-Saxon name is Lenten moon. The full moon in April is the pink moon, from the pink flowers that bloom in the early spring. Other names for this full moon include sprouting grass moon, fish moon, hare moon, and the Old English Anglo-Saxon name is egg moon. It is also known as the Paschal moon because it is used to calculate the date for Easter. The May full moon is known as flower moon to signify the flowers that bloom during this month. Other names for the full moon in May are corn planting moon and milk moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. June's full moon is the strawberry moon, as these little red berries ripen at this time. Other names are hot moon, mead moon and rose moon. The full moon in the month of July is called buck moon to signify the new antlers that emerge on deer bucks' foreheads around this time. This full moon is also known as thunder moon, wart moon and hay moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. The full moon in August is called sturgeon moon because of the large number of fish in the lakes where the Algonquin tribes fished. Other names for this full moon include green corn moon, barley moon, fruit moon and grain moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. The full moon in the month of September in the Old Farmer's Almanac is called harvest moon, which corresponds with the Old English Anglo-Saxon name, while other names are corn moon or full corn moon or barley moon. In October every 3 years, the hunter's moon is also the harvest moon. Traditionally, people in the Northern Hemisphere spent the month of October preparing for the coming winter by hunting and preserving meats to use as food. This led to October's full moon being called the hunter's moon, dying grass moon and blood moon or sanguine moon. However, this should not be confused with the total lunar eclipse blood moon. According to folklore, the full moon in November is named after beavers who became active while preparing for the winter. It is also known as frosty moon, and along with the December full moon, some called it oak moon. Traditionally, if the beaver moon is the last full moon before the winter solstice, it is also called the morning moon. December is the month when winter begins for most in the Northern Hemisphere, and the full moon is called the cold moon. The Old English Anglo-Saxon name is the moon before Yule, while another name is wolf moon. However, this is more common for the January full moon. The waning moon, or decreasing in light after full moon, and now the shadow is on the right hand side of the moon and the illumination on the left. This will also be reversed in the southern hemisphere, and the illumination will decrease until new moon again. After full moon, when you can see a quarter of the moon in shadow, this is called waning gibbous, until the moon is again half light and half shadow. This phase is called third quarter. Until we see 3/4 shadow and a quarter light, this phase is called waning crescent. These phases of the moon influence how much light is in the garden or not. There are detailed lunar planting calendars available in print or online, such as timeanddate.com, and I'll leave a link to that in the description. You can also download moon phase calendar apps for your mobile device. The new moon, this is when the moon is in its darkest phase and isn't visible in the sky. A new moon is not a good time for planting, but just after, when you just see the first crescent, you can begin to grow. The waxing moon. If you live in the northern hemisphere, the waxing crescent illumination will be on the right hand side of the moon and vice versa in the southern hemisphere. During this phase, the moon's effect on water in the ground is making it more positively charged, forcing it up to the surface, causing the seeds to swell and burst. There is a surge of energy through the plants and the sap begins to rise through the stems. These factors, along with the increasing moonlight, create balanced root and leaf growth. This is the best time for planting above ground annual crops that produce their seeds outside the fruit, such as lettuce, spinach, celery, broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower and grain crops. Cucumbers like this phase also, even though they are the exception to the rule. During the waxing of the moon, the period extended from the day the moon is new to the day it reaches its fullest point. It is suggested that the moon's frequency is responsible for pushing moisture upwards. From an APM perspective, we would consider that the moon plays a part in increasing the positive charge of moisture, thus causing it to rise in our atmosphere and align where its potential is evenly matched with its surroundings. Seeds do well during this time because moisture is available at the surface of the soil, and also increasing light from the growing moon is good for leaf growth. Don't plant below ground plants during this time. The plants will be full of leaves on top, with little growth under the ground. When the moon is waxing, this is the time to start planting annual flowers such as marigolds, nasturtiums and petunias, and is also the best time to plant above ground crops that produce seeds inside of the fruit, like beans, melons, peas, peppers, squash, tomatoes and chili peppers. During the moon's journey across the earth, the moon passes in front of all the zodiac constellations. This alignment is used to guide the best planting days and harvesting days, etc. As we know from our horoscopes, each constellation is affiliated with an element: earth, air, fire and water. Earth signs are Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn and are associated with roots. Air signs are Gemini, Libra and Aquarius. They are associated with flowers. Fire signs are Aries, Leo and Sagittarius and are associated with fruits and seeds. Water signs are Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces. These are associated with leaves. For example, eggplants are a fruit. These would be planted on a fire sign, such as Leo. Carrots, for instance, are a root vegetable and would be planted on an earth sign, such as Taurus. The 12 signs of the zodiac are also associated with body parts. Aries represents the head, Taurus for the neck and throat, Gemini for the arms and chest, Cancer for the breasts, Leo the heart and back, Virgo for the bowels, Libra the kidneys, Scorpio the loins, Sagittarius the thighs, Capricorn the knees, Aquarius for the legs and Pisces the feet. Starting with Aries the head, the frequency runs down your body to end at Pisces, 2 or 3 days each month, and the frequency starts again. There are 4 signs that are very fertile, and you want to plant when the moon is in these signs. You can remember them by this saying: signs plant thick crops. Signs meaning Scorpio, plants for Pisces, thick for Taurus and crops for Cancer. And how do we find when the moon is in a sign? The Farmer's Almanac is a great wealth of information, and I'll leave a link to that and to a moon and zodiac phase calendar in the description, but there's plenty of others online where you can find what signs rule on what day. Aries and Leo, that's the head and the heart, they are killing signs, so don't plant anything if the moon is in these signs. Then there are a series of so-so signs that run from thighs to knees and legs, which are Sagittarius, Capricorn and Aquarius. And one of the things you do in these signs, if you can catch the time when the moon is in a dark phase or waning and the signs are moving out of the body, this is the time to make changes. Repot or transplant your plants, and on a personal note, things like stopping smoking, going on a diet, starting a new job or moving house, this is a great time to do these things. So to recap, the darker the moon, the sign is moving out of the body. There are 2 phases of the moon each month: the light phase, waxing, and the dark phase, waning, and they last 14 days each. You want to plant in the light of the moon for above ground crops, and when the new moon is in the sky to full moon, that's when you want to plant below ground crops. Air and fire signs are considered barren, a time to skip the planting and focus on weeding and pruning. The sign of Libra is an exception to that rule. It is semi-fertile and good for blooming herbs and flowers, tubers, roots and vines. Weed in the sign of Leo, so seeds won't sprout. Do your harvesting in a fourth quarter fire sign to preserve fruit and vegetables for storage. According to the lunar calendar, root crops such as carrots, turnips and potatoes produce the best yields if planted when the moon is in the sign of Capricorn. Above ground crops like annual flowers and vegetables are said to benefit from planting while the moon is in Cancer. Put very simply, to garden by the signs, you plant when the moon is both waxing and in a fertile water or earth sign. Do weeding, tilling and harvesting when the moon is waning and in a barren sign. One more tip, don't plant on a Sunday. It's designated as a fiery barren day, not suitable for planting regardless of what sign it's under. The occurrence of Easter is based on the lunar calendar, and it makes a little more sense if you know about gardening with the moon signs. Easter falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon, following the spring equinox. The 2 to 4 days following a full moon are often the most fertile for planting, according to the lunar calendar. Good Friday is recognised as the best planting day of the spring for certain crops like potatoes. So does it matter? That's always a good question when exploring things in the unseen. It is touted that when plants are sown at the right timing of the moon phase and birth sign, plants do better. They show increased growth, better resiliency against pests, larger harvests and take longer to go to seed. But there's not much scientific evidence that astrological gardening or planting by the moon phase has any beneficial effects. Now it's your turn. Test the validity of gardening by the moon in your own garden. Plant some crops by the correct moon phase or birth sign and others by the wrong moon phase or sign. Experiment with above ground and below ground crops. I'm going to try this way of planting this year to see if it makes a difference. Happy gardening!
So welcome everyone. This interview is something I've been looking forward to for a couple of weeks now. And it all started about 2 months ago when Sean Becker kindly came onto my Feel Good Friday show and started dropping links and recommending this channel. The channel being FPV Angel, and the subject matters being very wide and varied. And this interview attempts to introduce you to the team that is doing some fantastic research out there. It's got my imagination going wild, made me realise I was definitely paddling in the shallow end, and it makes me even more humble to realise that the world we live in is something awesome, magic, and still yet to be discovered fully. So it's with massive pleasure that I want to introduce you to FPV Angel channel and the APM research team. So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming on the show.
Hello, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Hey.
Hi, thank you.
So let's do the done thing, the right thing, and start to introduce you individually, if I may, and just perhaps give us a bit of history as to how your research started and what got you on the road to where you are today. Does anyone like to start, maybe?
Yeah, I'll start with this, Robin. Yeah, because right, when I came to Flat Earth a few years ago, and I was looking into it, I'd come from a political background. I've been following politics for a few years myself.
Okay.
And I was watching, you watch politics, you start to see certain characters taking these trips to Antarctica. And when I found Flat Earth, I thought, oh, well, there's some connection going on here. Something going on at Antarctica that I hadn't spotted before. So anyway, I made this channel in 2016 to intentionally to look deeper into flat Earth, because I've been looking into flat Earth through the back end of 2015, and I mean, it took me 5 minutes to realize it was flat just watching certain videos, because I already had, you know, you've got things go on in your mind over years, and certain things in flat Earth jog your memory, and you think, wow, that's why that didn't make sense. You know, you start coming to these conclusions, and eventually you can find ways to debunk it yourself. So, you know, my research started when I came to flat Earth. They were passing around the, I think it was the E map, or the Gleasons. You know, there was the everyone calls them the pizza maps, don't they?
Yes.
Now, they were getting passed around, and I was looking at those, and, you know, I was doing my own research in the background as well. And I found some things you could make work on this map, but other things weren't making sense.
Okay.
And at the same time, I was looking at the Nazca lines. Now, what I'll do here, I'll just screen share so you can see my Google Earth and the Nazca line tracing that I've been doing. And then give you an idea of what I was looking at and the conclusions I was coming to just by looking at these. So these are in South America, Nazca, Peru.
Okay.
You can see that, yeah?
I'm seeing you zoom into Peru, yes. We're getting into the blue bits now, yeah.
Right. These are the line tracings I've been doing on the Nazca lines. Now, when you look at these, I mean, I'll zoom in and so you can look at the detail. You know, I haven't put all the animals on yet, because to me, more importantly, was all this structure.
Yes.
That's what we're really looking at here. Detailed structure.
Yes.
I mean, let's see the detail in this.
Yes.
And how things, you know, the birds, where they would connect to certain places, and there's going to be some things in here blow your mind, mate. There really is.
Okay. Well, let's get into that in more detail later. But your initial thoughts were
My initial thoughts were, as soon as I was looking at this, we're looking at a technological construct. And what I did was I overlaid these over the map.
Okay. Which you're showing us now, yeah.
Yeah. That's them at Nazca, Peru. They portray them the opposite way around, so you never figure out, you know, if you overlay it on a map, it'll make sense. But when you put them the correct way up, north, south, east, and west becomes quite apparent.
Okay.
So this big area here on the world map would represent the Americas.
I see. And
over up here would be northeast Russia. East over here, so New Zealand would be over here on the world map. You know, what you're looking at here is condensed blueprints of the world map, basically. Well, the technological configuration below the world map, I should say.
Fascinating.
Is what it would decode as. And I've got to show you this one as well before we progress. You see that there, where it's detailed 3D structure. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. And are we looking at it side on for you to say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, side on, yeah. So you zoom out and it connects to more and more. And we've even got one here that they call the solar clock. Now you tell me, Robin, that is not an antenna.
Wow.
Because what you're going to notice in the Nazca lines, I've come across at least 4 different types of antennas.
Okay. Well, before we get too deep, if you don't mind, can you just fast forward a little bit and just say where you went from here, and you'd done some flat Earth research, you started studying the Nazca lines, and then what happened after that?
And then I came across the Nazca mandala, which is this image here.
Okay.
This grid, all this grid is the Nazca mandala and the sun star of Peru. Now, as soon as I found these in there, I thought, wow, I've got to put this on a map. You know, it became a mission of making this grid make sense on a map. Okay,
so this is what found in historical records for the ancient Peruvians, is it?
I'm not sure what they classed it as. You know, it's to me, it's been there a long time, and they've just inherited the land.
Okay, and where did you find this pattern? Sorry, where
this is a class 1 geoglyph from Nazca, Peru. It's I'll just jump to Google Earth and I'll show you where it is on the map.
Right, and your circular pattern there is just you creating some.
Right, that's its location there on the map.
I see. Can you zoom in a bit more?
Yeah, the detail's very poor in Google Earth. It seems to get worse. You notice that it gets worse and worse, not better and better, which is strange, you know, considering the technology we've got today. So they're, to me, they're intentionally obscuring it.
Yes. So this pattern then is something you observe in nature, and you've overlaid it then.
Yeah, because when I seen it, the first thing I thought of when I saw it, Robin, was gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Yes.
You see them?
Yes, so these gates, as in the nodal points that are on these concentric circles, is that something you've put there, or they?
No, these are all part of the grid. I haven't. All I've done here is overlaid them on this world map. Now
I see.
the map we're following here is the one produced by one hippie. We call him Series.
Okay.
And what he did was he took Google images, the Google Earth images, and
Yes.
what he did was applied an algorithm to square them back off to take out that roundness that they give it.
Right.
Because
I
you'll
see.
find
Flatten
you'll
them
find
out.
Google, it's flattening it back to being a flat map. So
Okay.
this is the only map I came across that actually had, where things would line up correctly in the world, and and obviously make some sense, because as in making sense, this one for here, instance, see this dot here,
Yes.
this is where the Kola borehole is. Now, why would they be drilling there, do you think?
Understood. And we're
That one there is the German intercontinental drilling program. It's right there. So, they know these locations exist, Robin, is what it's telling me, and they're drilling down to locations.
yes, and underneath in the sort of blue pale shading, is that the azimuthal equidistant map?
No, this is the Mercator map.
The
This is what
Mercator.
I call it, the corrected Mercator.
Okay. And
We'll,
what?
we'll, we'll go through that with you as well while we're using this map. One Conscience has got some images that she's going to bring up to show you why we switched to this map from what people are calling the flat Earth map.
I see. So that was the Google Earth maps flattened out again. And whilst we've got it up there, angelic particle matrix is
Right.
the name
The
of your
name.
team. Yeah. How does that come
Yeah.
about?
We decided to call it that due to the nature of what we decode angels to be and the nature of this realm.
I see.
If you want me to say what they are now, I'll go ahead and say
Just
it.
just a straightforward definition would suffice for now. We'll go into more detail later.
Okay, an angel in modern terminology would be a particle accelerator.
I see. And so the matrix is therefore a network of them across the plane.
Yes,
And
yes.
in the oceans?
Below the oceans, below land, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere within that grid, this
Fant-
technology exists.
Fantastic. So looking at this snapshot, roughly what year were you in when you got this far?
This was probably somewhere around 2017.
Okay. Now let's bring the rest of the team in. So how did everybody else link into your research then?
Right. When I made the first video, I called it the Blueprints for Earth. This is the first video I made on it, and this is the overlay, an image overlay I made over the map.
Yes.
As you can see, I had the orientation slightly wrong, but a few adjustments and tweaks over time to correct things, and it's where we're at now. And this was a little tour of how I think they came across them themselves. In the 1800s,
Yes.
they were flying over the Americas in these,
Yes.
and pretty much mapping what they found there. So they got the blueprints probably 100 years ahead of me.
Okay.
It's where we're at.
Okay.
So I made this video here, and I was playing it on Cat's Eyes channel, I think, and this is when I met One Conscience. So what I'll do is I'll stop presenting and let One Conscience take over from here if she likes.
Brilliant. Welcome to the show, One Conscience. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
And just share a little bit of your journey, how you, perhaps a little bit before you met FPV, and where were you on your pursuit of truth and when it all started?
So before I met him, I started out kind of looking into like bloodline conspiracies and stuff. So then I found Flat Earth, and I was pretty convinced pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Mark Sargent's videos and Eric Dubay, and it didn't really take long to convince me,
Yeah.
that
Similar
it was
journey to us.
yeah. So, and before I met FPV, though, I was also looking into like earth energy, earthquakes specifically.
Okay.
So I was following this guy on YouTube, and he was predicting them. He was predicting earthquakes
Wow.
very accurately. So I watched him for a couple of years and kind of learned how to, what he was talking about and how to do it, and it fascinated me. So when I stumbled into that room that day and met FPV and cats, you know, his grid caught my attention because I had been laying out earthquakes. I had tried to lay them out on the AE map.
Okay.
And so there were some flaws that didn't quite work. There was some places that had too much distance and,
Mm-hmm.
Amongst other little errors that just weren't adding up. So I was, thinking to myself, well, this is how it happens because I've watched this guy and I've studied these things and I know that this occurs like this.
Okay.
So when I met him, he's talking about earthquakes and volcanoes and angels and I'll just tell you something in my soul
Yes.
just gave me goosebumps. Like I knew that this was
Mm.
the proper path for me to go down.
Mm.
So I
Awesome.
asked him, so I asked him for a copy of the map. So after asking him about 1,000 questions while he played his video, and because there wasn't a whole lot of people in the chat room that I was in,
Okay.
and I just asked him question after question after question, and it kind of turned into a conversation that he and I were having while he presented this presentation he was putting on.
Mm.
And so I asked him for a copy of the map, and I laid the earthquake paths out on it because
Wow.
I know how they flow, and I've studied it long enough that I can, put that out no problem. And so then I gave it to him, and he loved it. He was amazed. He was like, this is amazing, and it makes so much sense.
Okay.
And
Uh,
we deciphered that this technology, turning on and working
Wow.
is what's
And
causing the vibration. So then we
okay.
progressed.
Okay. So a question I have for you is, when you say you studied them for a long time, what was your source references for that? Where were you looking?
So there was a guy named Dutch Sense,
Okay.
and he's a YouTube channel. He stepped out recently. I mean, he did this for 9 years straight.
Okay.
And so I studied his work, and
Okay.
I studied his arrows, and he had arrows that specifically pointed to where these earthquakes would hit repeatably. And he also would forecast. He would forecast,
Yes.
because this hit here, it's going to hit here. Because it did this, it's going to do this. And he was so dead on accurate. It was just amazed me.
Mm.
I'm like, oh my gosh, science and the USGS and stuff like that, they don't tell us that you can predict earthquakes. Think about how many lives we could save.
Goodness me. And
Yeah.
so you built up some knowledge, and have you? So he's walked away, but are you able to? I don't suggest that anyone can predict earthquakes going forwards, but have you got a sense of the accuracy now, so that you can share in a given year, perhaps, or a given few years where you think
Well,
earthquakes are
if I
going to
s-
come about?
if I sat down and studied it for a few weeks, I'm sure I could pick up the pattern as
Mm.
to predicting them. However, that isn't what I do.
Okay.
He did that with accuracy. I went and I got my own earthquake 3D. So I was studying them on my own as well as watching his channel,
Okay.
and trying to take guesses at what I thought would happen, along with listening to what he was predicting, and, hit and miss with me. I hadn't done it for 8 years.
I guess
So,
prediction isn't really the key, but it's certainly see if you can see where it's happened before, then you can see the
well,
commonality, can't you? I
what the
guess.
key to me is that these earthquakes are repeatable. So
Okay.
they're always going to hit in the exact same spots. And
Yes.
that's no joke at all. So much that I can make a map with the arrows also and show exactly where they're going to hit. This energy has a flow.
Okay.
It has a perfect flow, and it will repeat every single time. It comes in from the outside, and it does its flow, and it does it every single every so many
Wow.
days over and over. It's
Mm,
repeatable. These things are absolutely repeatable. That's why they're predictable.
Do you want me
fantastic.
to? Do you want me
Yes,
to play
please.
this clip for you?
Yes, please. And I love your avatar one conscious. That must be one of the Nazca patterns, is it?
Yeah, it's the
That's
condor bird. Yeah.
awesome. Awesome. Love it. Go ahead, FPV.
Here you go. I'll screen share this so you can see what one's talking about. I'll mute while one talks through it. Here you go, one.
Please, can you maximize? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
I'm not,
So what this is,
excuse me, guys. I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. Does FPV need to? Ah, there we go. Do you mind maximizing for? There we go. Got it.
okay. So what I've done, and I've done it several times through our work, I made a little quick one. So the energy comes in, and it's what it's doing is compressing into the center. And I mean, if you've watched our work, we talk a lot about compression expansion. So the energy literally comes from the two gates, the east and the west, and it compresses into the center point.
I see.
Then the data I get, I can watch it go north. Okay, so we don't get a lot of data for south. We don't get a lot of data for Antarctica at all. So I didn't put any arrows going down because I haven't seen that data on my own. But
Okay.
then once it hits the center point, it heads north and it spreads out in both directions like a torus energy field.
Wow.
Okay, and it's expanded at that point. So once it goes up north, it expands out, wraps around to come back in for its compression. Where those arrows are where earthquakes will hit repeatedly
I see.
every single time. That is a pattern. It's repeatable data and it's recordable.
And it's a sequence chronologically, because is that what you're showing us? Over
Yes.
time, it's doing this in this order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's always coming in from the two sides and it's always hitting in the same spots.
Okay.
So I found the map fascinating when I met FPV because a lot of it kind of follows along this grid that he's
Yes.
overlaid
Mm.
and these star halos to form our torus to come back in. Now you
I
have to
see.
remember it's probably going south and wrapping back up around that way as well. But I don't get data, so I don't add that part to my
Sure.
animations because I can't prove that.
And just
And
sorry to interrupt you. Just quickly for my knowledge, you mentioned something called Earthquake 3D. Is that a software package?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
software package that people can get for free,
Okay.
or you can pay $20, and it's a little more enhanced. So I
Okay.
paid for mine, but that's because I was really, really into it.
And that allows you to track and record where earthquakes are coming up over time. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So I actually used it, and I recorded 9 weeks worth of earthquakes, and I put little dots on the map for 9 weeks straight every single day,
Wow.
and that's how I got really good at learning exactly where these things hit. And realized a lot of different things about the energy at that time.
Thank you. And I guess the Earthquake Watch websites is where you get that from, is it? Where you see seismology reports and anything over a certain scale is recorded as an earthquake. Is that right?
Well, the Earthquake 3D, you just go to the website and download it. But
And that's telling you where they are. Okay.
yeah, it tells you exactly where they hit,
I see.
and it tells you what the magnitude is and what time it hit.
That's
And so you can learn a lot by, looking at this information like, okay, it hits here every day. I watched the same earthquake hit the same spot for an entire summer.
oh,
And then kind of as the sun shifted upward, the earthquake went north and it hit
that's
that spot. It was following our luminaries.
that is so powerful software to be real time and tracking like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when you say it tracks our luminaries, what exactly do you mean?
Well, okay, so with the earthquakes, all of our happenings are below. So what APM has realized is that the stuff that we see above is below. So it's as above, so below.
I see. So,
There's a model below and
okay,
we're seeing it above in the heavens. So
okay.
what we're feeling in our world is the vibration of the occurrence in the layers below so we can see our luminaries above.
Wow.
So the vibration is coming up in the form of earthquakes,
I
which is
see.
why it's following certain luminary activity.
Okay, would it be a good time to mention the 12 gates at this point, FPV, and the cardinal points?
Yeah, perfect time.
Okay, brilliant.
I'll bring the map back up on the screen. And
Before we do, I'd just like to mention that Sandra's with us, Coolpix, P900 Coolpix. Thank you so much for joining us too.
Thanks.
No worries. So we'll bring Sandra in later with some of her research. But we're at the moment, I've noted about a dozen points I'd love the team to cover, and one of them is the 12 cardinal points. So thank you for your intro, One Conscience. So I think we haven't quite covered how you got to meet FPV. Did it just your paths crossed in a chat room, or you came across his work and you got in touch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we just started talking on Hangouts and we progressed.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic.
oh, what you forgot to mention, Mom, was how some of Dutch Sinter's quakes didn't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
The antipodes didn't match up, did they?
Yeah. Well, his thing, he had errors. He had one error. One huge error
Okay.
was when he thought that a quake, because he's a globe, so he's a globe believer.
Yes.
So he thought that when Northeast Russia received a very large quake, that it would wrap around and hit Alaska or
Okay.
California.
Okay.
Well, it never did. It never did, and I tried to explain to him why, but he did not like that, and I think he kind of ghosted me out of his
I understood.
comments.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? If you have a disagreement and you've been in it for a long time, when someone brings up something fresh and exciting and possibly a revelation, it must be really hard to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. So we've now joined as a team. Is there two of you at this point in 2016? Is it 17 maybe?
Yeah, there's me, him, and Cats. So there's
Okay.
three of us at that time.
And that channel is Cat's Eyes. Is that right?
Yeah, Cat's Eyes or Return of Cat's Eyes. She has two.
Okay. Well, we'll put all the links to everyone's channels that we mentioned tonight in the show notes. And go ahead, FPV. You were going to share the creation calendar, mimic events, astrology tracker, and the sun gate tracker is what I've got up on screen. But I think you might need to minimize the main window. That's right.
There we go. You
There
see
we
that, yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Right, so we're back to the 12 gates again. Okay, so what we did here, Sandra obtained the data from time and date for the sunrise for New Zealand.
Yes.
She just picked a random year. In this case, it was 2006.
Yes.
So what I did with this tracker, I added all the data with the sunrise from New Zealand and the bearing on the compass to give us an idea. What we're looking for is gate switches.
I see.
And what you'll see in this animation is this arrow on the degrees go up and down this direction. This would be New Zealand here with this little arrow.
Yes.
So that's the sun gate tracker. So that's just tracking where they see the sunrise from. And what you'll see is it moves up and down.
I see.
Obviously moving up and down the gates, which is what we're looking for. Because what I did here, this calendar here, the creation calendar, I tried to sync that with this. Now this comes with specific dates on gate changes. Like this one, March the 21st, gate 4.
Right. And what is a creation calendar?
The creation calendar is what the ancients seem to be basing the sunrises on.
Okay.
So they would know when it's switching gate and gone through the equinoxes and solstices.
Okay. So is this something people can look up, the creation calendar?
It is available online, and
Yes.
what I had to do, it's naming gates, and of course, even in Enoch it mentions gates.
Okay.
In fact, every scripture mentions gates or portals. But portal is a gate; it's the same thing decoded.
Okay, understood. Now, before we get too deep, I will mention that we're going to cover some fairly hefty subjects today. Some of it will be scripturally based, and some of it will be sort of more modern, old science, now modern science, because there's people that are really working out that we live in an electromagnetic realm, and how our sky clock works, and what I would call recent relearning of ancient knowledge. You're going to cover quite a bit of that. So forgive me, I interrupted you, but I kind of need the audience to come along with me as I learn as well.
Yeah, it's fine, Robin. Yeah,
Go.
anytime you need to jump in, mate, just jump in and slow us down.
Okay, yeah, no
You
problem.
know, we're used to working with this, and we forget how shocking and revealing it really is. You know,
Yes.
it does harden you over time, but
I also want people to be aware that this isn't just fantasy and speculation. You've really gone into the roots of our ancient knowledge, which everyone must recognize now contains so much truth. So
I would say there's something for everyone in our research. You just, that's the hard part. You know, you've got to find people's interests and knowledge based so they understand what it is you're telling them.
yes. So go ahead. You've done the creation calendar, and you were talking about the gates.
Yeah, so I think the creation calendar with the Sungate tracker. With the Sungate tracker, we took the dates from the 25th of the month to make sure that it had switched, because you'll find with the creation calendar, it says there 21st. I've seen some round about the 18th, so it's up and down a little round about 18th to 21st. So I thought,
Okay.
we'll use the Sungate tracker as the 25th, and then we know they've changed. It's definitely changed.
I see.
The astrology tracker, that's tracking various things like the zodiac, gemstones, fire, earth, air, water, just some extra information for people that might want to use it.
Yes.
The mimic map events are events we've recorded ourselves off the mimic map that defy explanation from mainstream, but we can see, it's technological processes and mechanisms, events going on.
And when we say mimic, are we talking about comets and...
No, this map's actually designed for water precipitation, but what you'll find is it's picking things up in the microwave frequency, and you'll find they go well out of the way to cut things off that map, so you can't see all these effects taking place on the map.
Oh, I see. And who hosts this website?
It's just type in Google Mimic Map, and it'll take you to a site, and they've got a database going back to probably about 2010, Robin, and you can go for all these images. They're all there, all recorded, and you'll see some strange, amazing events taking place on the world map.
And they're predominantly there for precipitation, but you can see patterns because they're recording.
Yeah, it's recording
water.
It's a lot more. It's recording a lot more than it's supposed to be, and they're doing their best to try and filter it out. And you'll actually see where they've cut things out as well.
Wow.
But you can't hide that they've cut things out.
No, because there's a gaping hole, I guess, in the data. Yeah. All right. So will we come back to that later, or do you need to mention what anomalies you spotted?
No, we'll come back to that another time. I would rather people just go to the Mimics map site and go for their database, and you'll see what I mean. It's hard to see them on there because they've got them small, but we have featured them before in some of our videos, so they are in our videos somewhere.
Very good.
Which one? That's hard to remember which videos they're in, but you will find coverage of them in some of our videos.
Very good.
Right, jump into the waveform tracker. Now, what I want to notice with this is we've got 4 different waveforms that take place over the course of a year. Mm-hmm. I'll let this play, and you'll see currently it's at that waveform there. Hold on a sec. These waveforms physically exist on the map, Robin. They're not just there. They'll tell you that depicts day and that's night.
Right.
But these waveforms actually show on the mimic map.
And the waveforms are what? Waveforms of the moisture, or waveforms of electromagnetism? What
what you're looking at is the sun's driver, and the other luminary drivers is what they decode to us.
Okay.
If you look at the sun, it's always directly in between 2 waveforms. That waveform will change over the course of a year.
I see. So, but what is the waveform scientifically measuring?
Scientifically, the waveform is basically operating like an oscilloscope, and it's pulsing signals across the map. Now, I don't know if you watched our Heaven and Hell video, but I decoded the Milky Way to be a sine wave. It's actually a sine wave, the Milky Way.
Okay. So for those that are just on the basement step of where we are today, so the oscilloscope is measuring. Are you just?
Oh, no, the waveform is the actual driver pushing the luminaries across. Now remember, from our perspective, the sun is a vehicle in the underworld being propelled east to west, and then it returns. We see its effect in the sky, and we call it the sun.
Oh, I see. So I'm still struggling with what scientifically that oscilloscope is measuring, because it must. Are you
It's
saying?
not. No, it's not measuring. It's the driver, Robin. It's actually pushing them across. They are reacting. You're looking at electromagnetics being repelled by sine waves. Sine waves are driving them across, basically.
I see. I hear the conclusions that you're making, but
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
struggling to describe what that waveform, because this is not your waveform
Well,
monitor, is it?
I'll give you one that you'll recognise. Rahu
Yes.
would be this waveform.
Okay.
Wait a minute, right?
So
No,
this.
wait a minute. Rahu's in the north. Sorry, not, Rahu's that one. You see how it changed?
Yes.
And this bottom one would be Ketu.
And that
But
whose
that's
whose oscilloscope is that?
just an image. That's just an image that I overlaid some information from time and date on. That information in that screen comes from time and date's own animations.
I see. Got it. Finally,
So,
the pennies dropped.
right. So
Pennies
even
dropped.
they have to use these animations of waveforms to depict. They're telling you it's day and night.
Yes.
But to me, that one there is driving the sun. The sun is always the same distance away from it. It never gets closer. It will overtake the moon, which is what I put down to the lunar phases.
I see.
This crossing the moon could possibly be what's causing the lunar phases. Now, I stopped there. I was doing a big project on it, but I stopped because what I've realized, looking into Vedic, all the Vedic information you can come across, there's about 20 different, what they call shadow entities. Rahu and Ketu are only 2 of 20.
Wow.
So there's at least 20 different types of waveforms, it's telling me. So it's going to be really hard for me to identify which waveforms are driving which luminaries.
Okay, so thank you. You put that research on the shelf, but
Yeah, that's got it on the hold, yeah, because, how do you go identifying them all?
yeah,
That's the hard part.
right.
But,
So
what we're saying is we know they exist. We know they're driving luminaries across, and what the luminary does, it returns back on the outside of it. Now, that return back is, hold on a sec, I'll just get the image on screen so you can see it. There's a mimic map event. You see that waveform there?
yes,
That shows up going right across the world map on the mimic map.
crazy. So that's an anomaly that they can't really cover up. It's
Yeah,
just too blatant.
well, what you're looking at there, you can see the waveform, can't you? See it?
Yeah. Amazing.
So it's probably driving the sun back across.
Amazing.
Now the sun in our model, the sun returning back east, here's its path. I'm sure you'll recognise that path, Robin.
Yeah, it looks like a pattern.
It's the ISS path. So to us, the ISS is actually the sun in a standby state returning east. It's not a spaceship in the sky. It is the sun in a standby state returning east.
Goodness me.
And these are the waveforms. You can see how it changes. That's why its path changes, because the way it's the waveforms. It's these waveforms here that's going across the map. So one pushes it along and it returns on the reverse signal.
And you're saying it's like almost out of charge when it's going through the night.
Yeah, it's I would put it into what you would call a recharging process. And this is what the Egyptian 12 gates goes into depth with.
Okay.
You'll notice one of our videos that One Conscience done a presentation on, and it's the Egyptian 12 gates, which is the story of the sun's return back to the east in the underworld.
Amazing. So we brought 12 gates up at the beginning of this little segment. So why don't you cover what they are?
Right.
If you can.
The 12 gates. Yeah. To us, these are what Enoch would term portals. They're where the sun would appear and then start its path across east to west.
And remind the other name for portal?
Gate.
Gate.
Yeah.
So,
these are portals or gates. And there's more than, even Enoch describes more than what you see here, because he does mention there's more north and south of them as well.
can you give us an idea of what Enoch said? So I take it you're talking about the book of Enoch in the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah,
or the book that got removed from the Bible.
One Conscience actually done a nice video on it where she spoke through it, and what I did was made an animation to match what she was talking about.
Yes, I've watched a few of those.
And when he described the gates, he even went into detail of the angles they were at to each other, and them angles match what you're seeing here. Now, is that a coincidence? Enoch is talking about the Nazca Mandala.
Wow.
It's insane, Robin, isn't it? You know, it's no coincidence, is it?
And
They're talking about the same thing.
amazing. So without trying to jump too many tangents, I didn't ask you about um, the patterns we can see at the corners and around the middle that seem to have like 4 dots in each square. Is that something?
Right.
Is that
Right.
something you've added, or is that part of?
No, that's part of the grid. I'll go into detail of them for you if you want.
Yes,
Right.
please.
You see these, you notice each box has got 3 that aren't connected to anything.
Yes.
Yeah. These are your 24 elders from scripture.
Okay.
There's 24 going around the inner circle there that are not connected to anything. No, that's got to be your 24 elders scripture references. Jumping back out, then we go 12 at each gate. So there's 48 external,
Yes.
24 internal. There's your 72 virgins from another scripture because they're not connected to anything.
Okay.
So, you know, this is where scriptures comes into play with what it's actually describing.
So you're going to have to forgive the audience for going, that's a bit of a leap, FPV, and I'm going to allow you to flesh it out later and go into more detail. But to go from, you know, picking a scripture that's got a number in it sounds on the face of it to be a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can add some more color to it. Do you want to try that now, or shall we?
Well, this is what I realized, Robin, when I was looking into the Geopetron hieroglyphs. Now, the mainstream tell us they were all into sun worship. And what I realized was no one's ever been into sun worship. What they're really portraying is the mechanisms of the realm depicted in Geopetron hieroglyph form. They characterize or personify technologies to help explain what they're doing. That's why they use male and female characters in all these glyphs.
I see.
So this is how you hide technology. You personify it as characters, and of course you put it in a book, and people bring that technology to life as a real person.
I see.
You see what they've done?
So it's hidden, decode, and you're trying to decode. And I guess we'll learn a bit more as we go through the presentation. So you
Yeah.
you've
You know from the start of this now, I'm already looking for technology, and my mission became finding the technology, how the ancients depicted and described it,
yes.
and how it fits in with a world model. And that was a surprise for me, Robin. I did not expect to see the same glyphs everywhere on the world. You know, you look at spirals and things. They're all. So it tells me that was probably our written language back in those times. It's not unique to Egypt. It's everywhere.
And that's borne out in lots of researchers now. All the hidden histories guys, you know, Martin Leaker and the likes. They've found a lot of this in their research, haven't they?
Yeah. Awesome. You're going to see people everywhere looking at it.
Mm.
But you know, to connect it all into stories, telling you how the world works is what it's doing.
Yes, and my mind's already going now about architecture and harnessing this stuff, but we'll cover that, I'm sure, in another segment. So, okay, so these dots are on the original Peruvian template?
Yes, all that grid there. What you've got here is a 12 by 12 grid. So there's your 144.
Yeah.
And you've got 6 squares, 6 circle, and 6 rhombi. There's your 666.
Got it.
So, you know, so you can pull bits from scripture from there. People will say we're cherry picking, Robin, but so are they.
Yeah.
They're cherry picking stories that fit what they want to believe.
Understood.
I'm looking for how the technology fits into it and how they've described it or tried to hide it in some cases.
Yeah.
And we can see that's changed over time.
One of the things that's jumping out to me is Antarctica seems to be at the bottom and it's not been stretched around. Is that because you can't do anything with it at the minute?
No, this is what you're looking at really is, you know, a world map is basically a strip of data we call a map, and it's obviously part of something larger.
Yes.
So that's why it's got chopped off sides. You know, that what you're looking at the sides, this is where the international date line's cut in half. You know, this is what they've done is they've took the Mercator map and cut the sides off and wrapped it around a ball.
Yes.
That now hides the gates in the east and west, and your treaties in the north and south hide the ones in the north and south.
Got it.
So what I'll do here, I'll pass it over to One Conscience because she's going to have to go through some map information here to get you looking at it like we are with this map. So I'll pass it over to you, One, if you want to do that bit with the map corrections. It's probably a good time about now, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, do you have that video?
Yeah, I've got it on standby. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yeah, map corrections. Am I still screen sharing?
You are,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
Right, I'll mute and I'll let one talk for this one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we we corrected several, globe portrayals and backwards Mercator maps, and they actually make a lot more sense. So
Okay.
what you're looking at here on screen are the constellations. So this is a constellation map of the heavens, and the top one was the first one they gave us, okay? It was the original one, the one on top. And you'll see like off to the right-hand side, Virgo's cut because they've wrapped this around to make it seem like it's all circular, like it's around a globe and, going in circles around our heavens. But they actually, you go to the bottom one and we've corrected it.
So
So
do you mind if I stop you there, please, Juan? Because I'm struggling to see any map information at all. I can see some pictures of animals. What, do you mind?
So this is the constellations in heaven.
I see. We're looking up in the sky. Okay.
Yes. So we're looking up in the sky.
Okay.
But they've got Virgo cut. They've got several of them cut. So when I went to Google Sky and actually outlined these creatures and, went back to Google Earth and looked at them, they're not like that. They're actually specifically on the east or west, and doing their movements in the heavens. Now, some of them do a circular pattern around a specific point. Others move east to west. The bottom map is corrected. So Virgo's back together in the center where it's supposed to be. And, they're all in their proper place.
Okay.
Moving forward, because the constellation one is a little bit more confusing. It's a little bit more advanced than Earth. Can we move forward at FPV? So right here, we have a backwards Mercator map,
Okay.
which he skipped past, but we have it up top. We still have it, so it's okay.
Okay.
So this is the map that a lot of science tries to use.
Okay.
So the problem with this is the Bering Strait. So when we looked into the Bering Strait, we realized that even these two islands called the Diomedes, which is directly between Alaska and Russia,
Mm-hmm.
have a 5-hour sunrise difference. And that's not taking into account of the time difference. We're talking about actual sunrise.
Okay.
There's a 5-hour difference between these two islands that are 3 miles apart.
What?
Yes. And I have a video called The Bering Strait
FPV,
on my channel.
FPV, do you mind moving the mouse to where one is talking about if you know? It's up there. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, right in that little spot. So there's these two little islands and they're 3 miles apart called the Diomedes.
Mm.
And I did 2 different videos talking about the Diomedes because it really blew my mind that there was such a difference of a sunrise between these two little islands that are supposed to be so close together.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't we be? I think all the flat Earth community need to know about that one.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Mm-hmm. It's very
Significant.
It was mind-blowing. Yeah, and it's significant because it's destroying the globe ultimately.
Yeah.
These two places are not close together. I'm not saying that there aren't two islands out there, but one of them they're not Russia and Alaska because there's no way that there can be a 5-hour difference just on the sunrise
100%.
on a 3 mile apart island.
That's just blowing my mind.
Yeah. So, next, the flights I would rather him talk about, so we can skip ahead to the ship, the cruises.
Okay.
So I also looked into the Polynesian Islands. So I looked at cruises because the Polynesian Islands will be south of the Diomedes, okay? We're still talking about the international date line. The international dateline is where they've cut the map, and kind of blended it together to make this globe.
Okay.
So I looked at these cruises, and the two different color arrows are two different cruises, that you should be able to get from California over to New Zealand, and New Zealand to the Polynesians,
Yes.
and to California. It's an ocean,
Yes.
Mind you, these cruises, each of them on both sides of the dateline, take about 30 days and cost between $10,000 to $20,000 a ticket, okay?
Okay.
So that's important because it's kind of out of reach for a lot of people
Yes.
to afford that. Now, when I tracked these ships, the one from New Zealand that they say goes to Polynesia Islands starts at New Zealand. So can you point to the ship there, FPV, at the first arrow?
So
right there.
Down the
Okay,
down
and we're
near
just
the
going to
bottom,
follow
yeah.
the track. So what it does is comes up around New Zealand, goes over to Australia, goes around the coast of Australia, comes out to a couple of little islands, stops before the dateline, turns around, and goes back to New Zealand.
Got it.
That takes 30 days and costs $20,000.
Wow. Goodness me.
Which I'm sure it's beautiful, but we could totally get lost in the ocean. They could tell us we're going anywhere. Any of these islands could be anywhere. So the same with California. You get on a ship in California, Baja, California.
Yeah.
They say you're going to the Polynesian Islands. You come out to Hawaii. You do a whole roundabout around Hawaiian Islands. Come down, hit a couple of islands out in the middle of the ocean. Come back in east and go straight back up to California. Never once do either of these cross this international dateline, not once.
Interesting.
Right. So that right there is telling us that this dateline is not what they say it is. What you're talking about is two opposite sides of the world, according to our map and our research.
Okay.
So, but they're trying to say, that all of this is in the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So straightening that map out and putting it proper, you have California and Hawaii over on the west. You have New Zealand and Australia on the east. So there's no way that you could take these cruises and actually go to each other. There are no cruises that go from California to New Zealand or vice versa.
Very telling.
Right. So this is killing the globe.
Amazing.
Yeah. Moving forward, again, there's that international dateline showing both pieces of what I just talked about.
Yes. You were down in that middle bit halfway down, weren't you? Yeah, okay.
Yep. And the Diomedes, they're right up there at the top between what is Alaska and Northeast Russia right there. So they're that close together, but yet the sunrise, and not the time difference, mind you, the sunrise, there's a 5-hour difference between these two little islands that are between those land masses that are 3 miles apart.
Wow. So content creators, go and make some videos on that.
Right. Yep. Because other people have looked it up and they've backed everything I said. So,
amazing.
Next, it'll be the Ring of Fire. So looking at the backwards map there of the Ring of Fire, they say it's this big ring of fire where all these volcanoes are.
Okay.
But correcting that, it's actually the hot points here where we're going to come into our compression. All of this technology is going to create a lot of heat.
Okay.
There's also going to be fire right across the equator. It's the fire in the middle. The pyramid is the fire down the center.
I see.
And all of that is due to the waste and recycle system of the volcanoes, which are along both sides on the two coasts. This Ring of Fire is not a ring. It's more like a line that's compressed in the center and expands out.
I see.
And that's due to the gates and I think all the happenings of, the accelerators and the stuff that's kind of getting hot and melted below. It has to have a place to release.
I see. So we're saying as to connect the dots from one of the earlier slides, we said these circles make up they're mapping what's above and below, and there's some particle accelerators underneath
Well, there's
the ground.
30,000 particle accelerators in our world,
Wow.
and most of us don't know that
And how did you come to that number, if you don't mind me jumping?
because you can look it up.
Okay. And
I've looked it up.
when
I've
you
mapped them.
okay, so when you say you've looked it up, what did that entail? Where did you look?
I looked up particle accelerators in the world, and it gives you an entire list
Oh, I
of
see.
many, many, many. I don't think all 30,000 are listed, but it does tell you that there's 30,000 particle accelerators in the world.
Man-made ones.
If they're man-made or already here, this technology of our world that's creating our world and everything in it, and they just refurbish it or just take it and call it their own. I can't say that.
Okay, so CERN being one of the most famous then.
CERN is the most famous, and
I
it's the
see.
one that most people talk about, but there's 30,000 of them, one of them being in my state that I live.
Okay.
It's up north, and it was actually the largest accelerator before CERN was supposedly built.
Okay.
But I've looked up pictures to see if there's any photos of CERN being built, and I really don't find a lot
Wow.
that shows that CERN was actually built.
So do
Which
we
you would
think
think,
do we think it might have just been adopted by those that thought they controlled the world then? They took over it.
that's what we think, yes.
Wow.
Can I comment here?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Well, so you can see so far, Robin, what they've done is to hide what the world is. They've cut the map and wrapped it on the globe, yeah?
Yes.
And the international date lines now hide anything beyond.
Yes.
And they control the shipping and airlines.
Yes.
And then we've got the treaties in the north and south. So that's us restricted for full exploration, really, isn't it?
Yes. Understood.
But what we can work with is the data therein, all around us. The real world. What you're going to find is we work with real world data. We look at it, accelerators. Now, it's so easy for someone to say they built something, paint it up, and plug a few things, monitoring equipment in, and say, "Look what we built."
Yes.
For all we know, they're probably just monitoring what it's doing.
Amazing.
We don't know.
Amazing.
Or it is a copy, but it's hard to say.
So forgive me, you're blowing my mind because I've done 3 months of research with you. You're covering chapters I've missed, and my mind's already blown. So, goodness knows what people watching right now are feeling. So go ahead. Did you want to carry on from here?
Yeah, just one more map
Okay.
is going to be the Aurora Borealis. So the Aurora Borealis, when you look it up, they tell us it's that circle, that semicircle on the left. However, when you straighten it out, it just goes straight across.
Oh, wow.
We haven't really concluded what that is. It could be some kind of a gaseous release. I've had my theories, and I'm not saying that any of them is something that I would stand true to. One theory being east and west is a solid release, and north and south could be some kind of a gas release. But I'm not going to stand by that at this time because,
Okay.
but we're trying to work on possibly what that is. FPV might have his own theories on that, but the north and south do get the aurora. There's one in the north that's very famous, and then there's also one in the south that people from Australia see.
Okay.
And I actually confirmed that through a YouTube lady named Trouble About quite a while back.
Yes.
I asked her, is that a real thing? Does it really happen? And she said, yeah, I've seen it. So.
Wow. And I totally rejoice in the fact that, you remain rooted in what's real, but you're still prepared to use your imagination, because this is how we make the next step, isn't it? We have to stay creative. Otherwise, we know, for instance, if we stick our minds in the box of today's science, we're going to get very lost in quagmire of nonsense, aren't we? So I appreciate the fact that you you stay rooted in what you know, but you're still prepared to consider the options, which is, it sounds what this is what your team's been doing for 3 years now, is it? You've been together?
Yeah, I think almost 4 years, three
Awesome.
years,
Amazing.
something like that.
Amazing. So thank you very much, Juan.
You're welcome.
That's covered some of the things. We were looking at cardinal points. We talked about the 12 gates. The next I had on my list was the path of the sun and the moon, and yeah, if this ties in at all with the planets transiting the sun as well with the angels. But you take your time, FPV. If you want to just cover sun and moon on its own, that's great. But if you had anything else you wanted to add, that's great.
We did cover it a little bit in this season's video.
Yes,
This one here, I'll let it play so you can see the paths change. And, what I had to do was actually name these forward and rear gates.
Okay, so what we're looking at, that white circle moving around.
Right, that white circle is the sun returning back to the east as the light we call the ISS.
I see, using that sine wave pattern.
Yeah. I've actually added 2 orbits because you'll find, you look at their satellites, you're going to find they've got different trajectories and orbits. That one, there's one called a Molnier orbit, and it comes, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
It comes and does this.
Okay. So I'm following the sun, following the pattern that one was showing me about the earthquake pattern, and the sun's following the same thing. It's coming
That's our 24-hour sun. That was the month for our 24-hour sun. So
okay.
That's the path it would have to take.
And it cuts across the middle and goes round the top and back round again.
So that's normal day, and then it'll go around there overnight and come back and start again. So that's it could actually be closer than that. We're not sure how far out that would go without exploration. So as a placeholder, it's just going around that outer halo for now.
I see. Amazing.
So again, Robin, we've got to keep it real. No guessing. No trying to put your own take on it. If we haven't got the data, we'll just put it there as a placeholder for now until someone goes up there and confirms it's above them or it's further north. It could be anywhere.
Forgive me for shouting out something conflicting with what you're saying, but when we look at the model that most flat earthers use today, they show the sun just going around in a circle and getting faster. Are we saying then that's not right because this isn't quite an azimuthal equidistant?
No, it doesn't work like that at all. It just travels east to west across the year, shuts down and gets returned, and it never goes above these tropics except for that 24-hour sun.
Amazing.
So we did try and work with those maps, and we couldn't make sense of them. And this map's helped progress this a lot further. So
Okay.
But I mean, the map to us is secondary, Robin. Our research is, well, how would you word it? World mechanics.
It is amazing. It is totally amazing, your work. So the sun, are you confident then the sun doing what it's doing on this illustration is exactly where it's seen?
Yeah, because this is real world data from New Zealand that have synced to show this switching of the gates, and of course the dark and light days and the equinoxes and solstices.
Because you're using time and date, which is the moon, the sun.
Yeah, and it has to match real world information like New Zealand sunrise. So you can see here the different. You see the arrow changing direction and the degrees where it's coming from.
Yes,
and that's an indication of it moved up and down these gates.
Amazing. Mind blown again.
Now the forward gates and rear gates are what give us our light nights and dark nights as they change. Because what happens, this one here, if you can see my mouse, that one will be this March.
Yes.
So that's the spring equinox.
Okay.
So it goes up the rear of here, comes round, our days shorten, it'll come down here, and then it crosses back over there, and then comes down here and goes round, back, and crosses again and starts all over again. So it's kind of making a strange figure 8. In fact, I'll show you the shape it makes. I've put an animation there. You see that? So It's basic. That's like a facing east. You would get that kind of pattern from it if you were at the equator. On the 25th of each month, if you took a photograph, you should have something that looks similar to this.
Okay.
Now remember from the Egyptians that the sun is birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's amazing some of the correlations you come across. It really is.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Thank you for that. And I don't know where to go from here because the standard questions really don't apply anymore. So,
yeah.
does the moon, have you got something on the moon as well?
The moon, right, the sun's taken roughly 30 days in each gate. So over the course of a year, that's your seasons. The moon seems to be changing gate daily. I've only looked at it once and I thought, wow, it's changing things so rapidly. It's going to take a while doing it. So I haven't actually done one of these on the moon yet because what I need is somewhere better than New Zealand to catch what's going on in the north. Because
Yes.
according to scriptures, the moon only uses 6 gates, not 12, and one of the gates being the sun's. So there's a bit of timing to do there. But what the moon is doing, and you'll notice this more now as I tell you, it goes north and south really quick. It'll go up and down. It'll go up and down these really quick. It's almost daily. That's why you sometimes see it overhead, and a week later it's way down in the south, and then it's back again a week later. This is what it's doing. So it's changing. It's doing the same as the sun, but quicker.
I
So the
see.
sun takes longer going north to south, whereas the moon's rapid. Sorry, back to front. The moon takes longer going north to south, but the moon. Did I say the sun or the moon there?
The sun. The sun
The sun
takes.
takes longer going north and south, yet
Yes.
the moon does it daily almost.
Okay.
So yeah, they're doing two totally opposite movements to each other.
Wow. Because
So I haven't gone any further because I've sidetracked into other projects that we're doing anyway. But
amazing.
I know I do have to revisit one day, but I could do with better information from that side of the world.
Yeah. Well, Dave Marsh tracks the moon daily, so he's going to have a whole table of data. Massive
Yeah,
table.
actually, ideally, where you want to be is as close to this area as possible on the equator, so you can see exactly where it's coming from.
Yes. Very good.
And it might give you an indicator which gate it's using.
Amazing.
But if it's only using one sun gate, it's already suggesting it's using some that we don't see here, isn't it?
Wow. Right.
Which Enoch does reference. He references quite a lot of portals, not just these. He mentions these 12, but he also references others to the sides of them.
To the sides,
So-
as in off the grid here somewhere.
Yeah, they could be further back, further forward. So yeah, and these also, if it's using these front and rear gates, you got to remember if it's using the rear gate, it's going to take longer to cross, whereas forward gate, it's going to come across quicker. Now, I've noticed people making videos saying they've noticed that it's speed up. These gate changes could be the answer to why it's speeding up. It's not speeding up, it's just got a short distance to go. So it's going to get there quicker, isn't it?
I think I follow you. Is that because it's being slightly north? It's
Yeah, well,
a bit
it's
less.
closer to landmass, so it'll have a few thousand miles less to travel. So if it's set off from that gate there,
Yeah.
it'd take X amount of time to get to that gate there. Whereas the rear one, it's got further to go. So
I
you're going
see,
to see. So if you were taking a photo of it in the sky, you would notice a change. You'd say, "Hold on a minute, it was there yesterday. Now it's further back or further forward."
Sorry, I hadn't grasped that front meant on the left and rear meant on the right. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Front gates and rear gates. So short days, long days, basically, isn't it?
Yes.
is what you're looking at.
I see.
Short days now are long days.
Well, now I want you to mention the angels because this is what just suckered me straight away when you showed me a sun halo, and then the transit of planets in front of them, which just blew my mind.
The sun halo.
The sun halo. So the video you've got with Simple Minds.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I'll bring another one up with it. So
or
you may
anyone you want is fine, whichever is a good example.
Yeah, I'll bring this one up. I should have had that one ready, shouldn't I?
So what we're going to see here is example of this circular pattern witnessed and seen in the sky. And thank you.
There you go. Now this is a 3D model I've made going by everyone's videos that they've been sending in and that we've been observing around the internet. So I've made this 3D model from what everyone's looking at. And
Okay.
it's pretty obvious it's a technological configuration, isn't it? The sun is just attached to something bigger. Now, if you look at Ptolemy's work, he factored in epicycles. So that means the sun is attached to something else that is doing the movement. And that something else is this giant halo that the sun is attached to,
Amazing.
which is what you can see in here. Sandra's actually got a video recording where she captured it epicycling. I knew it was, but Sandra's the first I've seen that's actually captured it. It slowly epicycles across as it's going across. And more proof of that, Robin. When people were doing the solar noon sun tracking,
Yeah.
they noticed that the sun appeared to pause. That's just it. That's just this getting to the end of a rotation, then it starts going back again. That pause is when it gets to the top, and then it gets to the bottom, and then it gets to the top. It's going to seem to appear to pause now and then.
Yeah. As
You
it
follow?
does, the ellipse coming back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And this here is where I tied it to the scarab beetle that the Egyptians, people say they worship.
Oh,
Shape of it from the top.
I just lost you for a second there, FPV. You're talking about the Egyptian and the scarab beetle.
Yeah, the scarab beetle. This is where I connected it to where it represents. You see the beetle?
Yes.
And obviously the sun.
They were considered really precious, weren't they? These gems, and
You can see why. You know, it's got its sacred geometry. It's showing you the shape there. You see it?
goodness me, and they encoded it into that damn film, The Mummy.
Yeah,
the most precious.
You're going to come across the sacred geometry in films, music, and everywhere. They portray it like there's no tomorrow, but you know, I don't think they understand what it really represents. I think the people that are in the know do, but as we decode it, we come across a lot like that, a lot of coincidences.
Yeah, well, that's just one that sprung to mind. Okay, this is so cool, and you've got a series of about 14 of these videos, haven't you?
Yes.
Amazing clips to music as well, which is equally as inspiring. And this is what I've been playing. I played a couple on my shows recently, and they just blow me away, because you can now. You've mentioned a couple of times, FPV, that eyes to the skies and know thy world, which are your two catchphrases on the channel. But you also talk about these signs and wonders becoming more and more apparent. What did you mean by that?
Right. What we discovered was Sandra bought the Book of Miracles.
Okay.
And once she started looking into it, she found halos in history.
Okay.
They're actually in the book, these halos.
Are they really? Described as we're seeing them here?
Yeah. If you look at our End Times Decoded videos, you'll see 3 videos where over the course of them 3 videos, we've, featured parts out of the book and related them to what you're seeing in the sky now.
Amazing.
Because, what we realized was what you're looking at is a cycle, and every 400 years or thereabouts, we're not too precise in 400, but somewhere around 400 years, this event happens. And what the end times means, and Revelations, it simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times. The end of a cycle is what it's trying to tell you.
Awesome. I bet people are shivering now in chat room like I did.
You see how it all comes together and makes more and more sense, don't you? What it's actually telling you.
Goosebumps one.
Yep.
And
so what we did with the Book of Miracles, what we did there, I thought we'll divert from what we're doing here, putting this content out. We'll go and decode the Book of Miracles and show them how it rates the cycles, and the same as exactly what we're detailing here. So they can see, it's time for it to show. The signs are in the heavens, it tells you, and they really are. It's showing you.
Yes.
There's a mechanism change coming up. Now, mainstream are going to call that a pole shift event. Call it what you like, but it is definitely mechanism changes, and this is the destructive parts of our history.
Yes. FPV, do you mind bringing up a video that showed the angel going past, was it Saturn? Or was it a planet?
I'm not sure.
If you can't find it, don't worry, but there is one that shows the
Jupiter.
The lunar wave thing.
Yeah,
it's the lunar wave. Right.
Let's bring that up, because a lot of people will remember Crow 777's work.
Right, the lunar wave you're asking for. Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. So the lunar wave. I made this video here. It's this is 1111 Code's channel. You see
Yes.
this? You see this in the sky?
Yes.
Right. So very rare you see them at daytime like this.
And the chemtrails didn't work that day.
No, it just looks like a normal cloudy day, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
But this is revealing a projected halo.
Yes.
And this, well, this, I was going to say this, but these, there's more than one. These are what people are recording as the lunar wave. Now, when the moon goes past in the background, all it's doing is illuminating there's something in the foreground, and that something is one of these.
Okay. Amazing. And
Uh,
yes.
I'll just leave it playing because I know that your viewers will want to watch that as well.
Yeah. And what I love is on, I think it's episode 13 of the Halos that you've got with Simple Minds. One of your subs has gone, this one's for you, FPV. It's the best one I got. I love it. It's people on the ground doing their own research and sending their clips in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what 1111 Code did here. You know, he looked around, he thought, wait a minute, that's by itself. You can see him there checking out the sun to see, you know, the sun's over there. So what's this? Why
Yeah.
isn't that part of the sun? You know, he knows the part of the sun halo, but
Yes.
what he found was, you know, he come outside and revealed a stationary halo.
Okay.
Now we can get into what they're called as well. You know, even these have got a name, Robin, a scriptural name, believe it or not.
Okay. What would you call those?
Do you want to go into that one?
Yeah.
Right,
They
hold
would
on.
be called,
I'll just put this one here.
yeah, they'd be called seraphims. So seraphims
Okay.
have 6 wings. 2 covers their face, 2 covers their feet, and 2 are to fly. When you look at the sarcophagus, do you see the wings?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So they're stationary. They're stationary halos.
Okay, that's interesting.
So
And
that was a nice surprise, wasn't it? You finding the sarcophagi having the wings of an angel on. So
yes,
what this sarcophagi is telling you, Robin, is the sarcophagi represents a room below with technology in.
I see.
Remember, sarcophagi is just a sealed room. Now, scriptures mentions the angels on the underworld is the angels' prison, and it literally means that. What
S-
it's telling you is the 144,000 from scriptures, the seal of the 144,000
hmm.
is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
Okay. And when we describe these rooms, are we talking about sort of chambers that's part of the machine or the mechanics?
Yeah, you have to be looking at a structure, you know, a very large complex in various layers, it seems as well. You know, talking to Santos Bonacci and even looking into main beliefs and things, you're looking at 6 layers below us that's full of technology, is what
Wow.
it's telling you.
Which so sorry, did we interrupt you, Juan? Was there anything you wanted to add to this?
No, but I can show you the layers if you want to see those.
Why not? And when we finish that, can we bring in Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci's work? Something I meant to
Yeah,
ask you fairly early on, but we can bring them in a minute.
yeah, I'll get them ready while one has a chat. Hold on.
Okay. So one, did you
Okay.
go ahead?
Let me get the picture up. So the layers in the rooms, they show us this in Egyptians. The Egyptians have put this on their walls, all their temples and stuff like that. So you see the layers? Here we have a layer.
Yes. Yes.
Here's the workings going on in this layer.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have another, floor, roof. Here we have a layer. See the
Uh-huh.
little star they're projecting?
Uh-huh.
They're showing us these processes.
Yes.
Here we have our, I guess, our sarcophagus, our room, This would be our whole room with our layers.
I get it.
Okay.
Because the large body is way bigger and that's the room than
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that supposed to be a boat? No?
Yeah. This would be like the solar boat moving along.
Okay.
So each luminary would have something similar, and it would, it's what's carrying these different luminaries along, whether this is the moon, maybe I'd say the moon because the stars are out above it, so it's portraying like the moon travel.
Okay, and forgive me for sitting on the fence here, but again, this feels a little bit like a leap. Is there more information you can share that helps us understand why you feel so strongly about this picture? Because I can see a correlation.
Well, we'd have to look at other pictures. So
Okay.
I'm not sure if FPV has any more of these Egyptian pictures handy. Do you?
Don't worry. I'm just kind of trying to understand how you reach these
Well, it's the
conclusions.
Egyptian 12 gates story, Robin. What you're looking at there is the solar boat's journeys in the underworld. Remember
Okay.
that you're looking at the underworld there, not the above world. So it's showing you the hardware moving around in the underworld.
I see.
Right. So when the hardware moves below, we see effects. So we see our luminaries in the sky, and we feel it with our earth vibrating, our earthquakes.
I got it. So do those 144 chambers, do they have you tried to overlay them on your map, or is it just make it look a bit chaotic?
There's 144,000, and it's going to be impossible to locate them.
Oh,
But
sorry, thousands. Yeah.
what we're saying with the sarcophagi is their location markers for where some of them are. These ones in the Middle East, the Tutankhamun ones, they're just location markers for chambers below there. King, what it's telling you is King Tutankhamun is a technology in charge of other technologies in that area. In other words, it's one that's got control over others.
Okay.
And it's got the shepherd's crook because it plays what you would call a shepherding role, as in shepherding one of the luminaries across. They switch on to help luminaries cross.
Interesting.
So you can see it's activations of electromagnetic processes. That's all doing. They're all working together to create what we see in the sky.
And for those fresh to this information, you can find the scriptural decodes on FPV's channel, and I presume that are they on yours as well, One Conscience?
Yeah, they're on, but yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, we decoded cherubims, which are angels, and we also decoded the seraphim angels in 2 different videos. When we decoded the cherubims, that was what got us on, that we knew we were on the right path, that these things are technologies, because Daniel describes an angel. He describes it. He says its loins are made with fine gold. His body is a beryl. His face is like lightning. His eyes are fire. His arms are like brass. And his voice is like of a multitude. I mean, that's not a person or a being that we've ever seen being described.
Sure.
Yeah, scriptures does say they were are very ornately decorated. If you go through scriptures, you'll see jewels, diamonds, gold, all kinds of things going into constructing these angels. So what you're looking at there, you're not you're not looking at living beings. You're looking at technologies that are very ornate. They've been very ornate, made very ornate.
Amazing. Okay. So we mentioned, thank you, Juan. We mentioned Santos briefly. Can we bring both Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci into the conversation? Because you referenced them a few times in your work. So let's have a go at doing that.
Certainly. Here we go. Can you see this, yeah?
I can.
Right, this is Santos Bonacci giving Lily De Rose a presentation. Mm-hmm. Now, what he's drawn here is the torus field and what he calls the hourglass shape. You see that there?
Yeah.
When I seen this video, I straight away decoded what that is and where it places on the map. Because this is how it works. I met Santos a few years ago on a chat on Sun and Moon, and I gave him a private presentation of my research at the time. And he looked at it, and he was it kind of startled him. He didn't expect to see a technological presentation.
No, and as you're witnessing, my reactions to some of the information today is stretching me. So Santos has been at it for
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
Goodness me.
But the good thing is he was able to recognize lots of the things going on in it, which surprised me. And then he started elaborating further. So I kept in touch with him on Skype, and every now and then I'll drop video links to Santos, and he just gives you little tips. Santos, that's how it works. He'll give you a little tip. Oh, look at this, look at that. So he says to me one day, look into Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
So I started looking at that and decoding that, and that made even more sense. And I thought, wow, I can see where Santos is coming from now, why he follows Walter Russell. Because
Okay.
Walter Russell's work describes it brilliantly. It really does. So, this is him going through the Taurus field presentation with Lily Rose Day.
Okay.
I'll just forward past it because, I get to the point where I have to decode Walter Russell's motor. I decode quite a lot of things to show you they're all talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Now, this is Walter Russell's motor. Now, what's taking place in Walter's motor, it pumps hot water in across the equator.
Right.
It causes a reaction in here with the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum collide with white and cause a short circuit and a pressure wave. That pressure wave is sent north and south, and these are harness points where you would harness the electrical energy it creates.
Okay, so he's created something physical that does this.
Yeah, this is Walter Russell's. Yeah, this motor here, he built this. It was about 6 foot in, took about 6 foot of floor space up, and it ran a 52-room university with every need it ever needed and its lab power left over.
Okay, so you mentioned the equator. You just meant in the middle of this machine.
Yes and no.
Okay. Okay.
That equator also applies to our equator.
Right.
This is modelled from our realm works, believe it or not.
Right.
Big jump coming up for you again.
Okay.
Now, Walter goes into how it works, how it divides and multiplies the sex pairs, etc., etc. And this is a proven concept. He proved it worked.
Okay, so he built a physical machine made of metals, coils.
Yeah, coils, metals, a pumping. The only moving part in it was water being pumped across the centre, hot water. That's the only
Okay.
moving part in it. Everything else doesn't move.
And it's been pumped in from left and right simultaneously.
It's pumped in from the right, and it's obviously got a back pressure from the left, So exactly what's going on at the equator. Our equator is hot because of the very same reason.
That water's coming in from both sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a back pressure.
And then the collision forces it up north.
Yeah, up and down. Well,
and down as well.
It's north. Yeah, what we showed in this presentation was how it works on this, on Walter's motor. Then I showed this to show how it works on the realm model, because what I decoded here was the trumpets from scripture. The trumpets represent Taurus fields.
Amazing. So go back to the Walter Russell, if you will, please, FPV. And you mentioned something called sex pairs. What did you mean by that?
Right, sex pairs. Like how electricity works is when it's produced, magnetism tries to divide the positives and negatives, keep them apart. Magnetism's role is to keep these apart. So they're always in opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So what this build is doing is giving magnetism the chance to divide the sex pairs. That's where you get a big plus and a big minus. So you can see what it's doing as the pressure wave's gone up here.
Yeah.
It's dividing the positives and negatives. And it happens over a case of 4 times on each pole.
Okay, so charged particles go naturally to the positive and negative.
Yeah. Magnetism will do what it does. It'll divide them.
Okay.
and so what it's doing there is it's using this bar. If you look, it's tapered, so it's got pressure zones on the bar.
I see.
For it to create like a pressure zone there, and that's where you would harness. And same there, and same there. It just narrows the bar. If you look at that bar there on the left, you can see how it narrows.
And how would they get the energy? Is it because of the force in which it comes out the top?
It's not so much force. It's just that all it needs is a pressure wave and harness points. Really, it's very basic and simple when you look at it.
Okay, so it was powering a university by. Sorry, I'm being a bit thick.
Yeah. Once they started generating electricity, he had this running back to keep the pump running to pump the water in.
Okay.
The rest on itself. So all these harness points are positives and negatives that you can send around the university.
Oh my goodness, free energy.
So there's like a big battery, isn't it? You've got positive and negative, same there, and they're all different potencies.
A
It
self-perpetuating.
multiplies up to a times of 4, and it's perpetual. You know, it's constantly running.
Amazing. And like you said right at the beginning, no moving parts, just the water coming in.
Just water coming in. Let right hand rule in, left hand rule out, and that collision in there is what causes this pressure wave to generate free energy.
Is Walter still around?
No, no, he's not. Sadly, he'd have
Okay.
been proud. I think he'd have been proud of what we're doing here.
Amazing. So forgive me for being ignorant on Walter Russell's work. That is awesome.
It is.
Another massive red pill dropped. Okay.
Well, that's another APM promise. We're going to decode everything Walter Russell made to show you what it actually relates to. Because what I noticed was people a lot more intelligent than I am look at his work and they can't figure out, you know, there's nothing to relate it to. That's why they don't understand it. But we can see what it relates to and where it originates from, the concept.
Amazing.
So what we're going to do is bring it all to life and show you and break down every part of it and what it means and how it works in the real world. So that's our mission currently.
Fantastic. Wow, salute you all. Amazing. So let's move back over. You were overlaying this onto the
Right. So I
onto
used
the
the
grid.
same principles. Yeah, I used Walter's principles on the realm. And of course, that's why we see the equator being red. You know, it's the same process. So we've got compression across east to west and expansion north and south. There's your German cross, your Maltese cross. You know, I've even looked at the Hopi, decoding some of the Hopi glyphs, yeah. But, you know, it's because you'll find every culture out there has got this same story. You know, they depict these. Everyone's just forgot what it means, Robin. And the only thing we can put that down to is, you know, post-shift events, wars, bad schooling, you know, indoctrination and all the rest of it. We've forgot a lot of things the ancients knew.
And again, this is just why I love your work, because you're pulling in threads from scriptural, spiritual, esoteric,
It does. It covers
archaeological,
yeah.
geological, astrological. It's all coming in, and just general data as well, just data for things. So where would you like to go from here? Because have we covered Walter Russell enough to say that you've gone, you know, you've taken what you've clearly overlaid now onto the realm? Was there anything else about Walter's work that you wanted to mention?
You're going to see a big breakdown a bit in our next video, an amazing video in the next one. It's going to blow your mind. If our videos haven't blown your mind before, this next one's going to.
They already have. It's already mush on the floor, but I'm loving every minute of it.
I'll just show you this image and then we'll move on to another subject if you like. You know,
yes.
This here is what Walter calls the gravity is basically a pressure recorder. So this grid here, you see this grid?
Yes.
And what I've done with this was, I've done the same with this. I overload it on a map and grid. And lo and behold, the Help One Conscience's earthquake data come into, you know, you could see it visually taking place now with this.
Did you want to step in?
I mean, the only thing I could really add to that is, you know, Walter's motor and this pressure system is what the quakes are the effect.
Yes.
So the cause is this. This is the cause of the earthquakes and the vibration. So, you know, as the water, the energy is coming in and it hits that compression point, we're feeling the tremble on our surface.
Yes.
You know, these are different layers below. Different things are happening in different layers.
I see. And reminds me, FPV, where did this grid come from again?
This overlay that's lit up in white light comes from where Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
And what I did was I overlaid it with a map and grid. You can see it actually starts pointing back towards the gates. So it looks like man's, you know, made a representation of the technology below.
Oh, wow. And I bet you the Nazca lines are on these as well.
They actually complement the Nazca lines because you can see there, look, they fit in perfectly with it.
Unbelievable.
Everything makes sense. And all these, where the green lights are, all these are hotspots for quakes and other events.
Yeah. And we can see this on our ocean floors.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you might want to show Robin them, the lava tubes one. Show Robin the lava tubes that lead up to these.
I was going to mention volcanoes and geological patterns, which is kind of coming next, I guess. We could try that now.
Yeah, might as well jump to that, I think, yeah. Have you got them on screen, one?
Yeah, let me get them. Okay. So this is one lava tube.
Let me just
I have,
maximize you 1 second. There we
yeah.
go.
So see how it's constructed? See the push? See the grooves in it?
Yes.
These are lava tubes that people explore, completely cleared out of lava. You know, they appear like they're some kind of constructed with these grooves.
Oh yeah.
So there's like a clearing that occurs. You know, I'm not sure if something comes along and pushes it literally through and up and out, but these people are walking in the lava tubes that are now completely cleared
Oh
of
wow.
the remnants along with these grooves. And you can go to a different one. Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
Same groove,
It
same type of,
looks like a mining operation.
yeah, it does. But these are lava tubes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and these people, they go down and explore them, you know, if they're not active, which, you know, I'm thinking, you know, a lot of these things they shut off. They come on when it's their time. We know that from history. I did a segment in the end times where we used to have different areas of the world that had massive volcano eruptions, and now they're just turned off right now. They're waiting their time again.
Okay.
So here's one that kind of looks like it collapsed, but again, we can see the groove just like
Yes.
before. Looks a lot
Yes.
older, you know. Um,
Unbelievable.
so we get into Google and we have these lines that I spent a very long time tracing.
Yes.
You can see a construct, which would be a lot of these lava tubes, possibly pieces of the technology. You know,
Okay.
that looks kind of like a drain.
What's clear to me is, you know, nature tends to form these lovely Fibonacci sequence and lovely circular, beautiful patterns, but this
Yeah.
almost looks man-made, doesn't it? It's just
Yeah. I mean, they
engineered.
do, but engineered by who? You know, was
Yeah.
it man? You
Yeah.
know, this is Hawaii, and you know, Hawaii is a volcano, the whole island, the
Yes.
islands.
Yes.
So this is all the different tubes coming
Crumbs.
off of Hawaii, you know, and we have here, this is Central America going up, and we have this massive construct of something going on.
Mm.
You know, these tubes, these, you know, I still try to find the words.
Me too.
to,
It's like almost like the children's connector sticks that
yeah.
that you make patterns with. But it certainly looks intentional. That's the thing, doesn't it? It looks designed.
But the moon seems to be kind of connected somehow through these, along with different eclipses.
And how do you relate that? Sorry.
I went and tracked a whole lot of moon eclipses, and what I tracked them with was Rahu and Ketu,
Okay.
you know, and they were always within a vicinity where Rahu would cross in front of the moon to eclipse it from the point of where we would see it.
Okay.
But that's a whole different.
I tell you what,
That's just
Cami Nodell would love this. She would.
probably.
Yeah.
She probably would. She would probably really enjoy a lot of stuff. But yeah, Rahu
Yeah.
or Ketu, one of the two, always are crossing it, you know, and FPV is working on the whole wave thing with the moon. So we'll probably get more into that later. But,
Okay.
you know,
So thank you. We were sort of moving into geological patterns and volcanoes, and I wonder, was there anything that you wanted to add about volcanoes?
Can I just add what you're seeing there with the lines one's tracing?
Yes.
What she's tracing there, then we call them world lines. Now, the Nazca lines are a condensed set of what one's line traced there on the world model.
Okay.
They physically exist on the ground and on the seabed on the world model, Robin. But, you know, they're not as clear. Google obscure them. Same again. It's the same thing over and over again with Google. They hide a lot of things, but there's that much there. They can't hide it all.
I bet you can see it with the crystal clear water in Hawaii. I bet some of them are visible from the air, aren't they?
That's how one concentrates them. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
You
wow.
know, a lot of parts of the ocean you can see them clear as day.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'm just I'm getting chills again. Do you know, did you want to say anything more on geological patterns and or volcanoes? Because we kind of covered a little bit with Hawaii.
We don't need to really, because the
Okay,
next video you're going to have the full explanation of what is cause. You know, you're going to see the cause in the next video.
great. Let's do that then.
So we'll leave it at that for now, and you've got something to look forward to.
Let's wait for that one then.
But while we're on waveforms, what one mentioned, I'll give you a sneaky peek on what I was working with, and I've shelved it for now, just so you can see where we were going with the waveforms.
Yeah, please do.
Can you see that?
I'm just gonna maximize you. There you go.
Right. So the yellow one would be the sun's driver, and you know, obviously the moon's got its own driver. Now
Yes.
Ryu would be, see the shadow,
Oh, it's making total sense now. Yeah.
and now you can see how the shadow causes the phasing. But like I said, I've stopped it because there's that many different waveforms taking place going across this map. It's, you know, it's going to be impossible to identify all 20 of them.
I must say, not only is it mind blowing, it's absolutely beautiful. That piece of software, or however you're doing that, is amazing.
Oh yeah, it's good software. So you can see now what I meant about the Milky Way. The Milky Way is one of these. It's probably the yellow one.
As in the stars follow it, or
Yeah. You'll find the sun always rises on the same part of in the Milky Way. So as the Milky Way is crossing, it's just the sun's usually in the same part of it like this. And it's, you know, to me, that is the sun's driver. It's driving the sun across electromagnetically.
beautiful.
So while we're on this subject, all the planets make a sine wave as they, cross our heavens.
Have you got the picky one?
No, I thought you did.
Ah, right, I've got it.
So I tracked them for a whole year.
There it is.
Did
See
you?
that?
And we just took a picture, a still shot of the video. The video's on my channel.
Okay.
Each color represents a different planet.
Okay.
So you can see, FPV'd have to take his arrow and show, but each color is making a sine wave of its own frequency.
Yes.
So these planets are all making their own sine wave, and red, being one good example, has a longer, shorter wave, but where it circles here
Yes.
in different areas, it's epicycling. So that's how we have our Mars going into retrograde.
Okay.
It's doing epicycles of its own. They're just larger, and it goes slower than like the sun doing its epicycles and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, each one of these has its own frequency. Therefore, it's going to affect our world, and even us.
Yeah.
So
No wonder no wonder the astrological charts are so meaningful for so many people, because it's having an electromagnetic effect on us. Is that right? Is
Yeah.
that what you mean, electromagnetism?
yeah, and the fact that our bodies are crystalline in structure, our bones, our teeth, we are conductors of this energy.
Goodness me.
So it would flow through us. It would affect us. It's going to affect our frequencies, our bodies.
That's also where the division and multiplication comes into it, Robin. You know, look at your body, split it down the middle. There's your two halves.
Yeah. Yeah. And
It divides and multiplies. You know, we really are an image of it.
And that's the so say Leonardo da Vinci pattern, isn't it? I've got the image of the human pencil drawing with symmetry, and he there's definitely, maybe I should have prepared that answer a bit better, but I think those pictures were supposed to be outlining how beautifully symmetrical we are in so many ways. Okay, anyway, enough of me. We were going to cover electromagnetic patterns. Do you think we've done that now?
Yeah, I think we've covered a bit of that. And like I said, the next video, you're going to understand a lot more of that and how that works.
Awesome.
Well, we were going to talk about the roll waves. Remember, you had...
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple examples that we see in our world that he has pulled up, I think.
Okay.
I'm just looking for it now. Give me a minute.
No problem at all.
But we see it in our sun halo. That's the biggest that is really predominant, you know. But there's
Yes.
all these other little things that we see,
Yeah,
the behavior.
that's what blew it for me. Not only do you see these wonderful halos in the sky, but you also see the halos transiting other planets. And I don't know if it's possible. You saw these amazing tubular clouds.
Yeah,
They're
like these.
fantastic. That's the one.
Yeah. You
What's
have to, you're going to have to consider electromagnetics. You know, what can make a cloud take form? Ask yourself, you know, everyone ask yourself this question. What can make a cloud behave like this?
Yes.
Only electromagnetics have got the power to do this on a huge scale.
It's rotating as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So, you know, it's showing you there's a vortex going on, isn't it? It's trapped in a vortex basically and reacting to it.
Phenomenal.
And these things go for miles. They're huge. Oh, look at this. Look at this one here. It just goes way off into the distance.
Imagine being on that beach going for a swim. How could you
Now,
concentrate on swimming?
now, now, now we can get into the dome talk now. No, because people think you need a dome to have a pressure system. Wrong. This is the pressure system. You're looking at it here. It is these that create the pressure. That switches on, the tide's going to go out. That switches off, the tide's going to come back.
I see.
You see what's happening?
So what do you think happened to the GoPro rocket then, FPV?
The GoPro rocket.
Do you know the amateur rocket that appears to hit something? It doesn't smash.
Right. Yeah. I can decode that for you now. All systems nominal there. What happens with those? Yeah, I've seen that video where they say the rocket hit the dome. If a rocket hit anything, you would see its body crumple straight away. There's no crumpling whatsoever. All that took place, Robin, you'll actually hear the noise of it. It gets to a certain momentum speed and it triggers what's called the anti-yo-yo mechanism. It's a device that's designed to stop rotation. As it stops it, it causes the nose cone to unscrew and flip off and, of course, pop the parachute. It's just part of the process. That's all it is. It didn't hit anything. It just functioned normally. This is what they're designed to do. It's called the anti-yo-yo device.
Within the rocket?
Yeah, it's built into the rocket. Yeah,
Oh,
this is
okay.
this, that's how it pops the cone and the parachute. It forces the nose cone to take the spin, which of course stops the body moving.
I see.
The nose cone actually spins off and pops the parachute. It's just normal.
So it came across an angel then, and there was an electromagnetic force.
No. It just ran out of steam and it fired its parachute. Nothing went wrong at all there. It was behaving normal. It didn't hit anything. It just ran out of steam. It appears like it just stopped dead, but you've got to remember it's slowing down. It's probably still moving. It's just hard to tell. It's losing speed, momentum, so it pops its nose cone and drops the parachute.
I see. Well, that's interesting anyway. That's interesting. But this is mind-blowing what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'll put it back on that cloud. Right. See the patterns, how the clouds are forming a shape. Where have you ever seen clouds do that before? You don't see it, do you, normally? Well, no. We might have seen it and not thought anything of it, but same again. It's reacting to electromagnetics. If you look at it, it's basically following a path, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that path we can show with real-world magnetic data like this. This is data series captured. We're going to go into detail more of what you're looking at there in the next video. But same again, them clouds are just taking the shape of something like this.
And that's electromagnetic readings from where?
Yeah, this is real-world magnetic data that series gets off their own site.
Okay.
And they overlaid it on the map to show you what it relates to.
And what's coming down to touching the Earth then? In these?
You're going to find out in the next video.
Lovely tease. Beautifully done.
Yeah, you're going to understand everything about these in the next video.
So if anyone's not actually completely just melted on the floor by now, you must tune in for your next show. So that's awesome.
So there's effects you can see in nature. What we're going to do in the next video, we're going to show you how the technology works, how to recognize it and see it in nature.
Okay. And I don't, thank you. And I don't suppose you've got the one of it transiting a planet, have you?
The lunar wave.
Yes.
Yes. Which video have I got on? It's this one. Yeah. Right. Yep. They're all in this one.
Great. Because
So there's the moon one, right?
yeah. So a la Crow 777 and anybody else who's caught it since.
Yeah. Yeah. It's more common than you think. People just don't look at the footage. It's easy missed.
So just walk people through what you've just shown there.
Right, yeah. So what you're seeing on that video there, you'll see there's a lunar wave. You can just see it there coming down now.
Yes. Yes. Looks
And
like a shimmer, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But you can see it's always two lines as well. So there's the second one coming now. So what you're looking at is two sides of a circle, basically. And I made an animation to show you what's taking place.
Yes.
So you can see now this does the same effect. So you're looking at a halo, Robin. One of them halos that you've seen before. Stationary halo is what it's highlighting.
Yes, and it's just going past.
Yes,
and that's the front and the back are just either they're in front of the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the foreground and the moon's just illuminated it as it went by in the background.
Fantastic.
That applies to any luminary out there can do it. I even give Crow 777 a little prize there.
Awesome.
Little card. So there's another person's one of it. Same again. And then we go to the planets. So
yeah, this is the one that blew me.
This is Jupiter by John McKeon. I think it's John McKeon. No, take Backspace TV. So okay. He's actually captured this one and the Saturn one.
Look at that.
You see that? So you'll see again. You'll see him again. You'll see there's two waves. That's the first part of it. Then it happens again. So obviously, he was probably
amazing.
You can see now, put a halo in between that and him, and that's exactly what you're looking at.
Fantastic. Wow, and there are quite a few halos, aren't there? So it could be any one of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, once you find one, once you see the luminary illuminating one, mark its direction because it's never going to change. It'll always be there. So all you have to do now is look for luminaries passing that direction, and hopefully you would catch it again because it's it's always going to be there, that halo.
And with a telescope, that's the best instrument to do that, isn't it? Because you can lock it in place.
Even the P900, I mean, Sandra's caught it on here with a P900.
Oh, really, Sandra? Yeah, awesome.
So it should be on here somewhere. There's Halo 1 conscience capture. You come outside and there's one right above our house, look.
Goodness me.
You can see parts of it there. You can see it, you get to see it more and more.
Behind the chemtrails.
Yeah. It's strange. The chems are very much similar colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is Sandra's lunar wave here, zoomed in as well. Nice capture, zoomed in on it.
That's a beautiful image.
So you can see where we're coming from, Robin. We know it's flat. We don't need to make any more flat earth proofs. So we're trying to show how it works.
Which I really appreciate. Yeah, we all need to move on to the deeper waters, really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to do the last 2 points in about 10 minutes because if we go for much more than 2 hours, we definitely need a return visit. But 2 hours is a good slot for people to consider themselves well and truly mind blown. But there are 2 or 3 quick subjects I want to cover. We talked about mud floods briefly, and could we just cover mud floods and resets and potentially the comets and pole shifts, because I think they're all related, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So with mud floods, that again is an effect. It's an effect of what happened because of the cycles of our Earth. I kind of think of it like a cleansing cycle. So I went back and studied and then looked up different histories, and in every single region of the world, they have different flood tales throughout time, not just one, not just one deluge, but many. So every single country has a story where the world has flooded to the point of wiping out life.
Yes.
So the map you're seeing on screen was actually a CIA map.
Really?
And, why they have this, I don't know. I don't know why they have it, but it was backwards, so we corrected it. And they had it all mapped out for when this next flood takes place, what's going to happen to our world.
Wow.
They have safe zones mapped. They have where hot and cold climate's going to mix. They have where all of the food's going to be destroyed, places that are going to get really hot, places that are going to be completely submerged, places that'll just be flooded.
Okay. And
So,
the CIA is their shading, and that's their key?
yes,
Oh,
that's
wow.
their key and their shading. And we simply took it and laid it over our version of the map.
Okay.
It's also going to, it also shows us that the fault lines are going to change. They're going to flip. So
Are
we're going to
they?
have different areas for some reason where earthquakes are going to occur compared to where they do now.
Unbelievable.
And this is what they're probably referring to as a pole shift. Well,
I
we
see.
call it the end of a cycle, and something's going to occur, a switch in the technology.
Yeah.
Like I was mentioning that in the past, we had different areas where volcanoes used to erupt massively,
Mm.
massively, and they don't anymore. And we used to have different areas that would receive major earthquakes where we don't anymore.
Mm.
So in the past, it used to be different as well. And now we have our world today. And something's going to occur with our technology, a shift or, call it whatever you want. And it's going to go a different way.
Wow.
It's going to lead to a reset, if you want to call it that. I would say that highlands would be your best bet, according to this map.
Yes.
So,
So this central strip there in the US, the pink zones would be safe.
yeah.
Okay.
But we're also going to have a lot of loss of food and agriculture and
Yeah.
stuff like that. It looks like, UK being an island, and I would say that it probably occurred before because Ireland's away from UK now. I would say that you guys may have been joined together at one point in the
Yeah.
past. It looks like you guys are going to flood out big time,
Sure.
but you're lowlands, you're an island. So
Yes.
other lands are going to emerge that are below the water and we can see proofs of that. There's lots of stuff below the water that people just can't explain how it got there.
Sunken cities.
Why? Exactly. And then there's going to be other land that's going to submerge because it's lowland and the water's going to overtake it.
Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia is that's a pickle of a country. I'm glad I wasn't born there.
Well, my son is there now. My son is in Bali.
Oh,
Yeah.
they have a lot of activity there.
Yeah, they do. Right. So this is absolutely fascinating because you kind of covered what would happen, why we've had resets. And you mentioned Sandra did a lot of reading. I've listened to probably all of them, all of the readings from the history books about big events where wildlife was wiped out and these kind of themes. Is that what you've learned by reading through them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Our best advice to anyone is to watch our End Times Revelations and Prophecy Decoded videos. There's 3 videos where we sidetracked from the usual research we do to study that. And, easily enough, we decoded all that into this model anyway.
So just quickly, thank you. So quickly cross-referencing the likes of Martin Leake and John Levi and Philip Drusennen, and everybody's doing amazing work there with the mud floods. Do you think that's roughly 400 years ago then? Or could it be sooner?
Every 400 years it seems to be taking place. But there could also be, other cycles that create smaller events in parts of the world. There's lots of mechanism changes going on. Now, I know you wanted to talk about comets, so remember,
please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, our perspective on comets is they're there to assign a warning it's another projection. It goes about its business, and they're just repeating history. It's like Halley's Comet. Every 76 years we see it.
Yes.
Why hasn't it gone off into deep space somewhere and never come back? But they're there, the reminders. It seems to me, it's to us the signs of change, and this is how the ancients depicted them. When they seen a comet, it's either something good or something bad's going to happen, one or the other. So
Okay.
and a good reference to one in Germany went over and actually caused a river to reverse its flow.
Wow.
Now that alone tells you that is local, close, and affecting rivers locally and not nationally.
Yes.
It has to be close, and obviously remember the light above has got a physical model below that's projecting it and moving around.
So dare I ask the $1,000,000 question? When is the next 400-year cycle due?
Now
Oh
it's
gosh.
already started.
Amazing.
Because
Okay.
what you're going to find in the end times videos, there isn't just a flood to consider. This mechanism changes affects all life.
Yes.
In genetically, I mean, it can make serious genetic change,
Wow.
and you'll find that in the Book of Miracles.
Which I've heard Sandra read. Yeah. Lots of different
See, yeah,
hybrids of things. Yeah.
you're getting mixtures, cross species, all kinds of things happening, and it's there, and it happens in history, and go touching on touchy subjects, transgenders, and all this, that, and the other, all these agendas. Our opinion is, they're there to try and mask what's really taking place.
Wow. Well,
You can't hide it, so you promote it.
there's more truth in the myths and legends than we dare to think than in the history books.
There really is, yeah. They're not so much myths anymore, are they?
No, no. Well, we did have one other subject, which was Colosseums, but I think we're gonna. I think we should start to wrap up here, and the Colosseum episode is fantastic, guys. Go and have a look at that one. We did mention Vinnie St. Vincent's work, so I think we should just reference him just to give him a shout out, if that's okay.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. Well, Vinnie Roy, he's probably the first person I've come across that's doing actual live experimentation with electricity. You've seen him yourself, all the projects he works on.
Yes.
So I took the chance of, getting in touch with him and trying to explain some of Walter Russell's work to him, because I could see he's following Tesla and Ed Leeds Scallions' work on Coral Castle.
Yes.
And I thought, I wonder if what we're learning here can help Roy in any way understand, how this works.
Yes.
So I was trying to get across to him expansion and compression, and he actually done a presentation. He kind of wandered off and showed you a setup of different Tesla coils. Some were hardwired, and some were just Wi-Fi across to another.
Yes.
And it helped him understand what expansion and compression is really doing and how to maximize it. He actually gave me a shout out on that video as well, so that was cool.
I was just about to hunt for a file, but I forgot I was screen sharing. I would really recommend you look out for. How have you titled some of the videos on your channel so people can go and look at them? Because what I've seen him do is phenomenal. He's taken a Model T Ford engine with the 12. Are they magnets in the engine, and then he's got a couple of coils, an oscilloscope, and he's used polarity, and he's trying to get the polarity right until he causes the motor to turn, and it generates electricity, and he gets it just right. He trials it and he earths it. He uses a bundt cake, an aluminium bundt cake tin, and by the time he's done, he's just figured it out, and it's done beautifully, creating free energy. And I'm sure that's just one of many things he's doing.
Yeah, that's what's good about Roy. When I met him, I thought, wow, at last, someone genuine, because you do come across all these free energy sites on YouTube and places like that, and a lot of the time they've got hidden batteries and things. But Roy's not like that. He'll give you their blueprints if you want them.
Amazing.
He'll write you a schematic if you want any of his builds. So it's cool, and of course you got support on his channel, haven't you? You can go and look at his channel. He's genuine, and it's really cool that he's now communicating with us, and we can give him some ideas on future designs, which is where we're at now. So you're going to see the designs he's working on currently. You're going to see some progress over them, and we've had a little a little play in that. So let's say,
Wow.
I've been
Well,
kind of advising him on builds.
well, I just love watching someone creative just push the boundaries and figure things out, which is just awesome to watch. Um, I am now just in awe of just taking 2 hours out of your schedules and just getting what I imagine is just a subset of just tiptoeing across the top of these huge subjects which you've managed to pull together so well. And we haven't mentioned a couple of other members in the team. Did you want to quickly give them a shout out?
Yes, I do. Yes, it's all very important as well for all the flat earthers. You want to decode gravity, you've got to look at Jason's video, the Axis Monday video, because it will give you the correct breakdown of what gravity really is. So definitely take a look at Jason's work in there.
And what's his channel called?
He's called Jason Tomlinson. You won't find much on his channel. He deleted all his content for some reason.
Okay.
He didn't have a lot on there because he hasn't got, a computer and things. So we help him put the presentation together and post it on our channels for him.
Awesome.
So,
And do you want to shout out the others as well?
yeah. Rose, Jimbo. If you look at Giants, go to Jimbo's channel. He live streams Giants and Titans where you can see them sticking out the ground.
Yes.
all manner of species, but no dinosaurs. Every species you can think of, but dinosaurs. No, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Amazing. Yeah, there's a couple of channels out there that where people are following on that subject, which is awesome. Yeah.
Of course, P900 Cool Picks and her husband, who's done amazing work in the light department. he's helping illuminate the works. So,
And doing modeling, computer modeling, is it?
I do the modelling mainly.
You do the modeling, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get into that one day with them. I'm trying to teach all these people what I know, see.
Brilliant.
I'm quite computer literate and I used to work with models and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
So now to in fact bring them into our project and like I did with the Colosseum decode, that was a 3D model.
Awesome. And we have to shout out Cat Size as well. I think we mentioned her right at the beginning, but
Cat Size. I met Cat Size before I even came to Flat Earth. Me and Cat Size used to be moderators in a news stream. That's how we met. And, that's when I came across Flat Earth when I was moderating in this news stream. I kept going back to these Flat Earth channels, looking at them thinking, oh, there's something here. You're like a terrier, you get your teeth into it, you're not going to let go, are you? There's something there. So yeah, definitely Cat Size, give it a shout out. She helps us with scriptural decodings because she's a devout Christian and she follows the Bible. Awesome. And of course it was a good test for me to put this across to her as a friend gently and say, look, what this in the Bible actually relates more to this than characters. I'm not saying all the characters in there don't exist, but a lot of people ask us to prove Jesus and things like that. We're not here to prove that. How do we prove that? We can't. No. Our mission is to show you how it works. Come what may after that, let the scholars debate the who's and what after. We need to know how this world works and where all these technologies factor in. And we can see that they've been personified in a lot of cases, some of these characters.
Yes.
So
amazing.
So it's a case of tiptoeing, you're tiptoeing around everywhere, really. It's they want you to prove their map, their model, their belief system. We don't work like that. We've got to keep it real, get all the data in and figure out this technological construct and its workings. That's our priority.
Well, I must say to everyone, and if you're listening, Cats, Jimbo, and sorry, what was the other gentleman's name? Jason. If you're listening, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I can't wait to just get deeper into the subject because I think what we've achieved tonight is actually to introduce the subjects and to give enough information to at least catch the imagination of those watching. And I really hope now that people will now go and subscribe to everyone's channel here. I'll put the links in the show notes, and then just dive in. Just use maybe start with some of the shorter videos, and then jump into the live streams because when you do the premieres, we love it. The chat room is full of amazing people, and it's a really supportive environment and really inspiring. And so I think we will wrap up our interview here, guys and girls. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And you did yourselves proud, really explained things clearly, and I hope it's just caught everyone's imagination now. So Thank you ever so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, Robin. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Sandra. And what we'll do now is we'll play everyone out with the Sun Halo video with Simple Minds, Let There Be Love, because it just inspires me so much. We'll leave everyone on that note and get yourself over to FPV channel. Go and subscribe now for the next video. Don't miss it, folks. And we'll see you again sometime soon. Thanks very much.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I live for your eyes. Someone who laid to the night. Your music talks to me, hits me tonight. One kind of morning, I hear you say, still let it be love. Let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. It heals and it hurts. She leads you to heaven's door, leaves you for love. Someone who laid on, you know, so magical 'cause me lives in my soul. You go like an ocean, I hear you say, love will conquer anything. Let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be
This is like the best one I've ever got, FPV. This is for you, buddy.
oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. I know what I want, I know what I feel, I know what I want. Alright, so let it be love, let it be love.
Today, I thought I'd make a small clip to show the discrepancies at the international dateline at sunrise. This is where the west allegedly meets the east. As you can see from this information, we have a serious problem here. So, let's revisit the Diomedes. So, we went through the months on the 25th of each month to record the sunrise time for each of the islands. And what we found is a bit of a concern. So let's get into it. First we will cover the data, then we will sum up the discrepancies. March has a 4-hour difference in the island's sunrise times. This is using a rear gate, with Big Diomede receiving its sunrise at 5:01 a.m. and Little Diomede at 8:57 a.m. For this month, we have not gained quite 2 hours on sunrise times from February. April has a 4-hour difference between the islands using a rear gate launch, with Big Island getting its sunrise at 3:02 a.m. and Little Diomede getting its sunrise at 6:58 a.m., with us gaining 2 hours in sunrise times from March. May has a 4-hour difference, also using a rear gate. Big Diomede gets its sunrise at 1:06 a.m. and Little Diomede at 5:02 a.m. We've gained 2 more hours for the sunrise times from April. June is a 4-hour difference using a front gate to launch, with Big Diomede having its sunrise at 11:03 p.m. This is during the 24-hour sun period, and Little Diomede not until 3:30 a.m. We've gained an hour and a half this month from May for sunrises. July is a 4-hour difference using a front gate, with Big Diomede having its sunrise at 1:34 a.m. and Little Diomede not receiving its sunrise until 5:38 a.m. We've lost 2 hours on sunrise times from June. August is a 4-hour difference using a front gate, with the Big Island receiving sunrise at 3:26 a.m. and the Little Island at 7:29 a.m. We lose another 2 hours on sunrise times from July. September has a 4-hour difference in the island's sunrise times, using a rear gate, with Big Diomede having sunrise at 5:05 a.m. and Little Diomede getting theirs at 9:08 a.m. We lose a little over 2 hours on sunrise times from August. October is a 4-hour difference using a rear gate, with the Big Diomede getting its sunrise at 6:42 a.m. and Little Diomede not until 10:45 a.m. We lose about an hour and a half daylight with this gate being used from September. November is a 3-hour difference of the islands receiving their sunrises, the Big Island at 8:35 a.m. and the Little Island not until 11:37 a.m. We lose another 2 hours of daylight from this gate being used from October. December is a 3-hour difference, with the Big Island getting sunrise at 9:46 a.m. and the Little Island not until 12:44 p.m. We lose a little over an hour from November, with this gate being the launch gate. In January, we have a 3-hour difference of the Diomede Islands. For January, the sun is using a front gate launch. Big Diomede rises at 8:37 a.m. and Little Diomede rises at 11:33 a.m. We gain almost an hour in sunrise from December. In February, we have a 3-hour difference, with the Big Island receiving its sunrise at 6:47 a.m. and the Little Island at 9:42 a.m. February is using a front gate launch, and we gain 2 hours on the sunrise from January. Now, although I cannot explain these islands to the fullest, I can see to the discrepancies. One being the way the sun rises at Big Diomede prior to Little Diomede in every month. If the sun is moving east to west, which it does, how is the island further west getting light so much sooner than the island closer to Alaska? In the beginning of the video, the sun would have had to bounce back and forth to light up the areas I highlighted to achieve the stated sunrise times, which the sun does not do. The only thing that does make sense in this mess is the gate uses and the 3 to 4 hour difference based on where the sun is launching from, and gaining and losing daylight based on the gate uses. I will put a link in the description of a video that E. Green's linked to me, and I highly suggest watching it. It shows some real-life issues with traveling to the area, issues with the land, issues with the treatment of the crew, and issues with the flight. Their experience didn't go as planned, and it's well worth the watch. These Diomedes are still very much a puzzle, and anyone that has time, it's well worth looking into, as it destroys the globe, as well as shows one more flaw in the AE map that cannot be explained.
Okay, now the animation One Conscience just showed you was from our season's video. This was real-world sunrise data we used from time and date to help sync the sun moving up and down the region beyond the international date line that our sun appears from. Let me show you something else. This map depicts the Mercator globe projection. By that I mean a projection of the Mercator map they have wrapped around a ball, so that northeast Russia meets Alaska. Our research debunks that model, as these two locations are on opposite sides of the world in reality. This projection is only designed to support a globe model and should be discarded. We have fixed this obvious manipulation of the true map previously, and now I'll correct this one. Watch this. As you can see, all the time zones are still intact, and all I have done is put the land masses where they should be in accordance with the real world Mercator map. This shows the international date lines are nothing but a mental block, designed to hide anything that is beyond them, the edge of the globe in that impossible model. Now the video One Conscience mentioned was one where a pilot and his friends flew a single engine aircraft from Alaska to somewhere they thought was in northeast Russia. This of course is impossible, which means the airfield they landed at is land unknown to you or I. Land that is northeast of Alaska. If you watch the video of when they are flying towards this land, you will see bodies of water and various bits of land. You do not see a huge landmass stretching as far as the eyes can see. This is land outside of the known world, and our suspicions are the same in the east. What's beyond this fake international date line, you should wonder? Now the map we use, you can see a grid overlay on it. This grid came from the Nazca lines of which I have been decoding. I believe this overlay is the blueprint to the realm and pinpoints the positions in the north, south, east and west that match scriptural descriptions of what they call portals or gates. You must think of these in electrical terms. A portal decodes as a gate. Every culture in history depicted gates in their mandalas and other glyphs. The configuration of this Nazca line grid also matched the descriptions given in the Book of Enoch. This is no coincidence. It seems at some point in our history, people actually told the truth and they depicted it everywhere. This is what is sacred about geometry. is the truth of this world in all its forms. There are also people who visit our streams and comment sections that have noticed even more discrepancies in these areas since we started highlighting them. Look into it, people, it is very important. We will leave you to ponder on this information. Should you wish to look further into our research, you know where to find us. Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom center is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them all near orbit also, as there is more than just the sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap, they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, that light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sungate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpick Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and helped pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days, as in their groups of 4. This is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the Sungate tracker. We do think the sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and back to gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you. More surprises, isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? Everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, Who is going to be the first person to record our sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research.
Hey everyone. Thank you for coming again, spending your time, your evening, day, night. But thanks for coming. Today we have FPV and one on the panel, and I'm gonna interview them. So they're gonna talk a little bit what they have been doing lately. So FPV and one, let's start.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Cat Science. Hello, One Conscience. Hello, people in chat.
Hello, both of you and everyone
Hi.
else.
Yeah. Hello. I'm glad both of you guys are on the panel. It's been a long time, has it? I think it's too long. But yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to do this some time ago, but we just could never get together to do it.
Yeah, I know, huh? So we're going to be talking about the APM research. PB, what started you to do APM research?
Ooh, APM research, right. What started me into APM research, when it came to flat Earth, I was looking, we, as everyone did, I suppose, we all came to flat Earth and maps and models were getting passed around. And at the time, it was the AE map. And, I watched flat Earth for about a year and we looked at this map and model. And to me, it wasn't making much sense with a lot of fields. You can make some things work with it, but other things weren't making sense. Now, at the time, I was playing around with the Nazca lines, trying to decode them, doing line tracings and seeing what this bigger picture was forming in Google Earth. And what I'll do is, hold on, I'll just screen share. Can you present me, Cats, and I'll show you exactly what we're relating to. That'll probably be a good idea about now.
Okay, let me see if I remember. Remember, it's been a long time. Oh, it's not that one. Which one is it? Controls, right?
It's okay. If you mute, I'll talk and it'll keep it on screen while I talk. That'll work. I'm screen
Hold on.
sharing it now. You should see it now, can you?
Okay, I'm trying to screen share you. Okay, well, you're on there.
Present, yeah. It's present option, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's on the screen. So okay, while it's on the screen, I'll just talk you through it a little bit. What you're looking at is the map created by Series, who is called One Hippie on YouTube. What he did was he created an algorithm and applied it to the Mercator style projection. And this is the resulting map after he squared off the images. And now it reveals more in the north and the south, as you can see clearly, the true scale and shape of Antarctica being revealed. Now, the Nazca line research I was doing, when I was doing the line tracings, I came across this grid. this is the Nazca Mandala and the Sun Star of Peru. And as soon as I seen them, I knew straight away I need to put these on a map and see what this relates to. So, you know, for me, it became a case of doing more line tracings in the Nazca lines and overlaying this grid on world maps until it made sense on the correct map. Because to me, it's relating to the map. And as you can see with the gates in the north, south, east and west on this, they match scriptural mentions from Enoch, the Bible and many other cultures of gates in the north, south, east and west. And that's what made it very special for me as soon as I seen it. I thought, this has got to be related to the gates that's mentioned in scriptures. So this is the map and model that we're doing. And we called it the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Technologies in the underworld responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries and pretty much most of nature itself. And our research is based upon all this, basically, and it is expanded way outside of all the realms of possibilities we even thought we would consider at the time. You know, we've learned a lot just from using this grid and map with real world data. Now, we're not here to push a map or model, but we did need to create a model to see what we're dealing with. And what we've done since is use all data, research, informations, anything we can get our hands on, decodings, and fit it into this map and model. And it's just progressed and progressed, which tells us we're on the right path. So that's where it began for me. And what I did was I made one video and started showing it around. That was the first video I made on this research. And that's when I kind of bumped into one conscience, but we'll leave that till when you ask one question. But that's what started me off. So back to you, Cats. You can stop presenting me now if you like.
Sorry. Okay, Juan, the same question goes to you too about APM research. What started?
For me, I started out, I learned about flat Earth, obviously, and then I also had been studying earthquakes before flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I was trying to plot earthquakes on a flat Earth map, and I was using the AE map. So then I realized, you know, kind of a kick to the face that the AE map was debunkable in different ways. So I kind of felt duped, you know, and then I realized that my own work wasn't really working as well as I thought it was with the earthquakes and stuff. And I kind of stumbled onto you guys, and you were interviewing FPV with his first video. I started asking him a whole lot of questions, and he gave me a copy of the map and told me to put my work on it and see how it worked out. And from that point on, it has just progressed really fast and very deep. You know, when I first put the earthquakes on, it fit so very, very close to the grid. You know, the mandalas he was talking about, that it literally gave me goosebumps. I couldn't believe how well the earthquake paths fit onto that grid. And from there, it's just spiraled. It just keeps going and going. Everything relates. So
Yeah. One, can you name and elaborate on any of the subjects you have looked into?
holy cow. We could start with ley lines. So ley lines always fascinated me. Earth energy in general fascinated me. So what I realized was that the power points of the Earth and the different accelerators, which FPV has placed as angels when scriptures are decoded, it's the connection of them. It's their energy flow, you know, and it's their magnetic energy lines that run through the Earth. And when you kind of lay them out, which I did on, I used the Mercator map. You know, they look pretty amazing. Can I share this?
Sure, I put.
So I got a wall size Mercator map, and I put all the different angel spots on there, and my husband helped me draw the grid on it and stuff. And I connected them all. And these are the ley lines of our world. It's pretty full and intense, but
well, I remember
Can you
that.
elaborate a bit more on what some of those dots mean?
it's real hard to see. But yeah, I put a bunch of different pins. Red ones represent power plants. White ones are weather stations, like geoengineering spots. The blue ones are all the angels. The grid is drawn on there in blue. The green lines are all the ley lines, the energy points. You can see how it almost, minus human error, forms like a great big star almost. You can see the different points on it. Mind you, this is the Mercator. It's not exactly like our map that we use, but it's as close as you can get if you actually go buy one. I also drew the earthquake paths, which are drawn in black lines, and put volcanoes on there. And what else? I think I put crystal caves on there. It's hard to see those. It's full of information. I have a video on my channel, though, if anybody wants to go watch it. It's a little more clearer. And I talk through it and kind of talk about it a little more. So,
as you can see, Cats, you know, there's lots and lots of layers to this map and grid. So we can't put them all on one map. You know, it's impossible to fit everything on one map. So we have to show different layers of what we're working with.
it is, because you see what trying to put everything on one map looks like. It's a mess. And that's just a few things. That's not even everything that he's talking about.
Now, do you think it connects what you guys, both you and FPV, been researching?
All of that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. The power plants show me that they are harvesting this earth energy, selling it back to us. Everything connects to the grid. That's what I've definitely learned so far. I can map anything, and I have 100 of the same maps, but they're all different subjects. So it's pretty crazy. I mean, it used to surprise me, but now I'm like, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but it's, well, I'm gonna say it seems, but it's true. I think it's connecting everything you guys been researching from the Nazca lines, starting from the Nazca lines. Now, this question, FPV, also, can you name and excuse if I'm not speaking right or pronouncing, elaborate on any of the subjects?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what we'll elaborate on first is, and it's important, it's the decodings of what we're looking at with the geopetro and hieroglyphs and scriptures and Enoch itself, you know. Now, what they've done, let me go through this and you'll see exactly what they've done to hide the construct.
Okay.
When I started decoding geopetro hieroglyphs and other things, I realized everyone around the world was speaking the same language, and our written language in those times was obviously glyphs. You know, everyone around the world wrote with glyphs. That was our written language at the time. Now, when you look at the geopetro hieroglyphs and what they're depicting characters, they're depicting luminaries, and so on and so forth. Now, in modern times, all that has been transferred from every culture, because you're going to find every culture is talking the exact same story. They're all telling the same story. They just got different names for the same events. So what they've done in modern times, they've took all that information and put it into written form in a book. Now, here is where lies the problem, because when humans pick up a book and start reading it, they start bringing in characters to life as real people. That is not what the original glyphs were depicting. They're not saying these are real people. The real glyphs are saying these are the technologies and processes that are involved with creating and moving luminaries. Because, in modern times they say the ancients used to worship the sun. No, wrong. They never have worshipped anything. They've depicted how the world works perfectly in geopetro and hieroglyphs. So that's very important. You can see now what's happened. We've converted what was being depicted as how the world works to now they're bringing these characters to life and making them into real people. That is not the original message. So that's how you hide a construct. People now, in their own minds, bring these characters to life and create their own story in the mind of what's going on. And you'll find most religions, they all disagree with each other on a lot of these things going on. And I can see why. They're all, no, it's this, no, it's that, no, it means this, no, it means that. No, go back to what the ancients used to teach. They're telling you how the world works in geopetro and hieroglyph form. It's as simple as that. That is very important. That's what I realized quite early on. And, for me, it was a case of, right, I need to find the right people to work with. I can't do this by myself. There's just too much to look at. Even now there isn't there? The amount of subjects we've looked at is unbelievable. So, yeah, I think that's a very important point to get across. How humans convert characters into real people just because they're in written language, when, in fact, when you go back to its real meaning, it's telling you technologies and processes that are creating the luminaries. That's what these characters really depict. And that's why they use male and female characters, because you're looking at positives and negatives. It's down to magnetism and electricity. That's the original message, and that's being hidden. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, it does. It does make sense for me, at least. We're gonna talk one in FPV. We're gonna talk about different subjects today. Because we've been having new people coming in, looking into your guys' research. And I just want to touch up a little of what got where we're at today. What we've spoken before on the live hangouts. So any of you guys can start first. FPV one, what your research's been doing, and one's what she's been doing. So I'll let you guys speak, and then when you're done, one can start. So FPV.
Yeah, certainly. Mine's been mainly decoding, looking at things, decoding it into this model that we're working with. Let's see now. What can I'm going to use as a current one that people's actually seen, like star trails. We can talk about star trails. On the heliocentric model, they've got the globe spinning around and blah blah blah, stars in the north and south and all this rubbish. But when you take a step outside of that box and look at it as a 3D model, you can see the star trails in the north and south are actually working together. They're both rotating the same way. So, what we're showing is this is a technological construct on a very huge scale. And that's just with the star halos. Because the nodes, what stars really are nodes on halos. Like you see with the sun halo, what people are calling sundogs are nodes on a halo, which is part of a structure that is creating the luminary. This is how it works. We're looking at a very big technological masterpiece of a structure. So to elaborate more on that, let's see now. That's just star trails. There's lots of avenues we can go down here, but I'll let one talk a bit first, because I've just had 2 talks, and so one's missing one. Over to you, one.
Okay. Well, what do I do? Let's see. I do a lot of reading. and learning because we've looked at so many different things. I guess what I really do is go through and kind of pull the truths out of science. Science is not totally truthful um, because it's trying to keep this globe alive, but there are truths in a lot of the science. So I like to go through and pull the truths out, and I like to find a lot of histories about things and then map things. And like I said before, what I find is that everything that we've looked at relates to the grid. It really does. Um, Power points of the earth, accelerators. Um, Reading a lot of ancient texts, scriptures, FPVs that are decoding, but I'm definitely seeing all the truths and things. You know, the more we've done this, he's just better articulating it. So
I'm not too bad. Neither are you. I mean, look. A good example of that, you know, is the Adam and Eve Lilith one we done. It didn't take us very long to realise we were talking magnetism and electricity, did it?
no, not very long at all. The
You know,
scriptures are getting easier.
yeah, that's right in the beginning, Adam and Eve. You know, that's the magnet. That's the positive and the negative sides of the magnet. It's always been about the magnet. This is what they're trying to teach. This is what the ancients are trying to teach us: the magnet and its secrets.
Well, explain a little bit about that FPV.
The magnet and the secrets, right? Without giving too much away,
Explain
because
a little.
yeah, well, the tree. I realize the tree of life, what you see depicted in Sumerian and other cultures, depictions in glyph form, you will see the tree of life, and a lot of people, you know, they're guessing, oh, it's this, it's that, it's the other. But it didn't take me long to realize that is the magnet and its energies that they're actually portraying. These geoglyphs are portraying the magnet and its secrets. And that, you know, again, that's what's been hidden, the secrets of magnetism, because, you know, with magnets, you can create electricity. And that's why it's been hidden, it seems. You know, the energy market's been taken over, privatized, monetized, and hidden. Whereas we can see from the ancients, they all knew how it worked and harvested it. You know, we look at the Geopetra hieroglyphs, and you can see they're all telling the same story. So it's straight away, it's telling us everyone knew how this worked. They understood it perfectly. And it's been, I don't know what event happened for the world to seem to be forgetting in such a big way, but that's where we're at today. Everyone seems to have forgot what all these things used to mean. And that's, you know, I find it very strange. What kind of event? It would have to be something very catastrophic for the whole world to start forgetting what all. I mean, it's not just Geopetra and hieroglyphs. Look around the world at all these constructs, you know, these temples, things like that. Sacred geometry everywhere, and people aren't realizing what it means anymore. How can that be? It's in our face. It's everywhere. I mean, once you start decoding with APM eyes, you see it. You can see it and decode it and look at it and know exactly what it means. But when you look around the world, there's temples everywhere, and people haven't got a clue anymore what it all represents. It represents the underworld and the technologies and the luminaries. It always has and always will.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna talk about the one when you were checking into earthquakes and volcanoes and other what we were talking about, lava, I guess, about it. Now explain to them, those that are listening or here, a little bit what you were saying in the beginning of this research, because I think it all connects together what you guys have been researching about. I mean,
Yeah, it does. So what we found out, I mean, what we've came to the conclusion of is lava is basically the waste and recycle system of the world. So you've got all this stuff going on in the layers below, and you know, it has to have like an output point. So when you learn about CERN, you know, there's dump spots, there's dump cycles to CERN, and that's basically what these volcanoes are. because we're talking about massive accelerators, just like
Mm-hmm.
CERN, but on a much, much larger scale. They have to have dump spots. They have to get rid of this heat and waste. But it doesn't really waste because it actually comes up, cools, and makes new land. That's why I call it the waste and recycle system of the world, because that's what it
Mm-hmm.
is. Yep.
But to elaborate a little bit more on that, we can say with the particle accelerators, the larger the accelerator, the larger the manufactured, what scripture calls hot coals. Now, if you go to scripture, Ezekiel's wheel, he's trying to describe a particle accelerator. Think of Ezekiel's wheel, look at CERN, you will see the wheel in the wheel. And we can see it already on our grid. These are particle accelerators. Now, what is a
Mm-hmm.
particle accelerator? It's a very large ring magnet, basically. Well, you can have them any shape, doesn't have to be a ring magnet. But, that's how it works. And Roger Mudfossil University recently, I was watching one of his videos, and he was mentioning that, different colours of the spectrum produce different size, and of course, larger accelerators produce different size material coming out. Now, this is, if you look at Shiva, standing in that circle with the flames coming out, this is a perfect representation and proof this is a particle accelerator. Shiva represents the created mass of light. You will notice on the depiction, Shiva is standing on top of a child. The child actually represents birth or the creation of the light. And of course, it's got the flames coming out the sides, which represents these hot coals. These hot coals are what is creating the lava. There's an excess amount of materials being made because it's a law of attraction. What you're looking at is a big circuit, electrical circuit, and what it does is it converts elements into matter. A good way of describing that, and Matt Jerome taught me this one. If you look at your car battery, you will see what they call corrosion on the poles of your battery. You'll see greeny white substance growing on it. Now, it is not corrosion, it is actually growth. It's pulling out of thin air with lead and copper that is attracted to that lead and copper circuit because it's a live electrical circuit. And these accelerators operate in the same way. This is how it works. The bigger the accelerator, the more it can produce. And what, like one conscience mentioned there about comets and shooting stars, this is exactly what's falling out of the sky, the harvested material from elements.
Okay. Now, Pippi, what does the promoter has to do with this? It's a square, which they say, not a square, a triangle, which it's called. But what does it have to do with what you guys are researching as well? I mean, is there a part of it that connects to another part of the underground?
Did you mention pyramid there, yeah?
Yeah.
Pyramid. Right, hold on, I'll just screen share the map and grid again because I need to show you something with that.
Okay. Did you find something interesting in that area?
I found something very interesting that a long time ago, and I mentioned it in the first
Oh,
video.
wow.
But hold on a sec,
What's
and
it?
I'll put it back on screen so you can see it yourself.
Okay.
Where's the map? I can find the map. I just closed it now. I have to find it again. Hold on, I know where it's at.
Yes.
Yeah, here we are. Because I want you to look at this very carefully, and you're going to see something.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'll screen share. That should be screen sharing now. There you go. You see that yet?
Not yet.
Right, I'm screen sharing. Yeah, it's presenting to everyone now. It says so. You should see it. Right, if you look very carefully at the grid.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you see coming from the center outwards the four sides of a pyramid? What you were looking at here is a 6-tier pyramid below our world. If you look at it carefully, you will be. It shows better in 3D. I've got a video where I'm panning around that grid in 3D, and in 3D you see this 6-tier pyramid jumping out at you. But if you look carefully, you can see where the gates are. They're the corners of this 6-tier pyramid. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's where pyramids factor in. A pyramid is a very important shape when it comes to harnessing electrical energies. But we're gonna get more into that into the next video. So I won't say too much in this one. But yes, pyramids and temples and such
Yeah.
do factor into this research.
Okay. Now, I know lately we see in the skies like the halos. The weather's been very weird lately, but we had, or you have, and one has a lot of videos on these halos that lately they're being appearing. Can you screen share someone's? I think China has some. One has a lot of good ones. I don't know who else you know. I mean, because what's going down, what's coming from, underneath, it's affecting the land, if I'm correct. And it's also affecting the sky with these halos and what's working underneath us. On your research, you're explaining about it. So one or APB.
Yeah, I was going to screen share them, but it's not letting me. I was going to screen share the video. Yeah, it doesn't
Hold
let me
on.
screen sharing videos for some reason now. It used to, but not now.
Are you well, you have it where you can screen share, but I don't know
Yeah,
why you can't.
yeah,
One
yeah.
did.
I'll do it off my channel. I'll use the Wonderland video on my channel. That'll do because you can see them moving then. That's a bit more important.
Yeah.
People need to see these things actually move as one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. I'll screen share this. I'll find the halo parts. Here we are. And screen share that. There it is. You see that? Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Present to everyone. Yeah, right there. There's a halo. What you're looking at there is the sun, and you can see to the sides of it two what we call nodes. Now the sun halo, it's got a vertical halo, which is what you can see there, and you can see on the sides of this vertical halo the two nodes that are lit up. Now behind them two nodes lit up, there is also a horizontal halo, and it's also got 5 more nodes on it. So you've got a total of 8 nodes on this halo. Now to us, this is just another very large ring magnet or an accelerator, same thing. So it's it's showing you it is technology-based realm we're living in. This is where our work comes from. It is 100% technology-based, and this is why it would be hidden. So this is what people are seeing in the skies. I'm actually making a helper video on this currently, so people can look at it, and they're going to see different perspectives and views and showings of it on this video I'm going to create, so it helps people understand what they're looking at. So that's that'll be released within the week or so. But that's what you're looking at with the halos. This is technology that's up for a while. We did say at first there were projections from the underworld, and then a few weeks ago we changed our minds to levitated. But some new research we've discovered, we have to go back to the projection style technology because it is being projected from below. So what you're seeing in the sky is playing out in the underworld below. Whatever is projecting the sun, this technology is moving in the underworld, and we are seeing it projected above us. This is how it works. All of those luminaries in the sky work on that similar process. Because every one of them has to have a halo. So our major luminaries, our wandering stars, all look similar to what you're seeing here. That's the sun. You just put the moon there and you've got a moon. Put Venus there, you've got Venus. They're all operating with the same technologies and processes. And they move across the realm using epicycle motions. There's a reason for that as well, and it relates to keeping it running, and it's harnessing energies as it's moving.
Now, FPV, and now since we're looking at this video right now, um, what does the chemtrails have to do to hide the halos or what's really going on? I mean, there's something behind it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, they try to hide it. What you'll see is when these start showing, the chemtrailers come out and they spray hell out the sky trying to hide it, but it's too big to hide. You can still see it through the chemtrails. It just obscures it a little bit. So a lot of people
Right.
might not notice it, but those that look into the sky, there's lots of people looking at the sky now, and they're seeing it. They're capturing this nearly every week. So what their excuse is, they are ice crystals. Some dogs are ice crystals, but you've seen in that video then, it is all moving as one unit. So in their explanation, they're trying to tell us ice crystals stalk a sun that's millions of miles away, which is absolutely ridiculous. No, these are nodes on a halo showing that's within our realm, in our atmosphere, moving. That's exactly what you're seeing. This is close and local.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, what that video there is actually a breakdown of the different nodes. Now, I referenced it with modern terminology of the halo, and I used the Hindu terminology. I can't remember all the names off the top of my head, but if you look at some of our videos, you will see the Hindu mandala overlaid beside it, and how all the 8 on there, plus Shiva being the 9th, relate to the halo and the creation of the light. It's the same story.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it ties in perfectly with our research and real world events and historical information on mandalas. All these mandalas are telling you the same story. They're all depictions of how the world really works.
Very interesting.
So that's roughly what you're seeing in the sky, right in front of you there. A variation of what you're seeing there on a bigger
Yeah.
scale.
So what do you think, Juan? What FPV is saying?
I absolutely agree. One day I was driving and I saw this massive halo node, and when he lined it up with that picture right there, it actually matched it so perfectly. I mean, my jaw hit the floor. I was amazed that, first of all, I was amazed that it was like the biggest halo I've ever seen. And then, second, I was amazed because when he lined it up, it fit perfect with the CERN he was showing, the accelerator, the pieces. I was seeing a piece of that technology. Which node was it? FPV? It was either 1, 2, or 8.
8, the one on the right. Yeah, the one on the right. There was no 8, wasn't it? That's the one you saw.
Yes, and it was just amazing, and you could almost see the clouds if you looked close enough start to take the similar shape to the rest of it, but they weren't lit up. But as I looked at it more, I was like, the clouds even kind of looked like the rest of it to a point. The clouds would magnetize towards this and, take the shape. I've seen clouds make a perfect circle, and pretty sure that they magnetize towards this stuff and take on the shapes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the video one's talking about was when she was driving in a car and she got what we would call a side profile of node 8. Now, when it's above us, we see it as like a cloud-colored circle, a cloud-colored node. But when it starts to get lower on the horizon, you start to get a side profile of what you're really looking at, and that's what one was looking at. And she could tell, it was quite a tall-looking piece of structure right beside the sun, well, to the right of the sun, node 8. And the same on node 2. They're all going to be the same at a lower altitude. As it's going into the distance, you're going to get a slightly, a side-on profile. And that's exactly what one was looking at. And when I overlaid the accelerator on it, that's what done it one, wasn't it? Because one was questioning that herself. She's saying, why has it changed shape? Because we're seeing a side profile. We're seeing it from the side now and not from below. So that made sense again. Normally we just see the nodes because it's above us, but once it goes into the distance and starts coming down on that horizon, you're going to get an amazing side perspective of it and some very nice footage.
I see. Let me see. I was gonna say, gosh. Now, going back to the flights, why are they directed the opposite? I mean, does it have that is connecting with it, or is it because of something else? I mean, it's strange that they have to go a different route to get to a place. I mean,
When we looked into the flight radar information, we actually caught them flying. Let's see now, say coming from China. Now normally they
mhm,
should be now from China to get to say the States. Quickest route for them, I suppose, is to fly on the globe, is fly east and appear in the west, go around the globe. But we know the globe's not real. So what we noticed on Flight Radar 24, they were taking off from China. They were flying northwest over the top of Russia. They were coming
mhm,
up, they were appearing over the top of Greenland, then coming down towards Alaska and then back to the States. So they were faking the globe with this northern route. And we noticed it on more than one occasion. You know, we've got recordings of this on my channel. We caught them doing it. The first one I saw, I could actually see a little bit of a wingtip sticking in the top of the flight radar, and I thought, "What's that?" You know, it was way north. So I clicked it, and it showed me the flight path for this aircraft. It was taking off from the
mhm.
States. It was flying over Greenland, and then it was coming down over Russia, down towards China or somewhere. So it was telling us, you know, there's hidden flight routes in the north, and we have to assume they do similar in the south. So you know, there's the flight route, but it's not only aircraft. You know, I've spoke to there was a Navy guy came in my stream one day and he says, I've looked at your model. It makes a lot of sense. He says, but being in the Navy, how come he says, if you're saying that there's hidden routes in the north, how come we didn't see ice? And I says, well, they would have to do it during the 24-hour sun then. And then straight away he says, yes, you're right, because I remember it now. The sun was on that side of the ship and we didn't see any ice. So, you know, obviously they time the events perfectly to hide where they really are. And of course, you know, military ships, they zigzag, they change course, patterns, all kinds all the time. So the crew are never going to realize where they are until they get to the destination. But what I told this sailor made sense, perfect sense to him. He says, you're right. You know, he says the sun was on the left side of the ship. So that, you know, it's more confirmation for us that there's hidden shipping routes as well that they use in the north.
Yeah. Well, that explains a little bit about the, airplanes, and I think also the boats. I think they know things that we don't know, of course. But I
Well,
think the boats has something about it too. The same thing.
one Conscience can elaborate a bit more on the boats because she looked into the cruises, didn't you, One?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say, while we're talking about this, we could talk about the Bering Strait and then the Polynesian Islands. So I looked into the Bering Strait and found a whole lot of discrepancies, like the fact of the sunrise between the two islands. They're 3 miles apart, which again, on my channel, I have a video that goes into detail about it. And the fact that when you look into flights, you know, nothing goes between these two islands, the Diomedes, where they say that Russia and America touch. Now, you know, there may be an island out there, but it's not, I mean, and Russia may own it, but it is not the continent Russia. You know, there's no way. You look into flights from Russia to America, and you're talking 30, 35-hour flights. You know, that shouldn't be if it's just across that little strip of land. And then the same down in the Polynesian Islands, when you look into those cruises that go from New Zealand and they're supposed to come over to, you know, cross the date line and come over, they don't go past the date line. They start New Zealand, they do this roundabout, and they come up around Australia, and then they go out and they hit a couple islands and they stop, and they never cross that date line. Never. And these things take like 30 days, and they cost like $10,000 to $20,000 a person. You know, it'd be easy to fool people out in the water like that. You know, people are like, well, you could recognize land and this. No, I don't think you could. The ocean's the ocean. It's all going to look the same. And just because there's little islands out there doesn't mean it's exactly what they say they are. You know, same with California. You can get on a boat in California and supposedly, you know, go to the French Polynesians. You can get on one supposedly from New Zealand and go to the French Polynesians. But really, they do more roundabouts around like Hawaii and then hit a couple islands out there in the middle of the ocean. And then they turn around and they come back again, 30 days. You're out there for 30 days for this little trip, just doing roundabouts around all these little islands, but they never cross that international date line. Never, never. That's how they're faking the
There.
globe. You know, they're
Yeah,
saying they're going here, there, and yeah, but that's how they're faking it. They're just, you wouldn't know. You're out in the middle of the
For ex-
ocean.
that's
yeah,
how
for
you hide the
example.
that's how you hide the 12 gates from Scripture. You know, the international date lines is to stop you going any further in the north, south, east, and west, basically. Although it's on the map as east and west, there's restrictions in north and south as well, and those are there to stop you finding the gates in the north, south, east, and west.
And how many gates we have? Is it 12, right?
There's quite a lot. They call it the 12 gates, but when you go to the gates in the east, you will find there's 12 there. There's 12 in the north, 12 in the south, and 12 in the west. So there's quite a lot. And, you know, obviously different luminaries are going to use different gates, and we covered that a little bit in our seasons video. We showed what gates the sun used, and we got that matched accurately to match the creation calendar, which helped us then produce how the seasons work. So yeah, you know, there's a video on our channels, and you'll find it called "The Seasons, the 12 Gates, and the True Analema." If you want to learn about how the seasons work on this model, you got to watch that video.
Yeah, by the way, anybody who's watching, there's a link of one's channel and FPV channel. They have a lot more information. Click on it and just go to the channel. But I know that you guys have been doing so much research hours, but there are so cool things that you guys came out, about the research lately. I know you can't go too much into detail at PVM1, but just give a little bit what you have done so far, one, and at PV, the same thing. So at PV or one, any of you can speak. I would like to know, honestly.
Oh, is that on current research? Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit. I know you can't get into too much details, but
Well,
there's
you
a
know,
lot of things you've done.
we can tell you what subjects they will be on, but you know, I won't elaborate on them any further than that. But you're going to be looking at pyramids, the harnessing of elements, some more decodings, which I won't get into just yet. You'll have to. I like to surprise people with the decodings; they don't know what we're going to pop up with.
Exactly.
So you know,
Yeah.
it's worth keeping surprises. Lunar phases and eclipses. I'm just going to tell you some of the things that we're going to go into in the next video. I'll leave it at that, but yeah, there's some of the subjects that you're going to catch in the next video.
We're also going to go into the layers of the atmosphere and how it relates with the underworld, electromagnetism, and we're going to have a few surprises.
Good. That way we can all turn into what you guys are doing. I mean, for me, it's very interesting. There's a lot of thoughts that have changed lately because of the research. But I was going to say something. Earthquakes. One, we just had 5 earthquakes in the Northern California. I wonder if it has a lot to, well, I guess has a lot to the underground, but I would like to know your input on it.
Well, we're changing seasons. The earthquakes happen. We're changing seasons right now. So it's going to hit more in the north as the sun moves more northward. You have to remember these quakes are caused from what's happening below, and it does have to do with our luminaries. You know, when I looked at the quakes and followed them for a long time, like every day, all the time, I was watching them. I realized that the quakes were following, they were preceding and they were behind the sun. They were creating a path. So they were hitting around the sun's path. And I thought I was pretty amazed by that myself, because as it would enter an area, the area would quake. It would quake the same time every day. The same time every day as the sun would enter that area, it would quake. And as it moved more north, the quakes started to move up. just a little bit from that
Yeah.
area I was watching, and then I was like, wow, it's, they're following the sun. And it's the same with the other luminaries, and planetary alignments. We could go right into that. When there's certain alignments that occur, it causes these earthquakes to happen. It must trigger something, or the alignment of them, or adding like a double frequency going in the same area. But they cause large earthquakes to occur when these alignments happen.
Hmm. That's good. I mean, 5 earthquakes. I mean, they're small, but still.
Well, you
And we had one, so.
consider it this way, Katz. When you get a quake, that is technology coming online that's helping guide or do something with a luminary. That's all it is. It's all it's ever been. It's just technology is coming online, doing their role, and then they'll shut down again till the next time.
Yeah, because you have to remember there is an angel right up there, and one of our earth chakras is up there too. It's a serious power point that's going to come online and turn off. And California is always getting earthquakes. They have a lot of stuff going on over there on the west.
Yeah. But, the thing is that it's strange that we had a 3.6 earthquake in Arizona at the border between New Mexico and us. And it's strange now California's had 5 on the northern. So something is activating underneath us for it to shift. Or, like you just said right now, what you mentioned. To me it's strange because here in Arizona it's very odd that we do get earthquakes. Along it's like Southern California, we can feel it, and it depends on the if it's high. So, but remember I told you we had an earthquake. Now this in California. So I mean your input's more toward what you guys are researching, UNFPV.
Yeah, and also on that, it also is fracking. I mean, you have to think of fracking and kind of put that into play too, because when they frack the earth, they're digging down to get to something, and they're opening up things that is going to release energy in different areas, if that makes sense.
Another
Like
thing.
Yeah.
the big example I always use is the New Madrid, which is right in southern Illinois into like Missouri and stuff like that. That was a huge, earthquake spot. They had very large earthquakes in the past. But when they started fracking really hard and heavy in Oklahoma, New Madrid does not quake anymore. And Oklahoma takes all of the force. So it takes the release instead of the New Madrid.
Let's see. Pammy, what were you gonna say?
I was going to say about the irregular quakes. You were saying it's unusual. That's you get them, but you'll have to remember, there's not just the sun and moon moving. There's other luminaries that are some are slower, some are quicker. So when you get an irregular one, it might not be the sun or the moon. It could be, like Venus, Mars, Jupiter. It could be any one of those.
Right.
It is, these are plottable on a grid, and as one's shown in a lot of her demonstrations, they work perfectly. They make the sine waves, everything that we suspected it would be doing, and some, doesn't it, one?
Yes, they do.
Okay, PV. On this one, I'm gonna go back a little ways about the triangle. When the aircraft is flying over that, since there's been boats and airplanes disappearing, is it the electricity underneath that's pulling them down, or is there something else there? Do you know anything? Can you let us know about that?
Yeah. I mean, they call it magnetic anomalies, and we've covered that in our Power and Glory video a little bit. We're going to expand a bit further on that in the next video. But we're looking at, like one's mentioned, there's certain energy points in the world, and one's done a fantastic video already on the triangles. There's not just a Bermuda Triangle, there's lots of triangles, and
There's a lot of them.
yeah, magnetic hotspots, as you would call them. But yeah, magnetics will play havoc with compasses. So this was happening a lot in the early aviation years, like in World War II, lots of planes were going missing. So it'll play havoc and people can get lost. And there's not just that to take into account. What you're looking at also is the spiraling. You know, this technology is causing spiraling waves, and that is what's creating like water spouts, whirlpools, dust devils, tornadoes. You know, this technology really is responsible for all this. This is where your Fibonacci spiral comes from. So yeah, this spiraling vortex, you know, they could be getting hit from below by a spiraling vortex of energy. And it's, you know, to an aircraft, it's going to make it unstable. And the same for shipping on, you know, ships on the sea. If one of these things starts up below a ship, it's going to toss and turn the ship all over the place because it's causing motion in the seas, which will be elaborated on a bit further in the next video.
Now, what does the Mayans have to do with this research? Explain a little bit, FPV or one?
You want to go for that one, or do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Right. Well, the Mayans, you know, this is probably what confuses a lot of people when they look at our research, because our early work, we were all over the place researching, because we have to see how all the different cultures, beliefs, and what they portrayed was factored into this world model we're working with. So when I looked at the Mayans, their view of the underworld is it's got 6 houses and 9 rooms. Now again, that number 6, like as mentioned before, that 6-tier pyramid. So there's 2 references to a 6-tier pyramid below. Now, so, you know, 6 rooms, 9 houses. So it means there's a 6-tier pyramid and there's 9 rooms within that pyramid. And these would be, you know, the various, what they would call the house of the sun or the house of the moon. You know, the different luminaries got different houses. Some of them obviously share a house. So that's when I started looking at the Mayan culture and their beliefs. And it'd be the same with those people. You know, the Spanish tore into them when they went over there and destroyed a lot of their codexes and things. But it's, you know, a lot still exists and can be decoded. So the same with that culture. They've now forgot what their history was and their beliefs, and they've been given the Bible or, you know, whatever modern book they've been given to believe in, and it's not telling them the same story as I mentioned earlier. You know, written words do not portray what those glyphs are portraying. No, not even close. So that was the main connection for me. You know, they were telling the same story. That's what I was saying. You know, our older research, we had to look at all kinds of things and factor in all these different subjects into this model. You know, you can't say we haven't covered just about everything, because we have. And we've covered a great deal of subjects and topics related to the work in this as well. And that will get a lot of people lost. They're going to see bits and pieces they recognize, because, you know, when you're putting research out and presentations, it's down to the viewers' knowledge base and what they're interested in, really. Will they see the big picture or not? You know, because it is a really big picture to work with. And, you know, we're still putting this big picture together, but we've got massive pieces of the jigsaw now, when it's so clear for us to see. And you're going to find in our current presentations onwards how it relates to the world model, because now we can put things in the grid and show how it works. So,
I think that the research goes beyond that, more deep, very deep. It's just, it takes time, it takes hours to get to that point. I really believe that there's something very deep in this that it still has to be discovered.
yeah,
And that
we decode things just about every day. It's a case of prioritizing it, and what our interest is showing the people how this world works within this model. But like I said, we do decode a lot of other things that aren't, well, they are related, but we have to prioritize them and think, well, that can wait. You know, that relates to something else, but it does work with this, so it's not important for now. So yeah, it's a case of prioritizing the content that we output, really, because we're trying to put all this out. You know, we could go on for hours about things we decode, and people will get bored or they get lost of it, because, you know, the attention span and all that, people haven't got a good attention span. So we try and, you know, just because of that, we try and keep our videos below 1 or 2 hours, depending what we're presenting, really.
Yeah. People do lose attention span on it. Those long 4 and 5 hour videos are hard to keep going with it, you know. We want people to watch them, the whole thing, and pay attention.
Now, a thought just came in my mind. Now, the meteoroids, does that have something to do with what's happening to underneath? Or no? Or is it lies? Of course, baby.
Well, the meteors, the meteor showers come from a specific constellation, and they repeat every year. You know, so that tells me that there's definitely, well, I mean, there's definitely a connection from the below to the above, as above, so below. But
Right.
when you have a great deal of electrostatic buildup, it has to release when it's full, you know. So this is the filling of that and elements kind of raining down on Earth. And it happens at the same time every year. So that tells me that it's just another one of the time systems. You know, it has to happen. It happens repeatedly every year, same time every year, same constellations. You know, scientists know this stuff like clockwork. We know exactly when it's going to happen and exactly where it's going to happen.
Yeah. I don't. Go ahead.
It's the same with the the sun and moon. They can tell they can give you 100 years in advance where it's going to be. If that's not predictable, I don't know what is.
And eclipses. I mean, now that we're talking about sun and moon, the eclipses, they're totally predictable. They can tell you, like you said, 100, 150 years in advance. You know, the Antikytherian mechanism can tell you exactly when those are going to happen. And there's more than they actually tell us about.
Yeah, lots more. Yeah, partial eclipses hidden. Yeah, Antikytherian mechanisms is a brilliant device. A kid could crank that computer and predict every lunar eclipse for the next 100 years with great with precision, great accuracy.
Yeah, and we found some hidden ones when they shut down that. Yeah, the sun, when they shut down that sun observatory. Remember that FPV a year ago maybe?
Yeah.
We went and had Jimbo look it up on the mechanism, and sure enough, it was set for an eclipse. And they closed the observatory down. You know, and mainstream tried to put it off like aliens, but no, they were hiding this eclipse. They didn't want people to see it and film it, know it was there, because it wasn't one of the ones that they said would happen.
Yeah, it shouldn't. It's an eclipse that shouldn't happen on a globe. That's why they tried to hide it. It debunks the heliocentric model, so they have to hide certain events going on in the sky, or write them off as something else.
Just like covering it with chemtrails.
Yeah.
Can that be another reason why they're doing this? I know I heard someone saying that the chemtrails, I don't know who it was, maybe it was I forgot her name. Michelle. She said something about, or someone said something about, when they do the chemtrails, spiritual things come out. I don't know if it has something to do with what you guys are researching. I don't know, but all I know is that they are hiding something in the sky, because one day it's fine and then sudden, clouds come in and it rains for a little bit like today. But, something weird is going on. I can feel it, They said that people can feel it. We just don't know what it is. So just explain a little bit. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, it's okay. You could tell me.
I'll let you on.
Okay, that's your place one.
I'm sorry, my husband was talking to me. Can you repeat that?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
FPV, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
To repeat what I just said.
Now you. I forgot what you asked me. I don't
We
think
gotta
about
go
chemtrails
backtrack.
and yeah,
Yes,
start the question again.
chemtrails. Okay, the chemtrails, and they're hiding something, and they're covering it with the chemtrails, right?
Well, as you
Am
know,
I
you
am
got
I
to
wrong that there's something there with the chemtrails, or is it?
Okay.
well, you've got to look at their options. You know, if they can't shut somewhere down, which was what they did with that observatory to stop them seeing that eclipse, or if they can't fob it off, or or any
Mhm.
other means, then all they've got left is chemtrail in the sky to try and hide events, and that's what we're seeing with the sun. But we know chemtrails has got multiple layers to that alone. It's not just for hiding what's going on in the sky. There's harm coming raining down upon us as well, and as mentioned recently, it's also obscuring vision over distance.
Mhm.
Well, a lot of people's looking into flat Earth, and they're going to be putting their zoom cameras on, and they're not seeing things that they should be anymore. So it's kind of playing havoc with looking at distance using optics by design, I would say. You're looking at layers of aluminium floating down, so it's going to seriously limit the range you can see.
Yes. And but if they're thin and wispy, they do help illuminate these halos. But they make them thicker, and you can't see anything.
Yeah.
That's what I
Is
found when I was watching the skies.
That's the most obvious one, isn't it? It's they always try and do it with the sun because it keeps showing its nodes and halos.
Right, and like we've talked about before, they're still trying to map this stuff also.
Yes, yeah, I believe that as well. Yeah. They release a bit of barium into the atmosphere. And as we've mentioned before, barium illuminates a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole. So that can be used for mapping. And that could be the substance that's causing us to see the sun's halo and other events going on that we shouldn't be seeing.
which, in
Like
other
the,
words,
you know,
like
like the
another.
like the inverted rainbows,
I'm sorry.
Sandra one, other people have captured them, the inverted rainbows that people are seeing. What you're seeing there is magnetic data showing in the visible spectrum. So it's showing we are surrounded by magnetic data, basically. And we've shown that before with series overlays, where he overlays various magnetic layers over the map and how it actually relates to luminaries. So yeah, it is revealing things we were never intended to see. But well, I wouldn't go as far as saying never intended, because the message from the start was, to me, this is your world, this is how it works, look after it. That's what the Nazca lines tell me. They're the blueprints to the realm, and they've been laid bare on the desert in Nazca, Peru, for all to see and decode. The only thing is they're not telling you what they really mean. We are.
This
Yeah.
is this is why they're hiding Nazca lines. This is why they don't want the people of Peru to know the truth,
Yes, because that's
right?
that's a very important site. You look at the scale of them when you're line tracing them. I mean, you've seen the overlays we've used before on the world map, and it matches places perfectly, and places we can see are these energy hotspots. So yeah, we've done a lot of overlays using the Nazca lines, and we still will. We don't need to use them a lot, but yeah, that's what you'll find is when mainstream show you the Nazca lines, they'll show you a few nice geoglyphs and a few lines and a few other things. But they're not showing you the real big picture. You're only going to see that in our research. And you look at the one that's got the Nazca lines in, you'll see some of my line tracings where I'm up to currently, and how many there really is. And even then, I've still not covered them all. There's loads to find yet. It is a huge scale of blueprints. And I believe they decoded these in the 1800s, and from the 1800s onwards, our research revealed Nikola Tesla was working on particle accelerators. This is in the 1800s, mind, so people think particle accelerators are a new thing. Think again. Tesla was working on one in the 1800s, but we can see where it all originates from, and it's from the realm. This is how the realm works, using accelerators.
Mm.
So yeah,
I know.
it's very important.
Yeah, but the thing is that the halos are coming out often more and more and more. You can see them. And that's not just in the United States, around the country. I mean, the whole world basically. That you see all these halos and people don't notice them why they're there. Now, if I didn't know nothing about your research of the halos, honestly, I would tell you guys are crazy. But I see it, so I can't say that. But you know,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
what I'm trying to say is that there's been halos for a long time. Just people didn't see it until now. Um, even I really believe that even the Peru people and the Mayans, they know about the halos. They knew about it.
yes, yeah, they did.
So I mean, there is so much
You know,
connection.
even Enoch called them chariots.
Yeah. And all ancients have
Hmm.
it. If you look at all the old pictures and, depictions in ancient religions, they all had the halos. They were just shown differently, different,
Hmm.
areas of the world depict them different.
And it's like Enoch said, he was shown the moon's hidden path. Well, how can you see a moon's hidden path? Obviously, all those halos in the sky were lit up and he could see it clearly. Yeah, Enoch was clearly given the tour and shown it all working. One Conscience done a fantastic voiceover actually using Enoch, and you're going to find what Enoch's talking about, when we overlay one's voice talking what Enoch's saying with the Nazca Mandala and our grid, you can see they're both talking about the exact same thing.
Hmm.
So, again, more correlation,
It's
more proofs, more
well,
correlation.
it's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting that you and one have been so far. I mean, together on this research for so long. You come this far, and I know there's more to research. And like I said, you guys do a lot of hours and days into this, a lot of researching, which
I'll
I'm
just,
thankful because you guys are bringing information that we need to know.
yeah, oh, there's more to come yet, believe me. I'll just reply to, hello, Trouble Abouts in chat. So I'll just reply to something she said in chat. She says, I don't think the ancients had religion if they knew the mechanics of the earth. They would have no reason for the kind of religion we have today. And yes, you are
True.
100% correct.
Yeah. True.
Religion's being created to hide how the world really works.
Yeah.
That's exactly,
Yeah.
that's what we were describing at the beginning. They've taken all the glyphs and converted it into scripture and told you will believe this now. And it's not telling you the same story anymore.
Yeah. And
It
gave
never
them
was.
all names,
Yeah,
called them people.
Scripture, if you decode it correctly, scripture is full of science and knowledge. You have to decode it. It's been coded and hidden, but it is still there. But it's about science and knowledge, not worship and religion. It's nothing to do with any of those. It never was.
We got to remember ourselves that religion comes from higher up. No offense, but Catholic. This is where they brought the name religion into. In those old days, they brought it into religion, the name religion. But yeah, I agree with Trouble and UFPVM1.
Yeah. Now it's about mass control. We believe what they say. We believe there's this God that's going to, put us in hell because we don't follow the rules. It's all control.
Yeah. But again, they're
Uh,
hiding the truth from us.
well, the good thing about it is, our research has revealed the creator, which I didn't expect to find. When I came to Flat Earth and looking into this research, I come with an open mind. I've never questioned a creator or what people call a god before. I've never, to me, nothing like that existed. I was just your average glober, I suppose. But when you start finding this, you can see the construct that's been hidden. And, this is the construct and the glory, which is mentioned. I'm still learning scriptures. I've never read them before, but once I suppose the good thing with this is I found the construct before I understood scriptures, and now I look at scriptures and all these other things, I can see what it actually relates to. You know, you put the construct back in place, and your geopetro, hieroglyphs, sacred geometry, scriptures, Enoch, everything falls back into its original context. They're all talking about the construct. So that's the beauty of it, you know. It shows the construct. Everyone's talking about the construct, not religion. We're all talking about how the world works.
I'm pretty sure that through the Bible, they speak the same thing, parables, in each person that's spoken in the Bible. So today, our time, it's the same thing, but we're just finding out who our creator really is, who he is really, or she. But
Yeah, you know, I don't think God's the right name for the creator. To me, it's because it is a creation, a technological construct. It does reveal a creator on a grand scale. You know, we're not talking human scale here. We're talking very huge scale. It's a very large construct we live in. So yeah, you know, it tells me there's a very large creator out there. Now, why was it constructed, and what for? You could question that forever, but yeah, it is a technological construct on a grand scale.
True. Now, I was gonna ask one. I know James was mentioning what you just said at PV. In other words, the Titans. How did that got there? You know, these mechanical beneath us that is working beneath us. Oh my God! And it has a lot to do with it. What James spoke about the Titans. Do you think so?
I don't think they were the same thing. They're not the same thing as the mechanisms and the technology. The Titans were the giants.
Okay.
So I think,
although they probably did have a hand in constructing it.
Yeah.
They had to, you know, it's such a big scale, I would say. And I think scripture mentions that, you know, people put to work and certain names appearing. They were probably giants and titans that were helping construct this. They had to be, you know, I mean, it could have been one person or, you know, one titan that done it. We don't know. We're guessing, you know, we would be guessing that. But all we can say is, yes, there's a construct and giants and titans existed. You'd have to look at Boston University or Jimbo's research. You'll see them everywhere. Even dragons. Dragons. Who would have thought dragons lived?
Several dragons that seem to be in the land. One is right there at the UN mountain, where the UN is. And then Rogers is in Africa. There's one in South America that I found. There's several.
And they're huge, aren't they? You know, we're not talking bird size, are we? We're talking hundreds of mile size.
Miles, right? Miles and miles.
Like that gives you an idea of the scale of our real world, doesn't it? You know, what we've got here is a strip of a map on something much larger, and it has to be much larger to accommodate giants and titans in the first place. So yeah, I don't think even the people that know how it works and are hiding it realize how big it is. How could you map it? It's too big.
Right. And speaking of Jimbo and his giants, he found that 1,500-mile shrimp. And his big question was, who's eating the shrimp? How big are they?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you know, you can go back to Roger's work, can't you? And he has to apply the same thing. What were these beings eating? Where did they live? How did they all fit on a globe? You can't play hide and seek on a globe if you're a titan, can you?
And that can also give people
they plant.
It can give people an idea, though, of how big our realm could be. You know what I mean? It's huge. It's more than we ever could know. What'd you say, FPV? Like 10,000 more miles north.
Oh, well, looking at remember the Nazca Mandala and the figures it came with.
Yeah.
Now they tried to say the distance to the sun is what 94 million miles, somewhere around there.
Mhm.
But when I looked at the Nazca Mandala and the way it was wording it, it looks to me like it was the cubed dimensions of a Merkaba. This figure that they quote as the distance to the sun, this 90x million miles, to me now is the cube dimensions of a Merkaba. And that would give us an idea roughly of what the realm might be. You know, in other words, 95 or thereabouts million square miles. So, you know, that's not the 24,000 miles they quote, is it? And even then, you know, what's beyond there? Who knows?
True. Well, so much things that you guys came out researching. I mean, things that I didn't know. I'm pretty sure others didn't know.
Yeah, it's a lot
So
of topics and subjects. It really is. But we do have to look at everything, you know, no stone unturned and all that.
yeah. One or a PB, do you guys have anything else to say? I mean, so far that a little bit of what you guys talked before on the other hangouts.
Well, the important thing, I think, Gats, was when we straightened out the map. You remember that one when we straightened out the Aurora Borealis and the Ring of Fire, as they called it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We straightened it out to show how it really works on a flat map. And that's when Jimbo got on board, because he looked at it and he understood it straight away, and he could realise straight away we're looking at technology. You know, as soon as he saw it, he says, I know what it is, you know, and Jimbo, he will elaborate on it further. He can explain parts of it we can't. You know, he can give it the terminology it needs, whereas, you know, we'd have to learn more ways to describe it. That's the problem with this. It's such a big thing to describe. It's not the easiest thing to explain. So, because it is a big picture, and putting it all together into one model to show everyone, you know, how it all works, it's not really an easy task. But you're going to see more and more correlations now in our vids, because we're getting to a point where, yes, we can see everything works. We know where it all goes, and, you know, you're going to see more of it in the next video, some new overlays in the next video that are going to blow your mind.
Yeah. Now, what does Telsa's files have to do with your research?
That's when I looked at Tesla, because, you know, it surprised me when I looked into the FBI Freedom of Information release on Tesla. I've looked at it before, but never took a lot of great notice until I started doing this research. And when you look at it, you realize this guy's working with a particle accelerator, and he was offering them for sale to UK for defence of Great Britain in World War II or thereabouts. So I thought, wow, you know, I didn't realize we had that kind of technology back then.
Yeah.
And really we didn't, you know, because obviously it's been copied and scaled down for human use, isn't it? You know, what we're looking at is the creator's technologies being scaled down by man for human use. But, you know, they're not telling us where it's coming from, and we are being charged for it.
So Telsa knew.
Sorry, say again.
So it ties up with that too, then.
Tesla, I'm not sure. I don't think Tesla knew. I'd say what they've done with Tesla was they probably give him the equipment and says, look, such and such invented this, but he can't make it work right. Can you have a look at it? Because, you know, this is what they will do. They're going to approach the best minds in the world, which at the time was Tesla and Walter Russell, from what I can see. So they approached Tesla, you know, like Edison did, you know, when he was it was Edison, when Tesla worked for him, and then he ripped him off, didn't pay him after he, you know, converted it DC to AC electric. So yeah, you know, Tesla was trying to help them, and they were just ripping him off and fobbing him off, and, you know, the poor guy died poor. He should have been a billionaire, you know, because he did create inventions from what he learned in working with this technology. But yeah, I think he was duped. You know, he's like a fall guy. Once they die, they can modify any paperwork in his safe and add more things to it, which I think has been done. So they can say, you know, no, Tesla invented this, and this is where we got the idea from. No, but where did Tesla get it from? You know, it's a back and two, and they're not. You're not going to find that in paperwork. But I think that's what they would do. They would give Tesla bits of things to look at, so he figured it out for them how it works. And then, you know, now they've got it, they don't need him anymore. So the poor guy was, you know, he died poor, didn't he? But on the other hand, you look at Walter Russell's work, and if you want to understand how this world works, I would recommend 100% Walter Russell. And for a good explanation of the luminaries and a great deal more, you've got to look at Santos Panacci. So Walter Russell,
Yeah.
Santos Panacci, and look into our research, and you will realize how this world really works.
Hmm.
That's the only easiest way of putting it. You've got to understand Walter Russell's work to understand how this world works and scale it up to a bigger scale.
Yeah. And you, Juan, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, he said that perfectly. Walter
He said it
Russell.
for.
I'm still trying to wrap my head completely around Walter Russell. So, I mean, I get what FPV's talked about so far. I really need to go and read more upon him. He's brilliant.
Well, FPV spoke for both of us. I'm just, you know,
Only
I
because
won.
Articulated.
it's only because I can look at people's work and decode it into how the realm works. That's all I'm doing, really. I looked at Walter Russell's work and thought, how does that work on the map and grid? Let's have a look at that. And then, we know we've got epicycle motions, and then you've got these waves going across, and it doesn't take long for it all to fall into place to see, well, these people have worked. Same with Walter Russell. I don't think he was one of the globalists either, because he worked out himself how it worked. I've seen all his work, and it doesn't tell me that he's working for anyone else but himself. He's an inventor. He's a clever guy, and he worked it all out, and he was making his own models and inventions from it. So, and he couldn't. What I will disagree with, he was trying to pinpoint it down to nature. This is how nature works, but that's when I realized this guy isn't. He's not one of the globalists. He's telling the truth. He's worked it down to this point, and he couldn't take it further. He couldn't say, yes, there's a creator, because he can't see any technologies. It's all been hidden, see. But what he did work out was how it worked, and wave energy and things like this. This is exactly what his work was based on. And when I looked at it, I thought, wow, this overlays perfectly into APM. I could see what he was trying to portray, so I portrayed it into our model, and it made a lot more sense, didn't it, Juan?
Yes, absolutely.
It's given us answers that we hadn't even thought of questions for before. Really, you're going to see that in the next video.
Right, that's what I was about to say. I was like, you went into it a bit in the last video, but the next one is going to be even more.
Yeah. So yeah, Walter Russell. I'm not saying you have to understand his work, but if you look at it and look at APM, you will see how his work actually overlays into the real world model. It just needs scaled up bigger. That's all. To fit the creator size model.
Yeah. It's just how far you guys come. I just, I haven't been here too much, but you guys come so far. This is why I did the live hangout, because I wanted to find out where you guys been up to, what kind of research you're at, basically. I mean, other info I can get from you guys and others that are watching and hearing.
Yeah.
So,
Don't ever be afraid to ask questions. Anyone in chat or watching our videos, don't ever be afraid to ask questions, because everyone's forgot how it works. That's what we realize. Everyone around the world has forgot how it all works. We knew at some point in time. We definitely knew, because we can see it in all the glyphs. So yeah, never be afraid to ask questions. we might not have the answers, but if you give us a question, someone could ask us a question. That's going to lead to some more research needing done, and then we're going to find some more. We're going to solve more problems. Find more answers. That's how it works. People ask questions, and that's a good question. We better look at that, and lo and behold, it usually fits into the grid or map somewhere.
I know the Aztecas, or I think it's the Aztecas or Mayans, the calendar. If we really look at it and look at what the research you guys have done so far, it connects to the bottom world, the underneath world, because even though it's a calendar, but if we really look at the design, because I have one here, it looks just like it's the wheel, okay, and you have all these numbers. But if we really look at it, FPV, it has. I feel it has something to do with your research. In other words, like I
Oh,
said, they know
100%, yeah,
something. They
100%.
knew
Because
something.
as soon
Yeah.
as you look at as soon as you look at that wheel, they've got, you know, the depictions and the different circles around it, and they've also got the grid part in the center as well. So yeah, it's the same depiction. You know, it's not just a calendar. It's the 12 gates as well. The 12 gates, the calendar, it's
Mhm.
everything all in one.
Mhm.
It really is. And as Jason's covered before as well, you know, it's not just based on one. You know, they had separate calendars and events for like Venus. So you know, Mars. There must have been others for Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and all the rest. You know, so they obviously had different stones for different, you know, luminaries. So what it's telling you is that they all knew exactly how it worked, and they were using it to teach others. They were using it as a teaching
Mhm.
tool. Yeah, you know, they weren't as primitive as mainstream's telling us. Nowhere near. We're more primitive
Even
today.
though that they gave us, even though FPV that they gave us heads up, this is about the underworld. Because I remember that a lot of Native Americans always talked about the underworld, always. And the thing is
Yeah,
that, you know, the Mayans, the calendar of theirs, or the Aztecas, I can't remember at this moment, but the calendar shows exactly how it's doing the underworld. They knew, and they're giving us heads up. And you guys, okay, you and Len, and others that are involved, are finding all this out in this time, in this moment,
yeah,
just
yeah.
like they had it.
Well, that's what I
So
did catch. You know,
it's
when it
very
came to flat
interesting
Earth.
to find all this.
When we came to flat Earth, I thought I'm gonna have to throw everything away. I thought I knew, and go and look at what the ancients are teaching, because what they're teaching us today is absolute garbage. You know, they're teaching us nonsense. So you know, it wasn't a big problem for me to think, right, I'll chuck out everything away I think I knew and start again and look what the ancients were telling us and what they were being taught. And that's when you find the truths and the answers. They were telling the truth.
Hmm.
They were showing you in their depictions how the world really works.
Because I know when they used to have the powwows, they used to, okay, they used to do the peace, the smoke the peace or peace smoke, whatever. But they went into this underworld. Their spirit did. So that's what I'm saying. They knew more than what we know right now. Still, they knew so much, and
Yeah.
they
Oh,
tried to leave us for us to know, but we never did. Right? I mean, that's how
well,
I
look,
feel.
they say the sun comes from and returns to the ground. The Emerald Tablets tells you the same. The sun comes from and returns to the ground. And one of our videos, I showed you footage from their own camera where the sun came from the ground. There's no question in our minds that was at the East Gates. We're going to prove that in the next video, exactly where that station is. I've got proof already where it is, so you're going to see that in the next video. But yeah, you are seeing luminaries coming from and returning to the ground. That's exactly how it works. Now,
Just like that video.
what you're looking at really is the projection. It goes up, it goes across the realm, it comes down in the west and shuts down. Then it makes its way back, which is these lights in the sky that they call satellites and the ISS and such. No, they're not. They were luminaries in the recharge mode, going back to the East Gates to start again. That's where our
Hmm.
research plays now.
Like
So yeah,
China said, so much info.
yeah, it's overwhelming. We forget
Yeah.
how it shocks you, this information, because we're used to working with it now. But when people come across it, it is seriously a shock to the system. I'll be the first to admit that. It shocks me. I've sat there and
Hmm.
pondered it and scratched my head and thought, am I really finding this kind of information out? Is this real? It does. It becomes surreal at times. You think,
Yeah.
no way can I know how this works, but we can't see it working any other way. And one's going to agree. give me goosebumps for weeks. It probably still does at times. But yeah, it's surprising and shocking and very revealing.
I think one feels the same way, right? One.
Yes, I do. Sometimes
I
it still gets me.
I trouted one last week.
Yeah, he did. I thought I was untroutable.
If people thought, people see us as slapping each other with trout, it's just a fun thing that we created. When we find something out new, we clout each other with trout and say, "Hey, look what I learned today!" Whack, and you tell them what you learned today. So that's what the trout thing is. We're trouting each other and saying, "Hey, look what I found." It's just a fun thing in our group.
I know. Going back to the videos of in the sky that China won, and who else? Shanna, and I don't know who else had. You put a video together.
Rose.
You want to, huh?
Rose.
Rose, yeah, rose tinted monocle.
Okay.
That was the one with the IS.
Oh, okay. I mean, do you want to share it, or it's up to you?
No.
Those videos.
We'll just do the reviews. Well, we can discuss it if you want, because what it was, we were showing how the decodings from the Egyptian 12 gates is actually talking about the sun's return path in the underworld going back to the east. And that's what that light in the sky they call the ISS is, saying that before. This is the sun in its shutdown mode. And this is, what Rose done the voiceover for it.
Okay,
And
why does the sun look so close in some days?
Hold on, Cats. The big surprise there was when I was looking into that, I found an image online because, remember Isis, Ra's mother. Now these depictions you're going to see everywhere. You've got Isis and Ra from Egyptian times. You've got Jesus and Mary from the Christian beliefs. And this keeps going on and on through different, cultures and beliefs. It's always the same story, just different names for the same events. And what it is, it's basically the scene where you see Mary or Isis breastfeeding a child. They call it solar rejuvenation. In other words, the sun's getting a recharge while it goes back to the east, and then it'll start again. It's as simple as that. When you work it out and decode it, that's what it's telling you. Cool stuff.
Yeah, it is. Then why is some days, like I'd say like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, the sun looked so near. I mean, like if you could touch it and it was bright. Why is that? I mean, this is like the third time I've seen that.
Currently, at your location in the world, the sun is probably right overhead. That's probably why it looks closer. When you look at the...
I mean, I'm sorry, not the sun, the moon. The moon, I'm sorry, the moon, not the
moon's
sun.
doing the same. It's just moving up and down the gates. The moon changes gates roughly daily by the look of it. Every day it's changing gates. The 12 gates. The sun changes gates every 30 days, and over the course of the year, that's what creates the seasons. Now the moon's a different story. The moon is up and down those gates rapidly every day. Every day it's changing from gate to gate. So you will see it close at times, and then you'll see it in the distance the week later, and you think, wow, how did it get all the way over there? It's just because of its path that it has to follow through the gates. So yeah,
I see.
So some are moving up and down the gates quicker than others. You'll notice that more. You're going to see overhead, and then you're going to see it in the distance, like where you see the sun in winter, and you think, how did it get all over there in the course of a week? But this is how it works. It's got a different sequence to the sun.
It also rises 49 minutes later or earlier every day. That's how it moves so fast. That's how it goes ahead of the sun and behind it.
Going east to west, the sun is traveling faster than it, but it's moving up and down the gates, so we're going to see it moving north and south rapidly over the course of a month. You're going to see it move up and down quite a few times. That's why, people look at it and think, well, it's in the wrong place. No, it's just changed gates overnight. Now it's over there. There's a few
Is
people
that
said that to us. The moon's in the wrong place. No, it's not. It's exactly where it needs to be because it's changed gate and now it's over there.
so? In other words, if it goes wrap really quick, is that why the days are coming faster, or is it, or what? Explain a little bit. Does it have something to do with that, or what?
How do you mean the
Because
days are coming faster?
well, because see, like right now, okay, the time changes, which mankind wants it that way. But the more you see the days go fast, like you said, when the sun is the opposite, or what you said earlier. Oh God, I'm lost here now. You're gonna have to explain again for me, get my thoughts back on what you just said,
on
because
the sun and moon changing gates.
yeah.
Hold on.
So when
Hold,
it's changing
hold on,
the
man. What
gates,
I'll do is, hold on, I'll put the seasons video on, and then you can see, at least you can see the sun doing it, and it'll help me explain what the moon's doing as well. So hold on, I'll just screen share. Do you want to present me cats and I'll screen share this?
oh, I thought I already did. Hold on. Let me see if I.
That's it. Yeah, I'm presenting. Don't worry. Can you see that? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right. Watch on the right side of the map, and you will see the sun coming from one of the gates. That's it there. That's now the northern summer, or just about the northern summer anyway. The 30 days after this one, it will switch to the equinox, and then it'll start moving back down the gates. So you can see that green light on the top right where the gate is. That's the current gate in use. Now the moon, don't forget this takes 30 days, so it'll use that gate for 30 days, and then it'll change to another gate for 30 days. Like there, now it's moved to the front gate, and it'll now do the same from there for 30 days. But the moon is changing gates up and down those gates every day.
But that's what I'm trying to
explain. Go on.
That's what I'm trying to figure it out. The way you're speaking, it goes in one gate. It's like, in other words, it's like the day's going fast and night's going fast too. As it enters one gate and comes out to the other side, it's like changing so fast. For me, it's changing too fast. Now I feel maybe I'm wrong. That has to do something what you're talking about.
It's nothing's changed. It's doing exactly what it's designed to do. It's running perfect. This is exactly what it's, what you're looking at there on the bottom left in green text is the creation calendar. And I sync that with this gate sequence that are created from the east to the west. So it matches every 30 days, it'll move up and down the gates. Like I said, the moon changes them gates daily. So that's why people are seeing it far north, and then a week later you might see it down in the south somewhere, and you think, how did it get all the way over there? But it makes sense because it's changing gates daily. It's showing you, although they're all working together and doing stuff, they've all got their own role to play. And the moon's role is a lot busier than the sun's because it's up and down those gates really rapid. But nothing's changing. This is how it works and how it will probably always work and how it always has worked. So yeah, it's functioning. It's functioning as by design, as it was designed to work.
Yeah. Is that why they're trying to confuse us in so many ways?
Yeah. We don't have to. Well, look at our calendar. We see New Year's in January the 1st, when in reality, it's March. Our New Year's actually in March because that's when it switches to the equinox. So the Romans, I think Romans that changed our calendar to, well, literally what they're going to do is hide the fact it's a construct and predictable and repeatable, and it's never going to change. That's what we're trying to hide, but you can't. You start looking at all this data and putting it together like I did these seasons, it works absolutely perfect. So yeah, it is a construct.
Yeah.
All the data is showing us it is a construct. We can't hide it. We cannot deny this is the Creator's glory we're looking at. And like I said, I came to this without having any beliefs in a creator or whatever you want to call the creator. But now I can't deny it. I can see it. It's a
Yeah.
construct, 100% a construct.
Wow. So much info that we should really research what you're saying as well. I mean, I know that soon you'll be giving out another video, UN1, which, I mean, I hope everybody goes see it, whatever you're gonna do, update or UN1. But it's very interesting. For me, it is.
It is, isn't it? There's so many things you can talk about. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and everything connects. Like what we were talking before, the Mayans, the Aztecas, the Peru, the Nazca lines. I mean, everything connects in one.
Yeah.
Like you said, the underworld, it all connects.
Like I said at the start, Kat, so we're not here to push maps and models, but because of what we found
Exactly.
out, because of what we found out and researched and able to show in this model, it warrants far much, it warrants further investigation. And of course,
Yeah.
for people that want the full exploration, which we agree with, you can't prove anything about exploring it and finding it, but we can show them where, the places of interest to look. And our recommendations are always going to be the East Gate because they're the closest. You want to see where the
Yeah.
sun, you want to see where the lights are really coming from. Most of the East Gates
Okay.
cannot be hidden.
Okay.
Cool stuff, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah. Wow.
We
So
can't
much.
give this the words it really needs. Like a master like Santos Bonacci could give it, but we have to put it across.
Yeah.
We still have to put it across in layman's terms so anyone can understand it. And it's not, it's not really hard to understand. It is easy to explain. It helps when we do the videos and depictions. It keeps us up to date and refreshed because you do learn that much. You start forgetting some of the older stuff. But because we've got it now in video form, we can jump back to it for a refresher anytime we want because it's a lot to take on board, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And you have a lot of videos, so does one, or even on this channel, where they can always go back and look at the beginning of the research, and you guys come so far. So,
Yeah.
I recommend everybody to go start there to understand where you're coming from and what you're
Yeah.
talking about. UN1.
That's it. We've always been transparent and put our research out there so that people can see where we get our conclusions from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It encompasses everything that we've looked at adequately, easily, and still more to come.
Yeah. Well, do you have anything else to say, One? You're quiet.
I think we covered most of it. We could talk about the fallen angels for a second.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that was another one I was going to ask you about. Yeah. Go for it, One.
Well, FPV decoded it to be angels that had flaws. So they were locked away, for whatever. And so I went and searched them and tried to place them. And amazingly enough, I was able to. And now they're all mines and power plants. So that kind of tells us that they're mining down, maybe to try to see, to figure out how this technology works, possibly. Or they already did. But it was crazy because they're all mines now. Stuff.
Yeah.
That's where we can get into grid accuracy one, isn't it? You look at the grid accuracy we've got now over this map, we would put it in the high 90s, 95% grid accuracy now, easy. Because it aligns, like the Kola borehole, it aligns on top of one of our angel spots. the German continental deep drilling program right on top of one of our angel spots again. And then you've got all these other areas in the world that we haven't even discussed yet on the grid to look at. You know, some of them are going to be political, so we don't really go there a lot, but you can look exactly on the map where they are and see where they are for yourself. You know, they're there on the map. Take a good look at that grid and the accuracy bit, because it's going to surprise you.
Is this why they don't want us to go on off the grid?
Well, to keep you on the grid, you know, they've got a customer. It's all about customers, isn't it? It's privatized, monetized, and hidden. So yeah, it's all about keeping control and charging you money.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. Paying for free energy. We're the only species on the whole world that's dumb enough to pay to live here.
Yeah.
Emerald said, "Is CERN the pit of the fallen angels?"
No.
No, CERN's either an original that's been refurbished or it's a copy. You know, they had, and if you look in the Tesla files again, you know, they're saying Tesla was selling accelerators. When you look at CERN, that is not something Tesla could possibly build. So where did it come from?
Yep, they're all over the world. When I placed them, they're everywhere. I will say there's a lot in Europe. You know, I'm not sure.
You can go to the, you know, the reasons why they're hiding all this, because they're stealing it.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. You know, they've claimed it for themselves.
Of course, they're brainwashing us.
Well, look at it this way. You know, they are not spending all this money on space cartoons, are they? So where's the money really going? It's going into reverse engineering and doing things down below. Where else would it be going?
I agree.
It's not being spent on space cartoons, is it?
Nope, they're going down. And I mean, NASA even kind of gave that away because they said they were going underground. They wanted to study volcanoes and they wanted to study underground. And why the hell is NASA going underground? You know?
Yeah, why do they want to play with Yellowstone, and why have they got a base on top of the Hawaiian volcano? Actually, sell that, people. They know how it works.
Yep.
Wow. There's so much that they're hiding from us still. I mean, so much.
I'll just tell Emerald Rider in chat, because he's asked, is it the pit of the fallen angels? Well, you know, like one just said, fallen angels just malfunctioning technology. It's failed for a reason. So fallen means failed. In other words, it's fell. It doesn't work anymore. It's gone wrong. So it's been scrapped or put aside to look at sometime in the future.
Which I could think that technology is going to fall.
It seems to be doing quite well for the length of time it's been running.
Yeah, but for how long, FPV?
Well,
Come on.
yeah,
I think
there's another option. You know, is NASA's real role the care, maintenance, and upgrading of this technology? Well, you know, you seriously got to consider that. Are they doing a good thing or a bad thing? We can't say because we're not down there watching what they're doing. But hiding it is a bad thing. Why hide it? The world should know about this, and everyone's got the right to go and see it. But you know, is that what their real role is? Care, maintenance, and tech, and you know, all that kind of work? We don't know. So we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, we know they're lying, so that's a bad thing. Big deceptions don't work. It's not fair on humanity.
Yeah.
And you know, you can go down the political route then, cats. All the bad politics in the world relate to hiding this. Because what you're going to realize is all roads lead to hiding the construct and all that implies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true.
Everyone says all roads lead to Rome. No, all roads lead to hiding the construct. That's their top priority. Because that's what's keeping them in power.
True. Very true. it all comes together. Politics, you name it, the whole works. It all connects. They know more than what we know.
I did
And
I did do a CERN decoding in one of our videos. Anyone that's interested in CERN should go and watch that, and you will see what they're portraying in that CERN ceremony relates to the technologies we're discussing in our research. It's the same thing.
yeah. Okay. This is a question for you. Excuse me. The rainbows. What does it connect with it then? Why is there a rainbow? They say because the rain, but it has to form a rainbow from somewhere underneath. Is it a sign that they're doing underneath with these colors, or what? I mean, now I'm questioning about the rainbow.
Hmm.
It's one side to the other side.
That is a good question, but the halos make rainbow colors as well. And sometimes we see them in the form of a rainbow just across the top. Sometimes we just see a little piece of the side. Sometimes we see the full circle and it shows the full spectrum of light of the rainbow. I mean, I don't know, FPV?
Yeah, I would say the rainbow, because I don't think it's a physical structure. I think it's another. I would call it a harmonic of something below. With like the sun, you could class the sun as a harmonic of something that's physical down below. And rainbows we have to take into the same kind of account. We're seeing the same colours we see with the magnetic data, but a lot clearer and sharper. And I think you're only seeing half of it, because below the ground that will create a full circle. So it's a harmonic, I think, because it's obviously not something you're going to crash into in a plane or something. So it's a harmonic of something down below that's magnetic related. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, because that was a quick thought right now. That's why I asked that question.
While
Because
we're on rainbows, we also noticed, we haven't done a big extensive bit of research on it, but when people were seeing them in our group, we were saying, well, what's the alignment? And we were finding they were mainly north to south alignments, which actually matches magnetic data that Ceres has got. A lot of the alignments we could see on his magnetic data were always north to south, and this is probably data that we're seeing and called rainbows.
Shanna says, I can see the rainbow with my water hose.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I've
So,
seen that. Yeah. But we haven't, who's got the big water hose in the sky? Because we see the big ones on the, you see double ones as well, don't you? So I think the harmonics I still think the harmonics of something physical down below, because you are going to get harmonics off this technology.
Okay. Explain to me what you know about Noah's Ark, because the rainbow has something to do with Noah's Ark, okay, which is the promise that our Creator gave us. So, what does it have to do with your research?
Well, first in our research, you have to decode what Noah is. Is Noah a person? No, probably not. Noah is probably another technology or what we call an angel. So Noah's Ark, in that case, could be an ark across the sky. It might be nothing to do with a boat. Now that boat that they found, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we, one about Noah's Ark?
Yes, actually we were.
do you want to elaborate? Yeah, we were. Me and Mum were talking about it earlier. I'll let you elaborate on that one.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Well,
That's strange. I didn't know that.
What we talked about was the fact that the boat they found up there in the mountains of Turkey looks more like a structure, a building. It has, several floors. It has ladders that go up. Definitely not big enough to hold all the animals 2 by 2 like in the story. And when you read the book of Noah on sacred texts, it clearly says that Noah was born like the cherubim. It was born with eyes that glowed, that lit up the whole house. The description's crazy. That Noah's not a person, I don't think. It's a piece of technology.
Yeah, that's what we've got to be careful that we don't give these names humanification, if that's such a word. People are putting it as a character again, a human character. Then they're losing the real story and picture of what it's really telling you. To me, it's an angel technology that can project, or it's related to manipulating the luminaries or such. There's you got cherubims and seraphims, different types of models. We've talked about that in a couple of our videos. When you look at the scriptures 1 and 2 decodings, we did the differences between them and what it relates to in relation to sarcophagi from underneath Egypt. It was strange, it sounds a bit strange to word it like that, but if you watch that video, you'll understand what we mean. They're showing you, these technologies, although they're given sex, name, and character, it's still a machine, and the positive and negatives of it is helping describe how it works.
Yep. And in the book of Noah, it also states the waters came up at their feet. So, you got to take that how you want, but I take it when the great flood came, it says that the waters came from their feet. It came up from the ground.
Yeah, you can't take it literal. If you take this literal, you are not going to see the creator's glory or the construct. That's where people's getting lost. They took it literal, and we can't do that. That was never the intention.
Yeah. I suggest sacredtext.com and look up the book of Noah at Sacred Text and go read it for yourself. They describe him just like the cherubims are described. More like a machine.
Yeah, because when they're overlaying them in gold, it's straight away you're not talking a living being if it's being cast in gold. You're looking at technologies.
Yeah.
I agree.
Cast in gold and made very ornamental with jewels and things. You will find that in scriptures in Enoch. This is how they were built.
Yeah. Yep. And when you actually seek out to read about the cherubim and seraphim, they're all described like mechanics and stuff. They're not people. There's no way.
Yeah,
Swords of fire coming out of their eyes. No.
Ezekiel called them the living beings because I don't think they realized, they probably didn't have a word to describe what they're really looking at. When you read through Enoch and the scriptures, you can see they're really struggling to describe what they're looking at. So all they can do is give it the best shot, like Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel, hot coals, cherubim, seraphims. But when you start decoding it and factoring in, we're talking technologies here. It's quite easy to decode. There's just a lot of stuff to go through to because it is a big picture. It seems most luminaries will be covered, and we're looking at 144,000 or so. This is where that figure comes from. The 144,000 sealed. They're sealed down below.
Yep, and that's a lot. And that again tells me that our world is a lot bigger.
Yeah.
For 144,000 of them to fit.
And importantly, it's layered. Like going back to the mains, the 6 layers down below. We've got different layers and things going on.
Yep. And quakes tell us that too, because some are deeper, some are more shallow. Most of them are around the 10-kilometer mark, but we have them ranging between 10 kilometers and what science says, of course, is 700 kilometers. That's layers.
And when you look at the scale of that 6-tier pyramid on the grid, I would believe that. There's got to be things really deep down below.
Yep. And whatever's really deep down there is really powerful, because those deep quakes that go that deep come up to surface very, very large. I mean, that tells me that whatever's down there is massive. Just massive.
That's obviously why they've been put at greater depth, because it would cause more destruction being the surface, wouldn't it? So they had to be the ones at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. They had to be put deeper. Yep.
Yeah. And, obviously we're talking frequencies and things here. So, yeah, if they're harmful frequencies, they have to be put aside and deeper.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense, that's what we noticed in Flat Earth. There's no one talking about the underworld. They're all looking at lights in the sky. Everyone's looking up, and all the answers are actually down below us.
Oh,
And they're referenced everywhere. Every culture and scripture you read, you're going to see references to the underworld.
So to Emerald, why the states get hammered with twisters and stuff like that. Well, it's because of the geoengineering, the power plants. They release massive amounts of steam that add to these storms. They're doing this on purpose. You should go watch
oh wow.
Weather Wars 101. He explains it in great detail how it works.
We've also displayed before with the Nazca line overlays, there is a lot of technology below the Americas, top to bottom.
Yeah, that's why they wanted it. That's why they took it.
Yeah,
Killed everybody.
That's why they took it off the Native Americans. They took over it.
Yeah.
So, all wars and politics are basically land grabs for what's down below. As we're seeing with Venezuela, and we can see on the grid why.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so much info for me. It's like, oh, I better go and see all you guys' vids again. Because when we first started, we're all started talking about it. Now you guys are just like way up there with the research. It's like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to go back to understand this part. But I think we all have to, because I forgot a lot of it, honestly.
Yeah, and we are, like I said, we have. It's just because you're always taking new information on board. The older stuff starts getting stored in memory, and it gets a bit cloudy at times. But the good thing is we've got videos to reference. You can jump back, and it only takes a few seconds to remember where you were. So yeah, even though the old videos might put people off or they're too long, there's still very good information in there. We don't make bad videos. There's always good information that links to what we're talking about on this grid.
Yeah, because we will try to debunk ourselves.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
We have debunked ourselves and not put the videos out.
Yeah, we have to. We have to, we don't do it lightheartedly. We have to consider everything and try and debunk it and say, well, no, we can't. So it has to be the cause.
Yeah.
Well, we know what the cause is. But yeah, you still have to seriously sit back, have a good look at it and think, does that work or doesn't it? We invite people to try and debunk it. We can't. Jason tried. Jason tried, and then he joined us because he couldn't. That's how it works.
Yeah, and we've tried to change our map up a bit, and it didn't work, and we threw it out.
Yeah, we played around with the map a bit and different various projections of maps until we went back to the same one again and said, no, this is it. This works.
Yeah.
It just needed straightening out, didn't it?
Yeah. Wow, there's so much info. So, but I know it's getting late for you at PV. It's early morning, I guess, where you live. I think it's what, 12:30.
Yeah. Yep.
So, everything. This hangout was very interesting for me, at least, and I'm glad that you guys are still going forward and you guys are bringing more info on the table for us to see and hear. And hopefully we have another hangout soon, whatever you guys want to talk about. But I'm excited that I was here. I'm a little nervous, I'm being honest. So I'm nervous. It's been a while, so
Me too.
yeah. But I'm glad this is done. Yeah, it has been, hasn't it? I mean, there's more to go into, but next time.
Yeah. Very revealing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And those that had subbed your channel and ones and mine, they'll all see it, and even those that around the world, they will see it too. I mean, it's gonna go out there. People are gonna start seeing it more often. So, I just hope they all open their eyes and hear the truth. That's what really matters. So
That's all we're here for. We came for the truth. That's what
yeah,
when you find flat Earth, you're left with two very serious questions. What is creating and moving those luminaries? And that's what we're finding out.
yeah, yeah.
All part of
Okay, FPV, do you have anything to say? I mean, to
yeah.
anybody?
Yes, I have, yeah. Check our research, go through it, don't go through it lightheartedly. Take a serious look at it. And you're going to find subjects you might not agree with or not really interested in, but you will find connections of how it connects to real world workings, the workings of the realm. It all does. We don't do research unless it works. But yeah, look at it, question it, ask questions. That's all we say. If you do your own research, try overlaying it on our map and grid. You might just get a surprise.
You will get a surprise. You won't sleep for a week.
Not just the first week.
Right. Yeah.
And you, one, do you have anything to say?
No, I just agree. Go through our work. I mean, we've looked at so much that people will find what they're interested in, and then they can take it from there. You have to find your interest, and most people want to watch things about things they're interested in.
Yeah. It's just I mean, I wish everybody just hop on, and see the truth and see how our world is really working underneath us, and why they're hiding it, and why they're brainwashing us and lying to us, basically. I mean, we just have to be what you guys are doing, hear what you guys are researching, and so we can see through your eyes what you guys are seeing. I mean, it's just simple as that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I see right through you guys what you're seeing. No, I'm trying to catch it, understanding. In other words, I'm still there, trying to at least. But yeah, I mean, that's the only way we're gonna know is just, putting us in your place, seeing through your eyes what you guys see.
Well,
So,
the guys in Flat Earth, they do get into these debates with globers, and sometimes the globers will throw something at them that we haven't got an answer for yet. Well, they haven't got an answer yet. But if you want an answer and it's in our research, by all means use it. Take our research and say, no, it works in this model, so your globe's still debunked. Sorry.
yeah.
Look at our research, and we don't do it lightheartedly. Like I said, this is very serious research, world-changing research in the right hands. And that's where we're at. It's given us a unique opportunity to correct everything that's wrong in the world. That's the level of research we're at now. We can see various ways we can fix everything in the world just by looking at this research.
Mm-hmm.
We can give people their original beliefs back, what their glyphs and everything really meant. So that's going to be our gift to humanity, basically. Our research is going back out there and saying, this is what your belief really means. Now understand it and, take it on board. This
and
is
remember
the
it.
message. Yeah, remember it.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget to remember. I have so much on my thoughts that I forget. So I have to go back and ask you guys the same thing again.
Yeah, we get that sometimes.
Don't feel bad. I read the same thing over and over and over sometimes to get it to stick.
There's things that sticks in my head, but there's things that it's like goes in one and goes the other opposite.
I think
But
life is
yeah.
designed that way. Get us so busy and so flustered that we just forget all the important things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We're so tied up every day.
I hear you. I know. But anyways, it's been over 2 hours. We're gonna, as long as you guys want to keep going, but I think it's late for FPV. It's early morning over there. What time is it there, FPV?
It's 6:45 in the morning.
Whoa, poor guy. Oh,
But
I
yeah,
feel bad now.
we're near it. We're around our 2 hour mark, so yeah, probably a good time now.
Yeah, it's good. We talked about a lot of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, we did. And I'm glad too. It feels good though to talk about catching up what you guys been doing, what connects to what about the Nazca lines, the calendar, everything adds up to what you guys are researching.
Yeah,
There's no doubt on that.
you
So
can't deny it, can you? The more you look, the more you can't deny it. You get to that point where
mm-mm.
you've got to accept this. It doesn't work any other way.
True. Very true. Okay, well, do you guys want to say anything before I close or
No, that's it from me. I'll just say good night to you cats and you one and all the nice people in chat.
Yep. I'll
okay,
say thank
everyone?
you. Just thank you and good night.
Okay, thanks everyone for coming and spending your time with us. Also, there's 2 links under the description. Click on it, go to their videos and just look what they have done so far. And they can give you more information, what we just talked about. But click on their links and go to their channels and you will see. All right, well, good night, everyone, and have a blessed night or day.
Yeah,
So,
good night all. Or good morning, should we
bye.
say. Bye.
All right, bye.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to or is a part of the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people.
Many ancient cultures share similar beliefs, fundamental elements that vary slightly from culture to culture. While individual cultures have different stories attached to these elements, the elements themselves are present in cultures all over the world. The axis mundi is one of these elements, often depicted as a world tree or a world mountain. The axis mundi represents the connection between the different worlds of ancient belief. For the sake of keeping this discussion from becoming overly complicated, I will stick to the model of a world tree. On the world tree, the branches represent the heaven world, where the luminaries play across the sky. It was here that the gods dwelt. The roots of the tree represented the underworld. There were often gods and godlike beings that dwelt here too. If you have been following our work, you will know what we think these gods were. The angels, or accelerators, exist in the underworld, and it's the accelerators that project the luminaries in the heavens. The trunk of the tree represents the part of the world where we live. The tree is said to represent the center of the world. This does not mean that there is a giant tree growing in the exact center of our realm. Shamans who remember and are most familiar with these old teachings will tell you quite frankly that the center, or axis mundi, is at the location you find yourself at any given moment. So once again we have a common element in ancient culture, passed down to us through allegorical stories. The common misconception about the world tree is that it represents a torus field. The fact that the center is everywhere you could possibly go negates that theory. Also, the symbol of a world mountain does not fit a torus field. So let's take a deeper look into the axis mundi. Almost invariably, you find reference to specific animals associated with the world tree. An eagle lives in the top branches. Down amongst the roots, a snake, a serpent, or a dragon resides. The eagle and the snake are mortal enemies, directly opposed to each other. They are constantly at odds. We believe the eagle and the snake to be the two opposite charges of electricity. In many cultures, the eagle is associated with lightning, from the majestic thunderbird to Zeus, who would turn into an eagle and cast lightning down at his enemies. The eagle is strongly associated with atmospheric phenomena. We also know that the layer of the sky known as the ionosphere carries a very high electrical charge. The Earth's electrical field is ever present. On average, the field has 100 volts per meter of altitude, with highest voltage at the upper levels. The snake, or dragon, resides in the underworld. It represents the opposite electrical charge. We are very familiar with lightning strikes descending from the clouds to strike the ground. But there are also positive lightning bolts that travel upwards from ground to sky, as above, so below, two opposing electrical charges in an ever-present static electrical field. There is sometimes mention of a third animal that dwells on the tree. In the Norse version, this is the squirrel named Ratatoskar. This mischievous little troublemaker spends his time delivering insults between the eagle and the snake. In doing so, he keeps the rivalry going. Walter Russell taught that the two opposing forces of electricity are kept separate by what we know as magnetism. Magnetism balances and controls the equality of the two opposed electric charges. Now that we have a better understanding of the allegorical components of the world tree, we can decode it. The axis mundi is wherever you happen to be. This means that wherever you go, the forces of electricity and magnetism will have the same general effect on you. We live in a static electromagnetic field. And while there are slight differences in the field at different locations, the physical effects of that field are constant. Whether you see matter as particles or wave functions, we can still discuss the electrical components within matter without arguing overly much. All matter is composed of these electric charges. Matter will gravitate to the point in the electromagnetic field which is consistent with its electrical potential. What we call gravitation is a function of the electrical component of the electromagnetic field. We can then define gravitation as the repelling force from the opposite electric charge. Not everything is repelled downward, as we commonly think when we discuss gravitation. Indeed, some matter is repelled upwards, such as is the case for helium. All matter is being pushed into the area of the field where it has like electrical potential. Walter Russell spoke of gravitation as a function of electrical potential. I highly recommend his books. There is further evidence found in creation stories. The ancients spoke of an original deity. This deity is often told to have had two offspring. One was the embodiment of the sky, the other embodied the earth. The world tree was planted to separate the two. This is consistent with Walter Russell's ideas of a universal one, a single consciousness that first split itself into the two opposing electrical forces which govern all things. This can be seen as one of the cubes Walter spoke of. One half of the cube is positively charged, the other half negatively charged. It is in this cube that our realm would exist, with the surface plane of the earth being parallel with the magnetic plane that divides the two equally opposed electrical forces. Essentially, we live inside a giant capacitor, where everything we know of acts as the dielectric, including ourselves. A capacitor consists of two plates. One plate carries a positive charge, and the other has a negative charge. Locally, one of the two plates consists of what we know of as the ionosphere. It's possible the large star halos have a role to play in that in some fashion, but the star halos are inside the electrical field as well, so that can only be speculated for now. The bottom plate is below us somewhere. We don't know its exact location, but we know it must carry the opposite electric charge as the ionosphere. It's possible the angel accelerators, in conjunction with the large star halos, influences the field to make our experience of gravitation different from whatever lands exist, if any do, outside of our realm. Everything between these two plates acts as a dielectric. The particles of a dielectric within an electric field will align themselves to conform to the direction of the electric force inside that field. In Earth's case, we and everything else here act as those particles. The dielectric is not one solid chunk. We are a dynamic system of varying density and physical state. This gives everything a certain room to move and the various parts will be inclined to find the area of electrical potential that align with their inherent charge. The denser matter is forced down, while the lighter matter is forced upwards. Within the static electrical field, everything that we call matter creates a sort of whirlpool in the field. We call these whirlpools torus fields. They are the result of compression and expansion forces from the electrical field itself. The mythos of the world tree is a beautiful allegory and describes the fundamental forces that govern our realm. Whether our realm is the extent of existence or not is debatable. Only time and exploration will tell.
Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca lines truly represent and portray. The technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca Mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange-yellow parts of the colour spectrum, which collide with white. It is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles on cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism, effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. And that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating, and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we will add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies. The golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and one conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north, as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call torus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as One Conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer One Conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Walter decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the torus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings, whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the east gates. Another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides, the seawater of course being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications such as Perseus to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the torus field basically. The zero represents the equatorial line and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the 3 key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine. Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate, the primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones, and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls, too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6, and before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks. The metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atoms slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage can be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable, and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. Locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens, electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us. And this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our Sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. an application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Colosseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? Do you want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in. I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by Ceres confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the centre of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiralling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Colosseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. The toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously, the data does state by 2050 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves a creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realize they are all referencing the exact same thing. They're explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in Geo, Petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light. Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ankh, the crossplate, represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the torus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember.
So, this is how quakes work in our realm. What I'm showing here is the basic quake paths from the east, then from the west. This is not every quake that hits, but most will follow this basic path. Quakes are repeatable, recordable data, and once someone does the research, they will realize that this is true and there is a pattern and a system that occurs. Quakes basically follow the grid that is overlaid onto our world as you see here. This is due to what's happening below, as we have been saying from the mechanics of the underworld. The systems down there are using an electromagnetic mechanical energy to work and create the processes we see here on surface. This is a grand scale of perfection that we cannot comprehend. As the energy moves along that is producing our luminaries in the heavens, a switching of the magnetics below is occurring. As each cycle of the magnet takes its course, there is a switch that we will get very deep into in our next video. This is where the vibrations will occur on surface. This energy is running along the grid, which is the actual plates of the world. This is likely a massive iron grid. So how do I figure that? Well, because of the plate that Jimbo found quite a while back in Greenland. A massive plate coming out of the ground that happened to be exactly where the grid is here in the map. That was just one small piece of the grid exposed. The pressure coming from below will cause a rise. We see this quite a bit from earthquakes as the land rises. Now, as this pressure is moving along, It will work similar to if you had a large piece of sheet metal and say one person at each end. One hits one end and the other hits the other end. There will be a jolt from each hit of each end, but there will also be a third effect, and that is called the fulcrum point. Both ends will then vibrate to the center where the third jolt will release, which is what happens in quakes. If we get 2 quakes, the center fulcrum point will receive the third. Now, there are certain spots that repeatedly get hit with deep quakes. This is showing us the layers of the underworld and the size of the technology at play here. The deepness ranges between 700 kilometers to 10 kilometers in earthquakes. The majority of quakes are around 10 kilometers deep. The very specific areas of deep quakes do show us where the larger pieces are, though. Fiji has the deepest quakes recorded, which is showing us the size of the launch piece for the sun, since Fiji is coming right off the eastern gates. The larger piece of tech is going to send great shock waves up and down, causing a seismograph to read the energy at great depths. This system will follow across the realm as pertaining to the sun luminary. Certain quakes will occur repeatedly each day in the same location while the sun is entering the area, and again as the sun is leaving the area. This also occurs with all luminaries. We also have to factor in alignments. As planets align and eclipsing occurs, this also adds to the quake energy, and larger quakes happen on our surface. So, this is how quakes work, so be sure and check out our next video for a very deep understanding of the magnetics of the underworld.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy. In this video we will be showing you how the End Times, Revelations and Prophecies relate to the workings of the realm, and that they are in fact regular cycles that keep on repeating every 400 years. We will also be showing you some of the information regarding the halos we see around our sun and moon. Very interesting information that is in our recorded history. Sandra will be presenting you some fantastic imagery and information from her new book, The Book of Miracles. We will also be overlaying modern captures of the same celestial events happening now, which proves we are entering this cycle. This we will also confirm with data. Scriptural events and prophecies also decode into this same event. All yours, Sandra.
In the year 1 BC, an oil well appeared near Rome on the far bank of the Tiber, and oil flowed from it abundantly for the whole day. And on the day of the Nativity, a golden circle appeared around the sun for the whole day. And the statue of Romulus collapsed, as did the Temple of Peace. It should be noted here that a different ruler was in place at that time. On the day after the death of Julius Caesar, 3 suns appeared in the east in the early morning sky, which then moved towards each other so that they merged into one. Also at that time, an ox on the outskirts of Rome asked a farmer, why he was working so hard, since before very long there would be more of a shortage of people than grain. In the year AD 1173, 3 suns were seen in the west in the month of September, when the sun was about to set, and after 2 hours the outer 2 disappeared, and the other one set after that. In the year AD 1174, 3 moons appeared in the German lands with the sign of a cross through their middle, separate and entirely over them, so that the moons were shining behind it. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. Seen in the year 1519, on the 11th of January, the day before the demise of Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. In 1520, on the 5th day of the month of January, the 3 suns were seen in Vienna in the morning at sunrise, and these are known as parafog. This image depicts 2 scenes that were seen in the sky in 1520. On the left, in the year 1520, on the 4th of January, this sign was seen in Vienna for 3 hours until 5 after midday. This is called halo and is like the moon. And on the right, afterwards, after midnight, at 1 o'clock or a little later, this sign was seen. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, at around 8 o'clock in the evening in the city of Vienna, the sign was seen around the glow of the moon. In the year 1520, on the 7th day of the month of January, 3 suns, which are called parahelios, were seen in Vienna, in Austria, from sunrise until 10 or a little later. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, this sign around the sun, which is called Halo Maximus, was seen in Vienna at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the year 1527, on the 17th of February, 3 suns were seen in Kaufbeuren, enclosed within 2 rainbows in the sky, adjacent to the mountains, and the 2 outer suns were red on the sides facing the sun, in the middle, and yellow on the sides facing the rainbow, and a white streak went through the middle, and the shining of the inner rainbow was so yellow that no one could see into it because of its brightness. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, between the 11th and 12th hour after midday, this formation was seen in the sky in Augsburg, on the sun or around the sun, and stayed for about 1.5 hours or longer. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, such rainbows were seen in Innsbruck, appearing here and there, while at the same time 3 suns were to be seen, and a moon as a half beside them, as is painted here. In the year 1533, 3 suns shone at the same time, as if they had fiery clouds around them, and they stayed over the city of Munster, as if the city and its houses were burning, as painted here. In the year 1538, such a manifestation was seen around the sun near Schonfeld, and moreover, 3 suns were seen at once, but also the curious ring stayed in the sky brightly for about 4 hours. In the year 1541, on the 28th day of March, 3 suns in a triangle with a rainbow around them were seen here in Augsburg. The rainbow was seen first and then last. 2 of the suns disappeared along with the rainbow, and the sun on the right remained. (1545). And on the previously mentioned day there came a terrible darkness, such that the sky was completely black, so that people could not see one another at all. The darkness lasted until the next day, that is the 30th of March, until 9 o'clock in the morning. Then the day came back, and 3 beautiful rainbows were seen, on which was seated a beautiful angel. He was seen for about 1.5 hours. After that he disappeared again, and fine weather then followed. 1546. In the year 1546, on February the 26th at 8 o'clock in the morning, this wonderful and strange vision was seen by an honourable inhabitant of the city of Kashor, situated in the land of Hungary, and by other reputable inhabitants who earnestly requested it to be put into print, and the information they provided about it was truthful concerning how they saw over the city what is painted above, up in the air for days and hours. 1547. In the year 1547, on the 29th day of the month of January, 2 rainbows were seen here in Augsburg around the sun and between the clouds, for a long time in the morning and in the evening. 1549. In AD 1549, on Simon and Jude's day, such a manifestation was seen in broad daylight near Nordlingen, and in other places in the Rise, and in Swabia, just as recorded and painted here. 1549. In AD 1549, on October the 6th, such a manifestation was seen around the moon at night in the Rise and in Swabia on a clear night. 1549. In the year 1549, on the 28th of October, on St. Simon and St. Jude's Day, this manifestation was seen here in the sky, namely 3 suns and a rainbow, which everyone saw. Several people also saw a sword over the sun. 1551. Truthful report of how on the 21st of March of this 51st year 5 suns were seen in Leipzig by many trustworthy persons. 1551. 1551 years after the birth of Christ in the month of March, such an occurrence was seen in Swabia in broad daylight on more than one occasion. (1551) 1551 years after the birth of Christ, such an occurrence was seen in the sky in France and in Lorraine in broad daylight, which came forth and could be seen for more than a day.
As you can see, people, the halo events we're recording in the here and now translate as the same celestial events from various parts of our recorded history. The end times decode as the end of a cycle. Revelations, this simply means the construct will reveal itself, and there are some events we all need to be aware of that are connected to it. The halos we are seeing around our luminaries are revealing themselves as they have in our past. They are a reminder of how our realm really works. The geo, petro and hieroglyphs record the same information, the workings of the realm. Those characters do not represent people, they represent the technologies in the underworld, the angels sealed below. Scriptures tells us it is their prison. I decode the seal of the 144,000 to be the 144,000 sarcophagi below. Sealed rooms that contain the Creator's technological glory, the glory that is responsible for the creation and movement of our luminaries, and it plays a big part in most of nature itself. The sarcophagi recovered from ancient sites are location markers for the technologies below those locations. Tutankhamun, for instance, represents a king of a group of technologies below that area. Our Decoding Scriptures 2 video shows how we connect the sarcophagi to the seraphim from Scriptures. The Mayan calendar may also have been counting down to this event, as I'm sure the ancients knew how all this worked and planned for it. From Scriptures we can also connect the event to passages such as Isaiah 13:13. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty, in the day of his burning anger. Or Isaiah 24:1. See, the Lord is going to lay waste the earth and devastate it, he will ruin its face and scatter its inhabitants. The Dark Ages in our history may also be related to these events. Not even an empire can survive this event, as so much chaos and destruction seems to take place, empires will crumble. And we see this everywhere as we look back in history and find devastation in civilizations that were in their golden age and then it just stopped. We see destruction on a large scale when looking into these ancient sites. We are a species that seem to have dementia or amnesia. We are surrounded by all these ancient sites and no one seems to remember the true meanings. Everyone has forgotten. This of course is compounded by wars, takeovers, indoctrination, pseudoscience, bad decodings, misdirection, and even blatant and obvious lies. It would seem there are people out there that do not want us to know our true history and how this realm really works. So, we take a look into Hopi prophecy. Do you remember back in 1997 the Hopi elders appeared with Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf on Art Bell's Coast to Coast show? They spoke to millions of wary listeners around the world as they predicted the coming of the blue star Kashina and that the purifier, the red star Kashina, would follow shortly after the twins, Haley Bop, had passed from our heavens. They spoke about us seeing strange things going on with animals, frogs with 6 legs, rabbits with 4 ears, animals being born with both genders. They spoke of earth changes and firestorms, and they talked about the 8 thunders prophecies and the pale prophet. The following is an excerpt from The Last Cry, Native American Prophecies and Tales of the End Times by Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf, 1994 to 2004. It has appeared in numerous articles over the web and in magazines all over the world. The story of the blue kachina is a very old story, very old. I have been aware of the story of the blue kachina since I was very young. I was told this story by grandfathers who are now between 80 and 108 years of age. Frank Walters also wrote about Sasquatch, the blue star kachina, in the Book of the Hopi. The story came from the grandfather Dan, oldest Hopi. It was told to me that the first blue kachina would start to be seen at the dances and would make his appearance known to the children in the plaza during the night dance. This event would tell us that the end times are very near. Then the blue star kachina would physically appear in our heavens, which would mean that we were in the end times. In the final days we will look up in our heavens and we will witness the return of the two brothers who helped create this world in the birthing time. Wagan Yoha is the guardian of our North Pole and his brother Palangoya is the guardian of the South Pole. In the final days the blue star kachina will come to be with his nephews and they will return to Earth to its natural rotation, which is counterclockwise. Please note, from an APM research perspective, we do not believe in a spinning globe model. We believe in a flat world model, and it is our luminaries that are rotating. So this is suggesting we may get a counter rotation of the luminaries. This fact is evidenced in many petroglyphs that speak of the zodiac and within the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. The rotation of the Earth has been manipulated by not so benevolent star beings. The twins will be seen in our northwestern skies. They will come and visit to see who still remembered the original teachings, flying in their Patu Votas or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star kachina, who is also known as Nangashohu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new day and the new way of life, a new world that is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fires that burn within us, and we will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind the twins will come the purifier, the red kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day the earth, her creatures and all life as we know it will change forever. There will be messengers that will precede this coming of the purifier. They will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways. The messages will be found written in the living stone, through the sacred grains and even the waters. Crop circles have been found in ice. It mentions in brackets. From the purifier will issue forth a great red light. All things will change in their manner of being. Every living thing will be offered the opportunity to change from the largest to the smallest thing. Those who return to the ways given to us in the original teachings and live in a natural way of life will not be touched by the coming of the purifier. They will survive and build the new world. Only in the ancient teachings will the ability to understand the message be found. It is important to understand that these messages will be found upon every living thing, even within our bodies, even within a drop of our blood. All life forms will receive the messages from the twins. Those that fly, the plants, even the rabbit. The appearance of the twins begins a period of 7 years, which will be our final opportunity to change our ways. Everything we experience is all a matter of choice. Many will appear to have lost their souls in these final days. So intense will the nature of the changes be that those who are weak in spiritual awareness will go insane, for we are nothing without spirit. They will disappear, for they are just hollow vessels for anything to use. Life will be so bad in the cities that many will choose to leave this plane, some in whole groups. Only those who return to the values of the old ways will be able to find peace of mind, for in the earth we shall find relief from the madness that will be around us. It will be a very hard time for women with children, for they will be shunned, and many of the children in these times will be unnatural. Some beings from the stars, some from past worlds, some will even be created by man in an unnatural manner and will be soulless. Many of people in this time will be empty in spirit. They will have sampuku, no life force in their eyes. As we get close to the time of arrival, the purifier, there will be those who walk as ghosts through the cities. Through canyons they will have constructed in their man-made mountains. Those that walk through these places will be very heavy in their walk. It will appear almost painful as they take each step, for they will be disconnected from their spirit and the earth. After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before your eyes like so much smoke. Others will have great deformities, both in the mind and upon their bodies. There will be those who would walk in the body that are not from this reality, for many of the gateways that once protected us will be opened. There will be much confusion between sexes and children and their elders. Life will get very perverted and there will be little social order in these times. Many will ask for those mountains themselves to fall upon them to end their misery. Still others will appear as if untouched by what is occurring, the ones who remember the original teachings and have reconnected their hearts and spirit, those who remember who their mother and father is, the Pahana who have left to live in the mountains and forest. When the purifier comes, we will see him first as a small red star, which will come very close and sit in our heavens watching us to see how well we have remembered the sacred teachings. This purifier will show us many miraculous signs in our heavens. In this way we will know a creator is not a dream. Even those who do not feel their connection to spirit will see the face of the creator across the sky. Things unseen will be felt very strongly. Many things will begin to occur that will not make sense, for reality will be shifting back in and out of the dream state. There will be many doorways to the lower world that will open at this time. Things long forgotten will come back to remind us of our past creations. All living things will want to be present for this day when time ends and we enter the forever cycle of the fifth world. We will receive many warnings allowing us to change our ways from below the earth as well as above. This one morning, in a moment, we will awaken to the red dawn. The sky will be the colour of blood. Many things will then begin to happen that right now we are not sure of their exact nature, for much of reality will not be as it is now. There will be many strange beasts upon the earth in those days, some from the past and some that we have never ever seen. The nature of mankind will appear strange in these times. We walk between worlds and we will house many spirits even within our bodies. After a time we will walk again with our brothers from the stars and rebuild this earth, but not until the purifier has left his mark upon the universe. No thing living will go untouched here or in the heavens. The way through this time, it is said, it is to be found in our hearts and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and return to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures, remembering that we are the caretakers, the firekeepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey. The pictures enclosed in this presentation are of the human beings, my Hopi grandfathers. They were telling you truth. There is still time for you to change. You may find some of the above information disturbing. We will be doing a part 2 to this to break these events down further.
Okay, now let's look at the data.
Professor Valentina Zarkova gave a presentation of her climate and the solar magnetic field hypothesis at the Global Warming Policy Foundation in October 2018. Zarkova models solar sunspot and magnetic activity. Her models have run at a 93% accuracy, and her findings suggest a super grand solar minimum could begin in 2020. A super grand solar minimum would have 4 magnetic fields out of phase. There was about 40 to 60 years of cold weather 350 years ago. This was a Maunder minimum of lower solar activity. The historical cold weather had 2 magnetic fields out of phase. Zarkova is predicting a cooling effect that is 2.5 to 4 times larger than the Maunder minimum. Zarkova's analysis shows an 8 watts per square meter decrease in TSI, total solar irradiance. A 2015 Nature study looked at 2 watts per square meter decrease, causing a 0.13 minus degrees Celsius effect. A 4 times larger effect would be 0.5 minus degrees Celsius. Zarkova believes the warming models are including the warming effect of increased solar activity. If she is correct, there would be cooling, and the warming models would be wrong.
Let's go back in time and check out the last mini ice age. So what is that? It's the time period between 1300 and 1850 where we were at a climatic minimum. In the 13th century, pack ice began advancing southwards in the North Atlantic, as well as glaciers in Greenland. Evidence has shown that glaciers expanded almost worldwide during this time frame. As we can see here, a map showing how far down the ice and snow expanded, we can imagine how this affected life on Earth. Cold summers and ice growth intensified greatly from 1430 to 1455. We can see now why people dressed in layers, as we see here some different examples of the attire worn. This natural occurrence played havoc with agriculture and the sun's warmth, as well as ocean circulation and volcanoes. As summers become more unreliable in Europe and North America, they began to experience famines. From 1315 to 1317, Europe experienced the Great Famine. They had to learn to adapt to producing food to the unrelenting cold and rains, dark and snow. Alpine villagers lived on a bread made from ground nutshells mixed with barley and flour. This is just one example. Loss of life rose dramatically during these times, for less food and more illnesses were occurring. The effects recorded from the ocean circulation being messed up are due to thermohaline circulation. Factors that control this are the temperature and salt content. Any great change in these factors will affect the circulation belts of the world waters. Mexico has records from Aztec and Mayan relating to the periods of severe cold and droughts. In South Africa, sediment cores showed colder conditions between 1570 and 1820. A 3,000-year temperature reconstruction method based on the rate of stalagmite growth in caves in South America also backed the cold periods from 1500s to 1800s. Sea level data for the Pacific Islands suggests that sea level in the region fell in 2 stages. once in 1270 and again in 1475. This was due to a 1.5 Celsius degree drop in temperatures, which was determined from the oxygen isotope analysis. This led to the increase in the La Nina frequency, the most intense occurring in the southern oscillation activity in the mid-17th century. Tree ring data from Patagonia shows cold episodes during 1270 to 1380, and again from 1520 to 1670. How they can tell this is when the rings are wider, it shows normal weather. But when the rings become narrower and closer together, it shows wetter, colder climate changes. Many explorations also recorded increase in the glaciers and ice packs from exploration to exploration over this time period. All of this happening led to unstable volcanic activities as well. There's recordings of a 50-year span with long episodes of highly rich sulfur eruptions occurring all over the world. This, of course, would lead to the sun being blacked out that can last for 2 years after each explosion. When a volcano emits high sulfur, it creates sulfur oxide gas. When it goes into our upper atmosphere, it turns to sulfuric acid particles. That rains down onto the lands. This is corrosive to metals and tissue. It would char wood and most organic matter, but it is unlikely to actually cause fires. As we can see here, I have mapped out some of the volcanic activity that occurred. There were many more erupting at this time, but I couldn't fit it all on the map, so these are some of the examples of what occurred during the 50-year period spoken about prior, which was the height of the activity. However, these eruptions actually went on from the mid-1200s through the 1816, the entire 400-year span of the mini ice age. In 1816, it was also recorded to be the year without summer, and was reported that frost and snow fell during June and July in both New England and Northern Europe. So, the last effect I would like to discuss on this occurrence is the witch trials. The beginning of this began in the 1380s, just as the ice began. European populations began to link magic and weather making. The victims were being accused for the climate decline. The witch hunts began in the 1430s, and by 1480s it was widely accepted that witches should be held accountable for the poor weather, livestock losses, epidemics, cows that gave too little milk, late frosts that lasted and lasted, and unknown diseases. Basically, as the temps dropped, the witch trials rose. And when the temperatures began to increase, the trials would decline. Although not everyone agreed with this, and the argument wasn't whether they existed, but rather could they control the weather. But by the height of the hunts and trials, most agreed that the witches could control natural forces, and they paid for it with their lives. So, on that note, I'll wrap up this information on the Little Ice Age and the effects of it. Thank you.
Professor Valentina Zarkova has demonstrated here that her data also coincides with the cycle we are describing here, the mini ice age, an event that reveals wonderful sights in our heavens, which reveals the true nature of our realm, events they are trying to hide. Now, I mentioned earlier a counter-rotation of the luminaries. Let's look into this further. The sun will rise from the west. This is referenced in many scriptures. The Hopi prophecy also mentions this. Mainstream will probably call this a pole shift. Let me draw your attention to Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. This is a repeating cycle. We are near the end of one cycle. Now it may reverse the opposite way. What it is all suggesting is that the north, south, east and west poles will flip the opposite way to which they are now. We would still see the sun coming from the direction we see it coming from now, but the magnetic pole flip will now have this direction marked as the west, and the west becomes the new east. The north becomes the new south, and the south becomes the new north. Another option is that the sun does come from our west and sets in the east. I guess we won't truly know until this event happens. The cosmic clock is a cycle of compression and expansion. This process generates cold and heat. It would seem we are going into the cooling cycle of the cosmic clock spring. The celestial reveals we see, as with our sun's halo, is not restricted to being revealed by light particles trapped in ice crystals. Water vapor can also form around the halos due to their electromagnetic nature. Light particles trapped in liquids and ice will try to interact with the halo, thus revealing its profile, and this is why we are seeing them. The halo projections can also be seen through clouds, fog and mist when viewed from above. These are projections from below that certain conditions allow us to see. The ether is full of positively and negatively charged particles. It is these that play a part in highlighting the electromagnetic fields around us. You can also see this electromagnetic data being revealed with rainbows. Water droplets and light particles help reveal their profiles at various altitudes. Time-lapse the rainbows and you will find some move and some don't. You can also locate electromagnetic data using your hosepipe. You are not creating a rainbow, you are revealing electromagnetic data. We are surrounded by it, as such is the nature of this realm. We are seeing electromagnetic data in the visible spectrum. There is much more going to be revealed in our heavens, so be sure to have your cameras at the ready. The construct is revealing itself. On the subject of mud floods, melting ice will certainly play a part in this, as well as rising seas causing liquefaction. Remember, tsunamis may occur during these destructive events. We hope this video and information helps you with your own research, and as this data is clearly showing, plan for cold times ahead. We will be making a part 2 of this video where we will cover other events from recorded history that relate to this cycle.
I will be speaking some verses from the Bible that will connect to the research. Matthew chapter 24 verse 7 speaks, "For nations will rise against nations, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places." Luke chapter 21 verse 11 speaks, "There will be great earthquakes and various places, famines, pestilence, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven." Luke chapter 21 verse 25 speaks, "There will be signs in sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations and perplexity, because of the roaring of the sea and the waves." Luke chapter 21 verse 26 speaks, "People fading with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken." 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10 speaks, "But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with the work, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed. Revelation chapter 8, verse 8 and 9 speak, describing burning mountains falling into the sea. The result is massive destruction and massive loss of life. Isaiah chapter 29, verse 6 speaks, you will be visited by the Lord of hosts with thunder and earthquake and a loud noise, with windstorm and tempest and flame of consuming fire. Revelation chapter 6, verse 12. And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black, like the sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelation chapter 8, verse 5. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and hurled into the earth. And there were peals of thunder, and rumblings, and flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. Revelation chapter 11, verse 19 speak. Then the temple of God in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning, rumbling, and peals of thunder, and an earthquake, and a great hailstone. Revelation chapter 16, verse 18 speaks, and there were flashes of lightning, and rumbling, and peals of thunder, and a great earthquake, the likes of which had not occurred since men were upon the earth. So mighty was the great quake.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 2. In this video, Sandra will be taking you deeper into the Book of Miracles and revealing more interesting events from our recorded history. We will then break down and decode these events into cycles of the realm, technological events that are in our recorded history, events we are supposed to be aware of as our ancestors were. You will then see how we decode Noah and relate it to these technological events. This will help you gain a better understanding of the relationship between the angel technologies and all of the life forms in this realm.
Genesis 7, 11-14. 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. 12. And rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. 13. On the very same day Noah and his sons, Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons with them entered the ark. 14. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the livestock according to their kinds, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged creature. Genesis 9, 12-15. 12. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant that I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all future generations. 13. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. 14. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds. 15. I will remember my covenant. Exodus 14, 27-29. 27. So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its normal course when the morning appeared. And as the Egyptians fled into it, the Lord threw the Egyptians into the midst of the sea. 28. The waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen. Of all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea, not one of them remained. 29. But the people of Israel walked on dry ground through the sea, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Exodus 16:14-16. 14. And when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine flake-like thing, fine as frost on the ground. 15. When the people of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat. 16. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather of it, each one of you, as much as he can eat. You shall each take an omer according to the number of the persons that each of you has in his tent. Numbers 16:4-7. 4. When Moses heard it, he fell on his face. 5. And he said to Korah and all his company, In the morning the Lord will show who is his, and who is holy, and will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. 6. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company. 7. Put fire in them, and put incense on them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi. Kings 2:11-12. 11. And as they still went on and talked, behold, chariots of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 12. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, My father, the chariots of Israel. Isaiah 38:4-8. 4. Then the word of the Lord came to Isaiah. 5. Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus says the Lord, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your life. 6. I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and will defend this city. 7. This shall be the sign to you from the Lord, that the Lord will do this thing that he has promised. 8. Behold, I will make the shadow cast by the declining sun on the dial of Ahaz turn back 10 steps. So the sun turned back on the dial the 10 steps by which it had been declined. Jeremiah 1:11-14. 11. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Jeremiah, what do you see? And I said, I see an almond branch. 12. Then the Lord said to me, You have seen well, for I am watching over my word to perform it. 13. The word of the Lord came to me a second time, saying, What do you see? And I said, I see a boiling pot facing away from the north. 14. Then the Lord said to me, Out of the north disaster shall be let loose upon all inhabitants of the land. Daniel 7:1-4. 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, David saw a dream and visions of his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. 2. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. 3. And 4 great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then as I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and the mind of a man was given to it. Ezekiel 1:1-3. 1. In the 30th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles by the Shebar Canal, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. 2. On the 5th day of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiachin. 3. The word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans, by the Shebar Canal, and the hand of the Lord was upon him there. In the time of Job there occurred in Cassilia, according to Shadel Thessali, a great flood, and during this time there was a river in this area, out of which came an ox that went up into the air and then back down into the river, so that the simple-minded people believed it to be a god. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, a terrible occurrence affected the animals and livestock in Italy most cruelly, such that all the animals that were tame, every donkey, ox, horse and sheep, suddenly returned to the wild and ran away into the wilderness and completely forgot their previous nature. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, people gathered together to drink, but when they cut the bread, blood came out of it as if out of a wound. There was also a hailstorm so terrible that rocks fell from the sky for 7 days in succession, and therein too were pieces of real stones and plenty of sharp stones, so that the soil was destroyed by them. 170. In fact 570. In the year AD 570 there came from a mountain of Gaul a great noise, and screaming as if many people had been entombed inside it. There was also heavy hail for a long time. 170. In fact 570. In the year AD 570, fiery arrows and drops of blood appeared in the sky over Italy. Afterwards such a fierce rain fell that many villages and towns were swept away and many people drowned. Also there appeared in the water, from the waist up, several men and women with long hair. 195. In fact 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, 2 wondrous sea creatures having human form were seen off the island of Delos. Also fire fell from the sky, and a rainbow appeared of such brightness that people thought Judgment Day had come. And there were peals of thunder, more terrible than had ever been heard before. This was followed by a dreadful plague which carried off many people. 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. 1126. In the year AD 1126, the winter was so cold and severe that birds froze to death in mid-air. This was followed by such a famine that livestock and people died, and birds killed each other in the air. 1495. In the year 1495, in the month of June, the 2 pigs were born to 2 sows near the Rhine, as recorded and painted here. 1496. In AD 1496, in the month of January, at the time the Tiber burst its banks high and wide near Rome, what wondrous creature appeared, found dead where the raging and the might of the Tiber's waters had subsided, and was in this shape and form as it is painted there. 1513. In the year AD 1513, in January, it was told that this was born to a Metzerin in Bleiburg, issuing dead from its mother's womb, then to be buried, and 4 hours later dug up again by Anton Reidhort himself, at that time the Countess of Lodrin's steward, unwrapped from its shroud and examined very carefully in the presence of a priest. Afterwards the painter, Hans Borkmeyer, was commissioned to record it in detail as it appears above. 1516. In the country of the Romans, a mare gave birth to a hare instead of a young foal. 1516. In the year 1516, an extremely small horse was born in Weibelben, all white like a lamb, and was presented to Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. 1529. In the year 1529, on the 14th day of the month of January, this calf was born in Langweid near Augsburg, but came out dead from the mother, and I, Hans Borkmeyer, painter, bought the skin for half a guilder from a parchment maker who had bought it for only 6 kreuzer. 1532. In the year 1532, a calf such as this was born in a village near Donauworth, just as it is painted and recorded here. 1531. In the year 1531, a wondrous creature, which was all grey and hairy, with the head of a bearded man, and 4 feet, with sharp claws, was caught by the bishop's huntsman in the forest of Salzburg. It was taken to the court, but would neither eat nor drink, and suffered quite horribly. 1533. In the year 1533, in October, flying dragons were seen in Bohemia and the Vogtland, as well as in small areas of Asha, as city in Czech Republic. A crest on their heads, a snout like a pig, and with 2 wings. This went on for several days, with over 400 of them, both big and small, flying together as painted here. 1533, 1533 years after the birth of Christ, on the Friday after St. Ursula, the 24th day, such wondrous dragons were seen in the air for nigh on 2 hours, around 10 o'clock at night, in several places near Hilpoltstein and at the Hoflein's house there. 1534. In the year 1534, one of the wonderful creatures which live in the open sea was caught and taken to Venice, and it looks just as it is painted here. 1543. In the year 1543, a 4-legged chick hatched out in Dillingen and then suddenly died, but it was none the less carefully painted from life by the bishop's painter. 1543. In the year 1543, such a wonder fish was caught in the Danish sea as is painted and recorded here, and it was brought back alive to the city of Copenhagen. 1547. In the year 1547, this lovely wheat grew in the county of Flanders, 3 miles from Ghent, in various shapes and forms, some pressed closely together, some with divided ears, as well as with 4, 8, 12, up to 15 ears on one stalk, just as is painted here. 1539. A wonderful miracle in the year 1539 concerning a young girl from Ross, in the Diocese of Speyer, who refrained from taking any physical sustenance for 2 years and 12 weeks. At this time, too, such hairy grapes grew beside the nectar and the vine, as above. Margareta Vibes from Roth, 13½ years old. 1550. 1550 years after the birth of Christ, such a pigeon was found in a village by the name of Rikashofen, near Lindau, as is painted here, with 4 feet and 2 sets of hindquarters.
Okay, so today we're going to read through parts of and decode the Book of Noah. Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she bore him a man-child. The body of a babe was white as snow and red as a blooming rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were like rays of the sun. When he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very full of light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and praised the Lord of righteousness. His father Lamech was afraid of him and fled, and came to his own father Methuselah, and he said to him, I have begotten a strange son. He is not like a human being, but resembles the children of angels of heaven, and his nature is different, and he is not like us, and his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that his days of wonder may be wrought on earth. And now, my Father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee, that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is among the angels.
Lovely wording, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, let's go through that, shall we?
Yes.
I took a wife for his son Lamech. Now, I can't remember the amount of sons and daughters involved, but for the sake of the viewers watching, you know, when we look at family relationships like this, wife, son, we look at halos, nodes, and how many nodes are on this halo, because we look at this is how we decode this. You know, we look at it as a technology. So that's for the benefit of the viewers, where we're going with this. Right, do you want to go through some of it one, see if there's anything jumping out at you?
Yeah, well, I mean, feeding on that, you want to mention that the taking of the wife is the positive and negative of the energies.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it would make sense, wouldn't it?
yeah. The babe would be the new energy created from the two joining.
Yeah.
The whole house being full of light and his eyes being open and he lit up the house.
Yeah, I like that part because you know what that reminded me of one.
What was that?
You remember in the description of the sunrise with the eyes round about it and it lit the house up.
Okay.
It
reminded me of when we decoded cherubims. So
yeah,
in
yeah,
itself,
so yeah,
you know,
that's the part I meant.
Yeah, okay.
You remember?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it lit the whole house up, it lit the room up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's suggesting it's like those you know that decoder done of Shiva with the accelerator with the
Yes.
sparks coming out the side of it. It's that kind of an event, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it's decoding like already.
So this is telling us that Noah is a piece of technology.
Yes, yeah, I have to agree.
Also, the fact that Enoch, his dwelling place is among the angels, you know, that
Yeah.
also is kind of telling me that Enoch himself must have been something, a piece of technology. You know, I can't really say what he did at this point, but
Yeah, well, I am going to do a little piece on it actually to add to this, so don't worry about that.
well, good. Okay.
Another thing on the angels now, remember everyone, Scripture tells us the underworld is the prison of the angels. Very important that now, you know, prison, when you think of a prison, they're in a room down below, and this is the seal of the 144,000 from Scriptures. So it's suggesting there is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
That makes sense to me. So this is Noah's room that lit up.
Yeah, yep, yep. It's time for Noah to do what he does.
Yep. All right, so we'll move on to the next paragraph. The Lord will do a new thing in the earth. There will come great destruction on earth and a deluge for 1 year. Before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. After his birth, it kept within its confines, and the famine that afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. The difficulties were increased when the flood began to toss the ark from side to side. All inside of it were shaken up like lentils in a pot.
Very nice. Right, the Lord will do a new thing in the earth. Notice it mentions in the earth.
Yes,
Not
in.
on, but in. Yeah, it's very important. In the earth.
Which
There will
is
come a great
technology.
destruction.
Which is technology.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the
There's
layers
going to be.
below. Yep.
It's what it's telling you here is there's an event going to start. There will come to a great destruction when this event starts, and a deluge for 1 year. Now that's this ties in with the End Times video 1, doesn't it? This is continuing on from video 1 about this the End Times destruction. So what we're looking at is this cycle starting.
Exactly.
Anything you want to put on that one?
No, I agree. The cycle is starting now, and it will go for a whole year.
Which in other way, I don't know. Which in other words, technology is gonna change, or it's gonna move a different, or what? Technology. To me, it's like it's gonna be, like you said, it's gonna be a whole year, but technology can also be the one who's gonna destroy it from underneath.
Yeah, that's what it's telling us. It's a cycle, a technological cycle that's going to happen, and it seems to happen about roughly every 394 years, going by the maiden long count calendar. They seem to be counting down to this one, I think, with that calendar.
Yeah.
So the link to this actual text will be in the description, so everybody can go read the whole thing. We pulled out bits and pieces to read here, but it does mention how the water not only rained down, but it came up from their feet. That is in the text. It's just quite a long little book So
Yeah.
everyone should, I encourage them to go read it on their own, read the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, yeah. And look at it like we look at it. You're looking at events, cycles, mechanisms, processes. This is what we're decoding here. This is parts of a large process. Okay, before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. Very interesting. It mentions twice daily because the pressure changes that's recorded daily currently is taken exactly the same times. That's why if they're recorded twice daily, the pressure changes. So that now relates to what we put out in the
So it changes twice.
yeah, twice daily. Yeah.
So,
What it's telling you is it's pressure changes. In the Power and Glory video, I was demonstrating how the star halos are very much involved in expansion and compression, and what that's telling me there is it's directly related to the star halos, or at least one or more. I've no, it doesn't tell you how many, but you're looking at star halos of these pressure changes. But even a separate entity can still have these pressure changes as well.
well,
Depending what it's doing.
like you just said, how many, what was it? How many something? But anyways, it's two, so it's two technology that are together, like pair, and one does one and the other one does the other one.
Or
You know what I'm saying?
one's controlling both. It's hard to
Exactly.
say. Yeah, it's hard to say.
But one in the morning and one at night. But it can also be a different technology. The one we have now and the one's coming of a different way of technology, and it's going to be 1 and 2. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong.
Also, reading into that, you've got to look at this as a modification to stop this process happening, because what it's in there, it said that it was in the habit of transgressing its bounds. So this technology was obviously designed to help stop these problems and the flooding.
Mm-hmm.
So this mechanism is a fail-safe mechanism, it seems to me. Or it seems to me now it's an addition to help a bigger process.
Yep, the tides. I see the tides. I mean, it's definitely controlling the tides. The tides were obviously not staying where they were supposed to be.
Yeah,
they were
directly related. Yeah, directly related to the seas, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why it's moving. That's what I'm saying. It's moving.
Okay. After Go ahead, Katz.
I have to read the last part. I was going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to do that now. Right. Okay. After his birth, it kept within its confines. Oh, right there. Look, that sentence there just confirms what we just spoke about. It's designed to keep it within its confines. Mm-hmm. So it's playing a very big part in containing water.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. And the famine afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. So yeah, look, perfect. Look at that. It's been designed to help stop a famine, because we know with the pole shift event that we mentioned in part 1, and the information coming from Professor Valentina Zarkova on the Maunder cycle, the Maunder minimum, that she's estimated for famines around 2028 to 2032. And this one here was designed to stop that. So, it seems to be now a certain part of the world is not going to be affected as much as other parts.
Exactly. Can you think like one part can do the first, and then it can take a little bit, and then the second part will move? Oh, well, like the day and night, like you said. Like the first one is up, and then the little ways, a little tiny, and then the second will move, which is the second technology.
Yeah, well, this might be a second one that was added when you think about it, because this has now been designed to create a balance that wasn't there before. So, I think Noah was designed for some kind of a balance.
Mhm.
But it can affect water in a big way. So with that comes dangers, doesn't it?
Mhm. But what does shaking up like lentils in a pot? What does that
Well,
mean? I mean,
well, that would to me would translate as something like a tsunami or something like that. That kind of destruction. You know, anything in its path is going to get swept.
mhm.
Also, we're talking about the deluge. So I want to just throw in there that this famine, these waters coming up out of their bounds they would completely flood all the fields every time. They would lose their food, right?
Mhm.
This would create what people call the mud floods.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely the prime suspect for all the mud flood events, which there is channels out there covering them in a big way. I would recommend if anyone wants to look into mud floods further, is go to Martin Leakey's channel. He's got some fantastic coverage of it taking place everywhere. And if he looks at the timeline of these, he might just tie it into this event that we're speaking of, because we think this is the reset event. This is the event everyone's looking for in history, where everyone's golden age all of a sudden came to an end. We think it is this event. This is how important this is. And going by the data in the last video, it looks like it's due to start next year.
Mhm.
We're not here to scaremonger, but when we come across data like that and the scientists coming forward and stating so, then we have to go with it and put it out there. So, forewarned is forearmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's
Okay.
where we're at. We're trying to decode scriptures, the world model, everything into an event of cycles. Cycles we can see on the Antikytherian mechanism. Cycles that seem to be involved in the Nazca line configuration. There's a lot of cycles going on here. You look at some of the calendars, the main calendar or the Tzolk'in calendar that Jason done a decode of. They're all about separate events. There's events for each luminary and other events that we should all be very well aware of, and we're not anymore. All that knowledge seems to be lost. So that's where we're at today. We're trying to relearn what was once learned.
Okay.
So yeah, that makes sense about the arc, then, doesn't it? Tossing the arc from side to side. Yeah, I mean, think of a ball of water sloshing around. That's what you're looking at. That's how it's going to ravage the earth. Basically, it's going to shake the waters, and they're going to spill around like they would, like in a bowl of water. It's going to slop around everywhere, and this is what creates your mud floods, all your lakes. New lakes are formed, land masses are covered. It's a constant, ongoing cycle.
Mhm.
Yeah, and when we looked at the ark before, if you recall, it was layered, different layers. So you have to think of this technology, possibly starting low, hitting the next layer up, and then finally to surface. It would shake up everything that was inside of what they're calling the ark pretty bad.
Yeah.
That would be great destruction, not just floods and tsunamis, but this would cause the earth to tremble and shake,
Mhm.
as it occurs. The flood was produced by a union of the male waters, which are above the firmament, and the female waters issuing from the earth. The upper waters rushed through the space left when God removed 2 stars out of the constellation Pleiades. Afterwards, to put a stop to the flood, God had to transfer 2 stars from the constellation of the Bear to the constellation of Pleiades. This is why the bear runs after Pleiades. She wants her 2 children back, but they will be restored to her only in the future world. There were other changes among the celestial spheres during the time of the flood. All the time it lasted, the sun and moon shed no light, whence Noah was called by his name, the resting one. For in his life the sun and the moon rested. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between the day and night.
Right, lovely that.
It
Okay.
is. That's really, really cool. So the water's above the
Yeah.
firmament and the water's below. That's
Yeah.
a positive and negative going on for sure.
Yeah, the way I look at that one, the firmament now to me means terra firma.
That's, yes, that's kind of where I was
Yeah.
getting ready to go with that.
Yeah.
So,
I'll just put this in there because we have to show people there is a different perspective you have to start decoding this from, because if you stand in the underworld and you say the water's above, it now makes a lot more sense that they're actually talking about the seas where we live.
mhm.
You put it into a context. If that was said when they were below in the underworld, then it would make sense, wouldn't it? They're talking about the waters above. In other words, our seas. And what it's saying there, the flood of the union of the male waters and the female waters, that's just the electrical energy from above and below, which we know will affect water. As an example, we can reference a halo here, because, a halo now gives us a source for lightning. The lightning strikes can be coming directly from one of these halos. A good example being that video I uploaded a couple of days ago. Halos, with these halos, with the rotating vortex, you've got tornadoes, you've got winds, lightning. There's a lot of processes going on here, just off one alone. But yeah, getting back to this.
That's okay.
Uh,
Now think
yeah.
about if there were two stars removed out of one of these halos, that would completely throw off the electromagnetism going on. It would break the cycle. It would cause chaos.
Which will be unbalanced.
And we have to remember always that what we're talking about above is below. It's as above, so below. So there is stuff going on in these layers underneath that we see above in our heavens. So the stuff removed was actually in the underworld, which is what's causing a lot of this flooding and shifting to go on. Yeah, and I'm sure that people that understand astrology would absolutely get the part of the bear chasing Pleiades. I'm not huge into astrology or knowing, about the constellation as much as other people in this group, but I'm sure the bear follows Pleiades.
Yeah, very well. There is. What it's telling me is there's two luminaries being moved out of that location, or two projectors, and moved somewhere else.
Yep.
And the bear wants them back.
Yeah, and
it mentions there they will be restored to only in the future world. Is the future world? It's just another cycle where they'll move back there. And this to me now relates to the pole shift event. It has to relate to this pole shift event. That's what it's telling me. The end times, pole shift, it's the same event. And from an APM perspective, for the viewers, we'll give you the terminology on the angels, really, because you need to understand what we're referring to here. An angel, the ancient terminology of an angel in modern times in our decodings relates to a particle accelerator. So an angel is a particle accelerator in modern terminology, just so you're aware of that. So you can see now how there's a relation as above, so below, the physical model in the underworld and the projection in the heavens, which we've showed plenty of in our videos and presentations. Visible, recordable, observable phenomena. Jumping back to this, there were other changes among the celestial spheres during the year of the flood. Yeah, I can imagine that. This is what the Hoppy prophecy from video 1 was talking about, the luminaries moving around in the skies. your red Kachina and your blue Kachina. It's the movement of luminaries, you know, the signs are in the heavens. It tells you this in script. It shows you now, you know, your scripture, it's basically a survival manual for this realm. It really is. It's the instruction and survival manual of the realm. If you can decode it correctly, it's all there. It just needs decoded back to its original context. All the time it lasted, the sun and the moon shed no light. Yes, I think you can relate that to volcano process as one, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that the Pleiades are known as the Seven Sisters, and just thinking more on it, if we're the future world already, was, you know, did it used to be 9 stars in that set or 5? You know, wondering if we got them back already.
Yeah, good question. You know, that's we need help from people that read the stars here, don't we? You know, that know the things have moved from one place to another and when they're due back.
Can you think they separate like one set and with she doesn't know when how many, but say like she was saying 9, and so all this time it's changing, almost like, you know, how can I explain it, like it's changing everything, all the stars, like it says, they're coming together. Well, it's because they all went different ways, which is like west, north, east, south. I don't know, and they come back together.
An easier way to explain that,
I
Kat.
think.
I think the easiest way to explain this, Kat, is we have to regard what's in the sky as a map of what's going on in the underworld. And we should know, you know, in ancient times, they obviously were aware of this, to actually have calendars relating to it. You know, they watched the skies, they studied these events, and they made the calendars to match them. And that's what, you know, that's what we've lost. And there's events up there. To me, you know, the map, the stars are a map of events that's happening in the world. If you can decode it all correctly, you know exactly what's going on in the world. You know when these events are going to happen.
Mm.
And it shows, you know, that shows in the main calendar. If they're counting down to these destructive cycles, it tells you a long time ago they were planning for destruction and famines. They were trying to plan ahead and, you know, stock up on supplies basically for these events.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Right, jumping back to the text. Where were you?
Hold on real quick. In Japan, they used to be known as 6 stars in the 8th century. Just wanted to throw that in there.
So there's a change recorded then already. Yeah, so important, you know your stars and you know what's really going on in the world. They're just a reflection of what's going on down here. Anyway, let's go back to this text. So what are the changes? Have we done that bit, haven't we? Oh, the moon shed no light one. Do you want to elaborate on that more? Why it would shed no more light? The sun and the moon?
Yeah, the sun and moon wouldn't shed light because of volcanic eruptions during that time. You know, we don't have nearly as large problems with volcanoes these days, which I'm going to do a bit on that anyway. But with very large eruptions, the sun and moon can be blocked out for up to 2 to 3 years at a time with very large, eruptions. As I said, we don't have those massive eruptions like that now, but Mount St. Helens, for instance, blocked out the sun for 2 entire weeks when it erupted in 1980. Which that would happen. These flows would cause major destruction. This energy would obviously need an expulsion point. You know, all this stuff happening, as we've mentioned in the past several times, requires a waste dump system.
Yeah, and we've covered that well in a few videos now, haven't we? You know.
Yes. And we'll keep going over it until people
Yeah.
understand.
The more angles you come at it, the more you get to understand the process more. And that's what we're doing here, isn't it? We're looking at everything we look at always takes us back to the grid and the map and just another perspective of the same thing. Anyway, let's move on. Which part are we on here?
Noah called by his name the resting one, because the sun and moon didn't shine.
Oh yeah, yeah. When Noah was called by his name, the resting one. So he's resting, you know, the resting one, there's a good word, we're all ready for it. You know, it's waiting for its moment. It's waiting for the cycle to start. Timed event, isn't it? You know, it's telling you right there in that sentence. The resting one's just resting, waiting for its moment to come and do what it's supposed to do. But in his life, the sun and the moon resting. Yeah, they're going to rest when he does his work, basically, because you're not going to see much of them. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between day and night. Yeah, it could be relating to a daily or a nightly cycle, that couldn't it? You know, for it to even mention day and night, why would technology require it to be day or night? So it's either a daytime event or a nighttime event. That's telling me.
Well, and the fact that it's more brilliant at night, it made me think of the whole Venus thing. How it used to be known as two entities, not just one. They used to have the evening star and the morning star, not one thing doing both. That's how the ancients saw it. They saw it as two different things. And it just reminded me of that possibly that part may have to do with Venus lighting up more in the night.
Could well be, yeah, because if the sun and moon's blocked out, the next brightest light is going to be Venus, isn't it?
The duration of the flood was a whole year. It began on the 17th day of Heshwan, and the rain continued for 40 days until the 27th of Kislew. The punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. They had led immortal lives and begotten bastard children, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. From the 27th day of Kislew until the first day of Siwan, a period of 150 days, the water stood at one and the same height, 15 ells above the earth. During that time all the wicked were destroyed, each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave.
Amazing stuff. So a year of flood began on a certain date. I'm not sure what Heshwan relates to.
I believe that's the Hebrew calendar.
Ah, right. Okay. So, well, there's a nice event then, a calendar event, isn't it? Obviously, that calendar was marking it down as well. Why would it begin on, the 7th? That Heshwan must be the start of this cycle. And it's on their calendar. Does that tell you the same thing, One?
Yes.
Their calendar's already got this event marked down to start on that date.
Yes, and in that year, whatever year that this happened,
Yeah.
Time is kind of screwy, so I don't want to get too much into that, but yes, definitely there was a point where it started. It was recorded in history,
Yeah.
and if we learned the Hebrew calendar more, I'd say that it's probably findable.
Yeah, even in the next part, until the 27th of Kislew. So there's You know, there's an end time for it. already in the calendar. Punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. Yeah, sinful, you know, does not relate to humans, really. It's nothing to do with humans, this sinful thing. It's totally related to something else. We've got to remove humans out of the equation and look at it as technological processes.
With the sinful generation, let's step back to where we began with the tides coming out of their bounds. So sinful is going against the rules pretty much. And we have to look at generation in terms of, you know, energy being generated, or the cycles, like one full cycle would be one generation. You know, we're not talking about human generations, we're talking about energy and cycle generations.
Yeah, lovely etymology one. That's what you got to look at it, you know, you've got to, what one did there, people, you've got to look at it and break it down. What's it really telling us, and how does it fit in with a process? Yep, lovely one.
Yep.
Led immoral lives and begotten bastard children. Now, the bastard children, very interesting. That I've seen that before, and you know, I've never thought about it. But that single solitary halo that that 1111 code captured the other day, that could be exactly one of these things. You know, it's a stationary halo. That would fit in with that sentence, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. It just, you know.
Yeah.
It has no positive around it, which maybe was why it was just, you know, like a shadow.
Yeah. But to me, you know, it's telling me that these bastard children are just like solitary halos that are related to a bigger process. So they will, you know, they will react to it in some way. They're part of a bigger process going on. So it tells me Noah, or events related to Noah, is going to activate other technological processes, and these would be what they would call the bastard children. You know, ones that are under them, related to them, but not from them. In other words, you know, it's totally separate entities again.
And whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. You know, that's the same as the flood. It rained for 40 days, so that must have been its forming period. You know what I mean? Its
cycle.
Growing period, the 40 days.
Yeah, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. Yeah, so so they'll run for 40 days basically. These halos. That's what it's telling you. With, you know, whatever their process is up there in the sky, they'll be doing it for 40 days, and we know it's already related to rain events, don't we?
Yep, and then if we move on, after it rains for the 40 days, and then the water stands at the same height, it's not allowed to, you know, drain. It stays there.
Yeah.
The 15 L's, that throws me because we don't have the proper definition for an L. But that's got to be pretty high to cover the whole Earth. 15 L's has to be huge.
It does, yeah. We're not talking anything in human terms, are we? It's another measurement we weren't sure of yet, but it's a lot larger than we would use. You know, an L could be something like 50 feet, you know, a standard measurement of, say, 50 feet. It'd be like 50 feet. You know, we don't know what an L is, do we? So we can only guess what an L is.
Right, but we do know that pretty much all of the land was covered during this time, minus very high mountains and peaks, you know. If even that. I mean, the story tells us that, you know, eventually they saw peaks of land.
We could say each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave. Corpse of Adam, you know, Adam and Eve, we're going back to that again, which to us is the magnetic north and south in the case of a world model. So even rocked the north, it seems, and there is a clip I'm going to mention about the north that'll come up in this video shortly after this clip.
On the first day of Sawan, the waters began to abate, 1/4 of an ell a day. And at the end of 60 days, on the 10th day of Ab, the summits of the mountains showed themselves. But many days before, on the 10th day of Tammuz, Noah had sent forth a raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week, it took from the 1st of Ab until the 1st day of Tishri for the waters to subside wholly from the face of the earth. Even then the soil was so merry that the dwellers in the ark had to remain within until the 27th day of Heshwan, completing a full sun year consisting of 12 moons and 11 days.
Very nice, very nice. We're back to that C1 again. You know, the calendar event again, isn't it? Began a bit, 1/4 of an ell a day. I wonder what an ell is. I mean, 60 days, and we only start seeing the summits of the mountains after 60 days. That sounds pretty deep to me, doesn't it?
It does. It's huge. We're told it's a cubit, which would be from your finger to your elbow. That's not accurate. Not at all. 'Cause
Well,
15 of those would do nothing.
Yeah. And, you know, we're looking at humans, we're factoring humans back in, aren't we? And we can't. So it's relating to that length relating to the length of something else. You know, a possible giant Titan kind of length measurement.
Or what if it's the length going up to the different layers of, like, the star halos where they ride in the sky?
Yeah, who knows? we don't know the altitude of those, really, do we?
No.
But they do ascend and descend. Though not the star halos, but I mean the major luminaries, they're ascending and descending. Yeah, these ones, different process going on. Sent forth the raven, and a week later the dove, on the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week. Right, yeah, it's very slow. But I mean, even in today, you know, we're looking at the levels are still lowering from the previous one, aren't they? You know, they still haven't receded to the original points.
Absolutely. And we'll get more into that also in this video.
Yeah.
But you can see here the soil was so mirry, you know, that they still had to remain in the ark, so they probably would have sunk in the mud. You know, this is your mud floods.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's mud flood. That is the cause of the mud floods, 100%. You know, the mud flood is the effect. This is the cause. What was I going to say there now? Even then, the soil was the dwellers in the ark. Now, the ark you can now consider could possibly be the underworld. You know, people has gone below ground, or you know, where else would the ark be? It's not a boat on top of this.
No.
It's, you know, it's got to be, you know, safe havens below or somewhere, hasn't it? You know, completing a full sun year. Yeah, so you know they've got to wait it out, and then it all starts all over again. So you know. Your mud flood fans start, you know, relate that to this event. This is what's causing these mud floods, and you've seen on a few channels now mud flood coverage. If not, go watch them, and you can see how, you know, mankind's recovered from these events and carried on building where the previous ones had left off. That's what you're looking at. You know, they just build on top of old sites and carrying on with life, basically start again, isn't it?
Yep, and digging up ones that didn't get built over. They're still digging them up. There's still stuff under the ocean that hasn't even began to surface yet. We see proof of that all over.
That's where today's archaeology is, isn't it? You know, it's looking at what's been buried previously.
Yeah, massive temples, villages, all kinds of stuff has been buried.
We only have to look around the world at these massive ancient sites and think, what the hell happened there? You know, where did the people go? Why does no one remember what all this means anymore?
In the year 1569, after the creation of the world, Noah divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons in the presence of an angel. Each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants unto all eternity. Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. The south fell to the lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold, but Shem's is neither hot nor cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed.
Wow. It just gets better, this, doesn't it? Okay, in the year 1569, after the creation of the world, very interesting, you know, your Big Bang theory kind of gets blown completely out of the water here, because now we've got a creation based on technology. Because when, you know, people talk about creation, what is being created and how? Well, now we've got technological processes we can see are interacting with this environment. This is the exact word terminology of creation. We're going to get into that a bit more in this video, so I won't go too deep in it just yet. Right, divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons. You know, the 3 sons, that tells me we're looking at gates in the north and the south. But you'll realise that, if you haven't realised that yet, you will more and more as we get to the bottom of this paragraph. In the presence of an angel, each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants into all eternity. So that one there's basically prescribed to the equator. It's not going to move from the equator, so that's the center point.
Yeah.
Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of the Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and the Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. So that's our 0 point on our grid right there, isn't it? That's the center of our map.
Yes.
Well, that's talking about there, you know, and
I
then we
wonder,
carry on.
I was going to say, I wonder if his area isn't actually the area between the tropics.
Yeah, well, that would be the center point, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In between that band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm. And then below that's Ham, and above that is Japheth.
Yeah, so they're the gates in the north and south. They're just different names for the same gates again. Like, you know, the south fell to a lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold. So you're looking at the south and the north there. But Shem's is neither hot or cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed, so that's the equator, isn't it? So you're looking at the north gates, the south gates, and the equator in the centre there. So what it's, you know, what it's telling you in this whole paragraph is this pole shift. This is the pole shift event. It's the flipping of the poles, which we'll cover a bit more anyway in this video.
Yep, I agree. And that is all we have to talk about on the Book of Noah. But the link will be in the description. I really encourage, again, I'm going to say, go read the whole book, because it's very, very interesting.
Okay, so Noah is a technological process that is connected to what mainstream call a pole shift event. Would you like to meet Noah? This is created by Noah. The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the Antikytherian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Here is more proof of electromagnetic evidence. This clip, captured by Kim Johnson, shows some very unusual patterns formed by clouds. They appear to follow a path. I want you to take note of the shape it creates. That path can be seen here in this electromagnetic data recorded by Ceres. This is real-world magnetic data overlaid on the map. Real electromagnetic data that is playing a very big part in the movement of luminaries, as you can see in these images. The configuration matching a sweepback transformer that moves the sun's image across the sky as the sun and probably other luminaries are captured on top of the cones in use. This also requires the sun's physical model to be below us, and we are seeing the projection above. Take a good look, people, and memorize these shapes, as you will notice them in the heavens. This image here is from over Antarctica looking north. See how the magnetic data always appears to be in sets of 3. The locations they connect having a very big part in causing quakes and following luminaries as they are enabled. Here is more proof captured by Super Dave 44. Again, clouds following an invisible path. Take note of the shapes. You will notice these more and more, and now we have an answer for them. When you see them, try and check your compass to see if it is a north to south alignment, or more electromagnetic data being revealed that follow different paths. Going back to the pressure changes, for you people recording long distance flat earth proofs, consider this compression and why you sometimes see different views from the same location. Some scenes looking more compressed and some looking much clearer, and thus allowing you to see further distances. We now have a cause for this compression and expansion. Various halos turning on and off, creating the pressure changes recorded daily. It condenses the atmosphere, as you can see happening in this video recorded by Sandra. Try it yourself, you will be surprised at the differences recorded from the same location and height of camera. Okay, so on with identifying Noah. We believe the central halo is Noah. You may remember back in 2017 I was looking into the oceans receding in South America. Here is how they tie in. Let's check along Noah's path. As you can see here, this halo intersects here alongside other parts of the grid. Definitely a busy area and receding oceans. Again, this halo is close to the landmass, and here we have the same ocean receding event in Ecuador. Central America. All this area was affected and will continue to be so, as this halo goes right through this area. The events are not just contained to the halo's path, the lines from the grid are also electromagnetically pulsed, it seems. You can see where one of the primary 8 are in the Gulf of Mexico. They create a spiraling vortex, which is what is responsible for tornadoes and such. Florida, the location I placed the spider from the Nazca lines overlay, probably meaning dangerous waters due to the amount of the grid and halo intersections below this area. I haven't found any as yet from Spain and South Africa. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps this side of the halo gets the reverse effect, rising waters. So, I looked into the next larger halo and other events. Badger, California, Rushikonda Beach, India, both having the same receding ocean events. And Northern Australia, especially the Gulf of Carpentaria, famous for its amazing display of morning glory, an obvious sign there is much halo electromagnetic activity going on below here. You may have noticed I used the image of Moses in the decode. I could not find an image of Noah, and the reason I used Moses in this video is because of the mention of the parting of the Red Sea. The only one crossing the Red Sea is on one of our primary 8, which leads into Saudi Arabia. This would have the capability to part that sea. It says Moses is a fictitious character, and we would agree, none of them are characters, they are technological processes. Moses, be a good chap and show these fine people how you part the Red Sea.
Okay, so let's take a look at this ancient map shown here and what the land used to look like. This map was obtained from the Book of Miracles. As we look at this map and we have it overlaid onto our world, we can see the differences. Now let's take a look at these creatures on the map. The first one is near Africa. This one is coming from our 0.0 on the grid. This is our Brahma energy as it comes to life. Next, we move up and we see the 4-headed dragon. This one sits on one of our 8 main angels. The 4 heads represent the group of 4 angels that we see here. Next, We see the griffin creature in northeast Russia. This one is on the lake that literally takes the shape of the creature, as well as the topography resembles the wings. And the last creature is the bear, which is climbing over the star halo. This topography fits the form of the bear, as well as the ocean topography shows the markings of the claws of the bear. Now, let's look at the angels. The angel to the north is on an unknown location at this time. It is in northern Europe and does sit on a 5-point directional change that the magnetics will follow. The angel to the east follows the tropic line, which is a steady flow of quakes that occur along this line. It is giving us our east to west energy to generate some major magnetic push. The angel to the south is representing the angel directly below it. We can see in the topography of the ocean, the push of the energy has used and created direct paths leading up to India. So let's look at the Mount Gall area first. What we see here are quite a few massive volcanoes and calderas in the area. These would have been devastating on the whole Gaul area, as recorded in the Book of Miracles. We have the Cantal volcano, some ancient unnamed calderas, Mount Vesuvius, Mount Etna, Santorini, many undersea volcanoes. Also, the Canary Islands, where several volcanoes are recorded to have blown the Canary Islands into the islands we see now. In the Gazelle Peninsula, East New Britain, in Papua New Guinea, there are twin peaks called Vulcan and Terverver. This area was recorded to erupt during the 570 AD time at great force, in which the energy force was felt in 50 miles in all directions. These erupted all through history and are still erupting today. In 856 AD, a massive quake struck a 200-mile stretch of Iran that caused 200,000 deaths. It created what is called the Alpine mountain range, which is still very seismically active. In 526 AD, a quake hit Syria and Antioch, which led to 250,000 deaths and caused the port of Seleucia Pera to rise 1 meter up, after which a fire broke out that destroyed the rest of the buildings that remained. In 365 AD, a quake occurred under the Mediterranean Sea near Crete, which destroyed all of the towns on the island and damaged Greece, Libya, Cyprus, and Sicily. Afterward, a tsunami caused significant damage in Alexandria, Egypt, and other areas. In 79 AD, the great Mount Vesuvius erupted, destroying Pompeii and Herculaneum. Prior to the eruption, it was warned with a series of great quake swarms. This was discovered in 1631 AD while cleaning up from another eruption. But it wasn't completely discovered until the 20th century, when the entirety of the fate of the town was discovered with the bodies of the residents still there, plastered in time, and showing the agonies of their death still on their faces of the entombed bodies. In 1645 BC, Santorini erupted, which wiped out the island, leaving behind the bits we see today. There were no known victims of this disaster, so unlike the other disasters of the area, the people must have heeded the warnings of the quakes preceding the eruption. There were buildings and large untransportable items found, though, to show that people did inhabit the area. In 373 BC, Helike was submerged into the Gulf of Corinth. The ruins of the city could be seen beneath the water for hundreds of years after the disaster. In the past century, the search for Helike began, and other towns have since been discovered along with it. So, as we can see, our history is rich with disasters that shape the world we see today. Now, let's get into some of the science behind the disasters. A VEI is the Volcanic Explosion Index. There were great explosions with a VEI force 6 eruption. A magnitude registered at this capacity will have effects that will cause tsunamis 150 feet tall, and ships 50 miles away will be blasted by the hurricane-force winds. This is like setting off atomic bombs from the inside out, to give a comparison. The winds are the energy force. 50 miles is a massive area to feel the force in all directions. With earthquakes, we average a tremble of about 2 to 4s on the Richter scale. When we do get into the 5s, these are the ones that we start to feel. These do occur regularly through the realm. How it works is kind of like a build-up. The cycle runs through on the smaller scale and builds as the energy comes back through. These 5s then lead to 6s. But when we hit the 6 range, typically there's a reset, and we go back to the smaller ones to begin the cycle again. It is not as common to feel the large quakes on a regular basis as in the past. Each number on the Richter scale is 10 times more powerful than the previous number. And to compare to the volcanoes we are speaking about, a typical volcanic eruption, not the monsters we speak about from the past, are comparable to a size 5 earthquake. In the previous video, I spoke about the year without summer, which was caused from several eruptions occurring one after the other. The largest of those during that time was Mount Tambora, which registered at a 7 VEI. Mount Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8 VEI, and if Yellowstone erupted, it would likely be between an 8 and a 9 VEI, just to give an idea of the scale we're looking at here. Nowadays, we typically on an average stay in the 4 to 5 VEI scale. However, in the past, the eruptions were much larger and ranged around the 8 VEI to 9 VEI magnitude. These larger VEI eruptions included Mount Toba, which is in Indonesia, Lake Taupo, that's located in New Zealand, Wawa Springs, that's located in Utah. Each rise in the VEI raises the force by 10 times the previous. It is scaled not only on the power of the blast, but how high it goes and how much tephra is ejected. So, as I said, these kind of explosions happened on a large scale during different eras in time. As I mentioned, Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8, which the effect is quite large in comparison to the eruptions we have nowadays. However, this is even small compared to the 10 times larger eruptions that occurred in our ancient past prior. The effects of this type of eruption would be lasting and devastating to our Earth on a very large scale. One last area that I would like us to look at before we get into the effects is the Philippine Sea, which by the topography I would say is a very large system with many, many vents. If the larger known eruptions are around the 8 VEI, we need to think much, much larger for this one. All of these vents are shaping a massive caldera in size that we can't even imagine in our reality. When the epicenter blew, it probably made the islands we see today. Think back to the map we saw. There was land there at one time. Along this entire line of islands in the sea, it's littered with hot springs still today, to show this is still an active and very hot venting area. These vents do release constantly. So, now that we've talked about sizes and scales, let's talk effects. Volcanic ash can travel across the realm and affect the other side of the world. The larger explosions we are talking about would reach the upper atmosphere and cause a darkening of the sun and acid rain. One of the most deadly effects of a volcano is the ash coming from the eruption, which carries poisonous gases that are harmful to humans, plants, and animals alike. A multitude of dangerous particles and gases, such as aerosols, are carried in volcanic ash. Some of these include carbon dioxide. Carbon emissions can contribute to serious climate changes, which can affect humans and animals. It can alter water supplies and weather patterns, changes in growing seasons for food, and threaten coastal communities with increasing sea levels. Exposure to high levels of carbon dioxide can cause incapacitation and unconsciousness, headaches, vertigo, and double vision. Also, inability to concentrate, tinnitus, and seizures. Breathing too much can be life-threatening. Long-term effects of exposure may cause change in bone, calcium, and changes to the body's metabolism. Another is the sulfates, known as sulfur dioxide. It affects human health when it's breathed in. It irritates the nose, throat, and airways, causing coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, or a tight feeling around the chest. The effects of sulfur dioxide are felt very quickly, and most people would feel the worst symptoms in 10 to 15 minutes after breathing it in. It causes mood swings, irritability, rapid heartbeat, deep depression, aggression that is incredibly hard to control. Most humans will be running on a negative due to this toxic chemical. Another is hydrochloric acid, also known as hydrogen chloride. People may be exposed to the ill effects by either breathing it in or allowing it to come in contact with their skin. These dangers are often irreversible. Inhalation of the substance may cause coughing, hoarseness, inflammation, and ulceration of the respiratory tract or chest pain. When hydrochloric acid comes in contact with your skin, you are at risk for severe burns, ulceration, or even scarring. Additional acute health effects include vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea. Tests in rats exposed to the substance did show an increase in fetal mortality and altered reproductive cycles and caused birth defects. And finally, hydrofluoric acid. The vapor can cause severe burns to the eyes, which may lead to permanent damage and blindness. Also is irritating to the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract. Exposure to higher concentrations can result in serious damage to the lungs, and fatal pulmonary edema may develop after a delay of several hours. Brief exposure, around 5 minutes, may be fatal to humans. Ingestion of this can produce severe injury to the mouth, throat, and gastrointestinal tract, and may be fatal. Excessive exposure may affect the brain. On the environment, it acts as a greenhouse gas, influencing great climate change. Larger eruptions of ash can travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers downwind from the source, but can affect the climate in places on the other side of the world. Ash is carried into the atmosphere and spreads far from the epicenter and can block out the sun's rays, resulting in a cooler Earth. The ash can also return to the Earth's surface by means of precipitation. Ash particles caught in clouds in the atmosphere fall back down to Earth with rain, snow, and other. Volcanic ash can also contaminate our water supply, which can lead to illness and effects described during these plague outbreaks. All of this info is what is called volcanic winters, which is a reduction in temperatures caused by the ash and droplets of acid and water obscuring the sun. Each of these major eruptions would lead to a 2 to 3 year winter after the eruption. All of this lines up with our minimum periods, showing us the cause of the cold recording during the periods in history. This is also our mud floods cause. The cause was tsunamis and floods on a scale, as the deluge spoke about in ancient texts. And finally, this is also the cause of the plagues of history. Now, what I'm sure a lot of people may be wondering is there anywhere safe in this world? Well, from what I can tell, I'd say most of Africa would be a safe zone, as well as most of the central and north part of South America. Also, Asia, especially around the Himalayas, as these are highlands. As we can see when we look at the topography, there isn't a lot of extra land under the water in these areas. So yes, safe zones are possible in the highlands, but we have to make sure it's not volcanic areas. To learn this information, we must study the topography and understand there are many what science calls extinct volcanoes that may be dormant, but these are going to come to life again. I don't believe any of these are extinct. They're just lying dormant, waiting their turn to turn back on. These areas should be avoided by populace for survival. So, let me wrap up this bit by adding that I'm not trying to alarm anyone, but simply educate on our Earth's history in a way that mainstream doesn't give, and to educate people that these cycles have been occurring and will continue to occur through time. With the knowledge of how our world works, we can be okay during these cycles when we understand them as the ancients did. Thank you.
Some disastrous earthly events linked to comets. Comets are among the most interesting celestial objects out there. Some are visible to the naked eye, and with their predictable orbits we should always see them, provided we know where and when to look. However, ancient civilizations did not have such knowledge. Comets were mysterious objects that were often considered good or bad omens, mostly bad. Halley's Comet is one of the most famous comets out there. It returns at roughly 75-year intervals, and there are historical accounts of its sightings. However, ancient civilizations did not realize they were looking at the same comet until Edmund Halley concluded that the comet spotted in 1531, 1607 and 1682 were actually the same. He predicted it would return again in 1758. The comet returned in 1758, but Halley was dead by then. The comet was named after him anyway. Halley's Comet returned again in 1835, which was the same year that the famous writer Mark Twain was born. Twain died on April the 21st, 1910, when Halley's Comet once again was visible. Mark Twain predicted his death and linked it to the passage of the comet. He remarked, "I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt. Now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They come in together, they must go out together." In March 44 BC, a group of Roman senators assassinated Julius Caesar over concerns that he would declare himself king. 4 months later, a huge funeral festival called Ludi Victoriae Caesarius was held in his honour. A great comet appeared in the skies during the ceremonies and remained visible for 7 days before disappearing. Today we remember that comet as the Great Comet of 44 BC. Astronomers say it is one of the brightest comets to have ever appeared in the sky, and it was also recorded in ancient China. Another great comet soared past the Earth in 1264. Today we call it C/1264 N1, or the Great Comet of 1264. It was very bright and remained visible for 4 months, starting in July. At the time, people already had some superstitions about comets, and seeing one was considered a forewarning of impending disaster. On October the 14th, 1066, troops loyal to King Harold II of England faced the Norman army led by William the Conqueror in the Battle of Hastings. The battle was decisive. King Harold was killed, and William the Conqueror went on to take his throne and become the ruler of England. Halley's Comet, which had appeared in April that year, was linked to the battle. As I have already mentioned, people of the day had not yet realised that the comet was a periodic one that came around every 3/4 of a century. That year, Halley's Comet was so bright that it was 4 times the size of Venus and around 25% as bright as the Moon. On October the 20th, 1811, Europeans and Americans watched in awe as a bright comet made its closest approach to the Earth. This was the Great Comet of 1811. The comet had showed up in March, even though no one was expecting to see one at that time. Some Americans became paranoid and suggested that it was an omen of some upcoming disaster. That disaster came on December the 16th, when the great earthquake shook the Midwest and southern United States. The earthquake was so intense that the Mississippi River temporarily flowed backwards. Americans soon linked the comet to the earthquake. They blamed it again when the US and England went to war the following year. The comet did favour other parts of Europe, though. Grape planters had a very good harvest, which was ascribed to the passage of the comet. They even called the wines made from the grapes harvested that year comet wine. A bright comet passed the Earth in 1680. Predictably, it's now called the Great Comet of 1680. This comet was of interest to several scientists, including Sir Isaac Newton, who used it to confirm a gravity theory he had proposed. In addition, Edmund Halley used it to determine the orbit of 24 comets. Mathematician William Whiston later studied the Great Comet of 1680 and concluded that it had made earlier flybys thousands of years beforehand. He said the comet strayed so close to the Earth during one of the flybys that water from its tail fell to the surface. Whiston added that the gravitational force of the passing comet also forced water out of the Earth's crust. Whiston concluded that the massive rainfall from the comet's tail and the huge amounts of water that reached the Earth's surface from below caused the massive floods mentioned in the Bible, the same one that Noah built an ark to escape. In AD 536, the Earth suddenly got cold. Scholars of the day wrote that the sun was small and obscured, as if there was an eclipse. The sun could not provide enough heat, causing temperatures to drop. It got so cold that the ground was covered in frost in the middle of summer. Crops failed, causing famine, mass migration, disease, and plague. This continued for a decade until the earth got warmer again. The Justinian plague of 541 to 542 was one of the most disastrous events of the period. It decimated a good chunk of the population of the Byzantine Empire. Astronomers do not know what caused the earth to cool. They suspect the sudden eruption of a massive volcano in El Salvador. The Inca Empire was the largest empire to spring up in pre-Columbian America. It had millions of people and covered a vast area until the Spanish came along and overthrew the emperor. Huayna Capac was the Incan emperor at the time the Spanish first arrived. He knew they were going to overthrow the empire based on several signs he had seen before their arrival. One was a large green comet that flew across the sky. The other was his home, which was destroyed by lightning. There was also a prophecy that the Incas would be defeated by some strangers who looked different from any other people they had ever seen. The Spaniards did not attack at the time Huayna Capac was emperor, however. They left and returned after Huayna Capac had fallen to smallpox, which was nevertheless carried there by the Spanish. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871 remains one of the greatest mysteries of the 19th century. The fire lasted from October the 8th to October the 10th, 1871, destroying one-third of the homes in Chicago, while Mrs. O'Leary and her cow were blamed for starting the fire, even though there was no evidence to prove they were guilty. Other speculations have been raised, including one that involves a comet. In 1883, Ignatius Donnelly claimed the gas from the tail of a passing comet fell to Earth and caused the sparks that started the fire. Donnelly's claims were corroborated by Mel Waskin, who blamed a comet for starting the fire in his 1985 book Mrs. O'Leary's Comet. Donnelly, Waskin and everyone else who have blamed a comet for starting the fire based their theories on claims by some people who said they saw fire fall from the skies at the time the Great Chicago Fire started. These theories may actually be plausible, considering that Chicago was not the only place that burned that October. Similar fire outbreaks occurred along Lake Michigan and in Peshtigo, Wisconsin, the same day the Chicago Fire started. The Peshtigo Fire was actually the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history, despite being overshadowed by the Chicago Fire.
As you can see, looking through these images from our recorded history, there are very noticeable DNA changes which tie into the cycle change which is called the pole shift. If you have been following our research, you will realize just how much the angel technologies play a very big part in every aspect of our lives, and not just ours, but every living species in this realm. The Fibonacci spiral, it is caused by the angel technologies. Their rotating vortex, the halos we see in our skies that are attached to luminaries. Many of these in the underworld playing their part. Some dormant, awaiting their signal, their turn to activate and change worldly events. Events our ancestors were very aware of. It is in scriptures, glyphs, prophecies, calendars, even history, as our research keeps showing. Our ancestors all knew very well how this realm works and tried to leave us warnings of the cycle changes. The beings depicted in these paintings were from various times in our history. times when a change of cycle caused genetic change, thus showing how this technology can manipulate life itself. The Hopi prophecies tell of these genetic changes. How would you hide such an event from the public? Well, that's easy, isn't it? You promote it. We see this happening everywhere now, various agendas being promoted that are outside of normal society's thinking. You all know what I'm talking about, so I don't think I need to go into detail on all the trans agendas. Do I think it is to hide the genetic changes a pole shift will cause that will leave mainstream with awkward questions? Yes, of course. We have various species of beings in these images that contain other species parts. We have people with genitalia from the opposite sex. There is a horse giving birth to a rabbit. There are animals behaving outside of their known behaviour. Perhaps now you understand the various sets of 4 faces mentioned in scriptures: birds, humans, bulls, lions, and various other combinations. These are a sign that these technologies somehow play a part in the genetic makeup of various beings, and during a pole shift this may be interrupted, causing the effects we see in these images. Life forms that used to exist will return, and even new ones may be created. You see how this technology plays a part in this, people? This really is the Genesis machine. True miracles decoded from technological processes. Life forms being able to create life itself. The creator of this technology truly has done amazing work. Technology that not only projects and moves luminaries, but plays a very big part in nature itself. So who is the creator of all this technology? I don't know, but I would like to, wouldn't you? Going back to the first video, if you remember Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs, the cycle is going to reverse its direction. This is now going into the cosmic unwinding. The luminaries will rotate the opposite way the Hopi prophecy tells us. This is the same event. Now when you think of unwinding, think of the rings on a tree changing. More growth. This can now answer why there were titans and giants in ancient times. They were born near the end of the unwinding period. Life was larger in those times, not just for humans. We obviously get smaller during the winding cycle, as this is compression. Expansion and compression decoded from the mechanics of the realm. And it all starts with Noah's cycle, it seems. If you wish to go deeper with giants and titans, I would recommend Jimbo's channel and Mud Fossil University. Roger's work not only proves the DNA of these petrified titans to be human, but his amazing work in biology also perfectly shows this to be the case when he identifies various parts of human anatomy. You will find the links to their channels below this video. We really need to consider all of this, people, not only this but our diet too. What should we be eating and drinking? I'm pretty sure it's not GMO or chemically sprayed foods. In what way could these cause problems during such a pole shift event, you should ask yourself. What is in the food and water we consume? What is the ultimate human diet? What is in vaccines and medications that can affect us during this event? Not to mention 5G with its genetic changes at the molecular level. Think really hard on this one, people. We are not here to fearmonger, merely to inform on how this realm really works and how it interacts with all of the life forms therein. Our ancestors knew and understood this very well, and for very good reasons. All these golden ages come and go every 400 years and will continue to do so forever. This is for you to know. Be sure to inform the people of 2400, 2800, 3200, 3600, etc., etc., etc. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it. Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 3. In this video, Sandra will be showing you more from the Book of Miracles and focusing on comets. One Conscience, Jason and myself will be breaking down these cyclic events from recorded history and showing other informations that relate to the construct, its workings and mechanisms with references to various cultures. You will also see evidence that all civilizations were very well aware of the construct's mechanisms in ancient times and planned for these destructive events. You may even be surprised to find that giants, titans and even dragons actually existed, and it's possible they may return, for such is the nature of this realm, a realm that demonstrates that the cycles of compression and expansion actually have the capability to affect all life forms, as well as its electromagnetics playing a big part in DNA construction. All yours, Sandra.
In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time, a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. In the year AD 1007, a wondrous comet appeared. It gave off fire and flames in all directions. As it fell to earth, it was seen in Germany and Italy. In the year AD 1103, on the Friday of the first week of Lent, an unusual star appeared in the evening. It appeared in the south and in the west. It was visible for 25 days and always at the same hour. From the south, a great shaft of light moved towards it. After this, on Maundy Thursday, 2 moons were seen, one of them in the east. In the year AD 684, a comet appeared for 3 months. This was followed by such heavy rain, storms, wind and thunder as had never been heard before, and this element acted as if it wanted to destroy the city of Rome completely, and a great many livestock died in terrible ways, and people died from the lightning in the sky they saw. In the year AD 1293, a notably large comet appeared for 3 months, rising in the east and climbing to the middle of the sky, with its rays in the west. And when Pope Urban died, it disappeared again. In the year AD 1300, a fearful comet appeared in the sky. And this year, on St. Andrew's Day, the ground was shaken by an earthquake so that many buildings collapsed. At this time, the first Jubilee year was established by Pope Boniface VIII. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. In the year 1438, in the time of King Albrecht, Duke of Austria, and son-in-law of Emperor Sigismund, a great darkening of the sun was seen in the daytime, and also a great comet with a tail was seen in the city of Liege. This was followed by great bloodshed. In the year AD 1347, a comet appeared in Italy for 2 months. After this, Emperor Louis IV, a Bavarian monarch, died. In the year AD 1351, in the month of December, a comet was seen in the sky around midnight. Afterwards, heavy wind sprang up, and a fiery shaft was seen to fall from the sky, which then presaged great disagreement between the Pope and the Emperor. In the year AD 1401, a large comet with a peacock tail appeared in the sky over Germany. This was followed by the most severe plague in Swabia. In the year 1456, in the month of June, a comet appeared, and within the year of that, a yet bigger one, which looked really terrible, and was seen in Germany, just as it is painted here. In the year AD 962, a great and wonderful comet appeared in the sky in Italy. This was followed by a great famine, so that many people perished and were found dead in alleys. In the year 1506, a comet appeared for several nights, and turned its tail towards Spain. In this year a lot of fruit grew, and was completely destroyed by caterpillars or rats. This was followed 8 and 9 years later in this country and in Italy by an earthquake so great and violent that in Constantinople a great many buildings were knocked down and people perished. In the year 1519, on the 14th day after the death of His Serene Highness the mighty Roman Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance, this comet was seen over the city of Mainz for 2 whole days, so positioned in relation to the Rhine that the star pointed upstream and the cross downstream. In the year 1519, after Christ our Saviour, around the time of his birth, the comet drawn here was seen in the middle of the night near Kraftsnitz, turned towards Strasbourg. In the year 1527, on the 11th of October, at 4 o'clock in the morning, this comet was seen in Westrich for 3/4 of an hour, and then it disappeared again. It was extremely long and yellowish red, like a diluted blood in colour. At the front the head was like a bent arm, as if it had a sword in its hand, and was poised to start striking with it. And at the point of the sword there were 3 big stars, and from the stars there issued a cloud-coloured stream, which was longer than the comet's tail, just as it is painted here. In the year 1527, several streaks like long spears were seen next to the comet, with several faces and small swords in amongst them, all intermingled in a pale red colour. Between them could be seen several large flames that blazed very brightly and with a fiery light, and the faces with hair and beards the colour of grey clouds were seen here and there to be flickering through each other as if they were laying in water that was flowing in rivulets of blood, and as if everything was mixing up together, which looked so terrifying that many who saw it died. In the year 1531, on St. Bartholomew's Day, a comet was seen for some time in the sky every night in Strasbourg and in other places, just as it is painted here. In the year 1531, 4 comets appeared in the sky opposite one another, such that they could be seen in certain places in the Netherlands, just as they are painted. In the year 1531, a comet was seen in the Netherlands, which showered fiery flames like a blacksmith making sparks from iron. Quite fearsome to see, just as is painted here. Of the comet or comet's tail as it first appeared in certain of the High German districts around the 10th of August, and then for many nights, more than a lance in length, 1½ shoes wide, was seen in the sky 1531 years after the birth of Christ. In the year 1533, on the 27th of July, at 2 o'clock after midnight, a terrible comet appeared and was also seen for many days after this, which the astronomers interpreted when unrest later broke out in Germany. In the year 1542, on St. Rupert's Day, the 27th of September, a comet was seen in the sky not far from the moon for many days, just as it is painted here. In the year 1543, on the 4th day of the month of May, a terrible comet was seen in the sky over Pforzheim and in the village of Zesenhausen, with many fiery flames falling from it, and after this there followed many strange things.
Let's take a look at Nibiru and educate ourselves on what's really going on with this piece. As it goes for how this connects with the end times, is this Nibiru gets its cycle every 3,600 years. It is said that this celestial is greatly magnetic and will affect our world magnetics. It is to cause a pole shift, which then will cause great disasters in our realm. So, the last cycle put us back to 1581 BC, which is the time frame that the devastating Santorini erupted, along with other gigantic destroyers, such as Krakatoa and Thera, which wiped out the Minoans. This also takes us to the time of the Exodus. This is where Moses comes into play, parting the Red Seas. Exodus 10:21 says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, 'Stretch out your hand towards heaven, so that a great darkness will spread over the land of Egypt, a palpable darkness. So, we see that Moses is active during the Nibiru cycle. During that time, the earth suffered great cataclysms. It is recorded that a celestial body appeared in the heavens, a new comet they called it, causing the eventual disappearance of the glacier layer. Next would be 7,200 years ago. This would take us back to 1752 CE according to the Hebrew calendar. This was the time during the cataclysm known as Noah's flood, the deluge. There were sudden changes in temperature, violent storms, and water avalanches from ice breaking into the ocean, creating huge tsunamis that we can't even imagine on our reality today. So, now we can see that Noah was active during one of the Nibiru cycles. So let's dig a little deeper into some ancient histories of this cycle and the pieces that are affiliated with it, as well as the effects. Nibiru has several names: the Destroyer, Wormwood, Herculaneum, and Comet Typhon. Nibiru is a term in the Akkadian language translating to crossing or point of transition, especially of rivers. In Babylonian astronomy, the term refers to the equinox and the astronomical objects associated with it. Nibiru was considered the seat of the Summus Deus, who shepherds the stars like sheep, and in Babylon identifies with Marduk. So, Tablet 4 of the Enuma Elish has some great descriptions of Marduk. They prepared him for a lordly chamber. Before his fathers, as a prince, he took his place. O Marduk, thou art chiefest among the great gods. In thy power shall it be to exalt and to abase. None among the gods shall transgress thy boundaries. O Marduk, thou art our avenger. We give thee sovereignty over the whole world. But as for the god who began the rebellion, pour out his life. Then set they in their midst a garment, and unto Marduk their firstborn they spake, May thy fate, O Lord, be supreme among the gods, to destroy and to create. Speak thou the word, and thy command shall be fulfilled. They rejoiced, and they did homage unto him, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him the scepter, and the throne, and the ring. They give him an invincible weaponry, which will overwhelmeth the foe. Go, and cut off the life of Tiamat, and let the wind carry her blood into the secret places. After the gods his fathers had decreed, for the Lord of his fate, they caused him to set out on a path of prosperity and success. He made ready the bow. He chose his weapon. He slung a spear upon him and fastened it. He raised the club in his right hand, and he grasped it. The bow and the quiver he hung at his side. He set the lightning in front of him. With burning flame he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he stationed so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, the east wind and the west wind. He brought near to the net, the gift of his father, anew. He created the evil wind and the tempest and the hurricane, and the fourfold wind and the sevenfold wind and the whirlwind and the wind which had no equal. He sent forth the winds which he had created, the 7 of them, to disturb the inward parts of Tiamat. They followed after him. When the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon, he mounted the chariot, the storm unequaled for terror. He harnessed and yoked unto it 4 horses. The establishment of the Nibiru point is described in Tablet 5 of the creation epic Enuma Elish. When Marduk fixed the location of Nibiru, Enlil, and Ah in the sky, it states, Marduk made the stations for the great gods, the stars, their images, as the stars of the zodiac he fixed. He ordained the year, and into sections he divided it. For the 12 months he fixed 3 stars. After he had the days of the year and the images, he founded the station of Nibur to determine their bounds, that none might go err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ah along with him. He opened the great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolt on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof he fixed the zenith. The moon god he caused to shine forth. The night he entrusted to him. He appointed him a being of the night to determine the days. Every month without ceasing the crown he covered him, saying, At the beginning of the month, when thou shinest upon the land, thou commandest the horns to determine 6 days, and on the 7th day to divide the crown. On the 14th day thou shalt stand opposite the half. Nibiru, which is said to have occupied the passageways of heaven and earth, because everyone above and below asked Nibiru if they could not find the passage. Nibiru is that which the gods in heaven cause to be visible. Nibiru stands as a post at the turning point. The others say of Nibiru the post, the one who crosses the middle of the sea. This is Tiamat, without calm. May his name be Nibiru, for he takes up the center of it. The path of the stars of the sky should be kept unchanged. The star of Ah has been described at various revelations as Vela, Fomalhaut, and Venus. These are different names for the same thing, which is where the confusion comes in for our present-day world. Many different names for many different gods, celestials, lands, and so on for different regions, languages, and religions lead to the confusion for us whom aren't educated in the histories properly. Nibiru has been associated with the area of Libra, also with the autumn equinox. The Mole Alpin says, when the stars of Enlil have been finished, the big star, although its light is dim, divides the sky in half and stands there. This is the star of Marduk, Nibiru. It keeps changing its position and crosses the sky. A little bit of Tablet 7 of the Enuma Elish gets into the many different names and titles of Marduk. This is more of the same, as I mentioned earlier, about the names changing and us not being educated on the fact that many names for one story is creating a confusion amongst our present times. Some of the names are Asari, the creator of grain and plants. Asaru Alim, who is revered in the house of the council. Asaru Alim Nuna, the light of the Father who begot him. Tutu, who created them anew. Ukina, the life of the host of gods. Ziazag, the bringer of purification. Sagzu, founder of the assembly of the gods, knows the heart of the gods. Nibiru has also been associated as the red Kachina, the purifier. Now let's look at some of the Bible verses that speak of wormwood and the effects on our world. Revelations 8, 11 and 12 say, the name of the star is wormwood. A third of the waters turned bitter like wormwood oil, and many people died from the bitter waters. Then the fourth angel sounded his trumpet, and a third of the sun and moon and stars were struck. A third of the stars were darkened, and a third of the day was without light, and a third of the night as well. We also have several verses that basically all say the same thing. We have Isaiah 13:10, Ezekiel 32:7, Joel 2:31, and Joel 3:15. For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give light. The sun will be darkened when it rises, and the moon will not give light. Matthew 24:29 is much of the same, but it also adds that the stars will fall from the sky. Zechariah 13:8 and 9. And in all the land declares the Lord, 2/3 will be cut off and perish, but a third will be left in it. This third I will bring through the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, they are my people, and they will say, the Lord is our God. Revelation 6:12 says, and when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelations 8:7. Then the first angel sounded his trumpet, and hail and fire mixed with blood were hurled upon the earth. A third of the earth was burned up, along with a third of the trees and all the green grass. Revelation 9:15 says, "So the 4 angels who had been prepared for this hour and day and month and year were released to kill a third of mankind." Revelations 9:18, "A third of mankind was killed by the 3 plagues of fire, smoke, and brimstone that proceeded from their mouths." And Revelations 12:4, "His tail swept a third of the stars from the sky, tossing them to earth. And the dragon stood before the woman as she was about to give birth, ready to devour her child as soon as he was born." Some questions come to my mind as I read this stuff. Now, just so everyone understands, I'm not speculating. I'm simply asking questions. One of the questions is, could Noah and Moses be the same piece of technology with different names throughout the times? I do not have the answer. It's just a thought to put out there. Also, we know that Noah's flood lasted 40 days, and the effects of Nibiru coming online, they say, would be lasting of 40 years. So the next question that I think of, was the ancient text translated correctly as far as days and years go? Again, I do not have the answer, just voicing some thoughts so that maybe perhaps we can all learn together.
Ragnarok, the epic final battle in the Norse mythology that brings about the end of the world. Gods fighting giants to the death. The sun goes dark and the earth is consumed by the fire from whence it came. It's the total opposite of the creation myth. During creation, the earth was formed from fire and ice, and the gods defeated the giants for supremacy. Ragnarok is a reversal of this previous time, where events unfold in opposite fashion. The word Ragnarok itself comes from 2 parts, Ragna and Ruk. Ragna means to conjure or to bring forth. Ruk has several meanings, but the one I find most significant is origin. To me, Ragnarök means back to the beginning, a reversal of the mechanics of the realm and a pole shift. It is said that when Ragnarök has been completed, a new world will be born. The cycle will begin anew. Many ancient cultures spoke of cyclical time. This fits the APM model and coincides with our research. It is not an end to things, but a gradual return to a beginning stage to start anew. The winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs is how Walter Russell put it. Walter clearly figured out the realm's workings and embraced it in his work, which fits in with the APM model. Timed mechanisms and events, it approaches that time. The unwinding cycle, which brings cold, as this is the expansion stage highlighted in our previous End Times 1 and 2 videos. Our ancestors knew very well how this works, and it's APM's goal to rediscover all this lost knowledge and put it back into its original context as best we can. Everything has cycles, from the beating of your heart to the cycle of your breath. From planting to harvest or night to day, these rhythmic cycles are everywhere. So it is no surprise to find cycles in the workings of the technology that governs the nature of this world. I don't believe it will be a reversal of what we call time, nor a reversal of events so that we walk backwards through the steps we have previously taken, but rather a reversal of processes that brought us to this point, being as gradual as the events that brought us to today. As for time itself, one can only wonder. The Hopi stories available to us describe this next phase as the forever time. What that ultimately means is beyond my ability to decipher. It falls into the realm of what I consider to be prophecy, and prophecy is always rather vague. We will have to wait and see. Prophecy, to us, is ancient knowledge passed down from many generations that gives us clues and knowledge in relation to how this realm truly works, and leads us to be aware of the destructive events that are in its cycles. We are supposed to remember all of this, which is why various calendars existed. They marked the time to know when the events were going to take place. Very predictable events you can find very accurately with devices such as the Antikythera mechanism. APM's research has helped reveal what our world truly is, and reinforces the fact that there is a creator. The glory is a technological glory which was given to humanity to understand, to learn, and to embrace. We see no other conclusion now other than it is being hidden and suppressed, privatized and monetized, which, of course, enslaves humanity. This is not the Creator's wishes.
We're going to take a closer look into the Antikythera mechanism in this clip, that hand-operated computer from ancient times that tracked not only the motions of our 7 major luminaries, but also cyclic events such as phases and eclipses. You will also notice this device actually has gearing for the epicycle motions which we see happen with our sun's halo as it crosses east to west. This motion was also captured by Sandra with her P900 as she demonstrated in a video. It is also very evident in time-lapse photography. Ptolemy also factored these in with luminary movements, a clear sign that the luminaries are attached to a device that is doing the moving. The halo we see around our sun when it shows. Remember, scriptures and prophecies tell you we see things being revealed in the heavens in the end times. Revelations just means it will reveal itself, and it is. I want you to take notice of these 2 parts of the Antikythera mechanism that relate to various lunar cycles. If you look, you will see they have a definite cycle to follow that gets to a certain point and resets. It is definitely a countdown timer that we want people to look into further. Those people that understand these cyclic events and what exactly happens next. When I looked into the word Saros, it decoded as 360, a sign that it has reached the end and will restart again. What I want is for people to study this mechanism and find what happens when this event happens within this mechanism. Does it reset anything? Does another event or timer start? I'm pretty sure they're marking the start and ends of the compression and expansion cycles which are the cause of the destructive events in our history. Now they added the Olympic Games to this mechanism, or so we are told. I think it is another countdown timer to an event, and it decreases in increments, which they say are tied to Olympic events. The passing of the torch may have another meaning that has been hidden. Perhaps the journey used in the paths of this event play a part in this cyclic event, because I don't think something so complex as this mechanism was designed for things like games. No, it is another rabbit hole to more information and understanding of these events, if anything. If you understand these cycles within this mechanism and can shed more light on this matter, do post in the comments below, please. Now these 2 cycles here reminded me of Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. The expansion and compression cycles our realm undertakes every 400 years or thereabouts. Saros decoded as 360, this could be 360 years. The Mayan long count calendar had a 394-year countdown, to which we think is the same event. The end times or revelations, a change in the mechanism mainstream will call a pole shift event. Take a good look at this mechanism, people. It was so accurate it can still be used today to plot past, present and future luminary events. There is a lot more going on here than meets the eye. The APM perspective on comets now is that there are more projections, timed cycles that are there to remind us of a mechanism change, a warning that there may be destructive or other events. I remember watching Comet Hale-Bopp in the 1990s and noticing it change direction every night. At the time I assumed it was something to do with the Earth's rotation, but since now realising the globe is fake and it is the luminaries actually moving, this tells me that comets are actually changing direction and following preset paths. A good example of that was read by Sandra from the Book of Miracles, where a comet perfectly aligned with a river and caused its flow to reverse. Again, more evidence of electromagnetics below and above having interaction locally and not affecting every river in the lands. This is telling you that the comet's projector was actually below that river. If the luminary is directly overhead, then its projector is directly below. This would make sense with the flow of rivers. Remember, the word currents does not only relate to water.
This time, let's look at some of the flood events that our ancients recorded to have happened through history. In North America, the Hopi legend has two versions of the Hopi's emergence into the present fourth world. The prevalent one is that the spider grandmother caused a hollow reed to grow into the sky, and it emerged into the fourth world at Sipapu. The people then climbed up the reed into this world, emerging from the Sipapu. The location of the Sipapu is given as the Grand Canyon. The other version has it that Tawa destroyed the third world in a great flood. Before the destruction, Spider Grandmother sealed the righteous into hollow reeds, which were used as boats. On arrival to a small piece of dry land, the people saw nothing but water even after planting a large bamboo shoot, climbing to the top and looking about. Spider Grandmother then told the people to make boats out of more reeds and use the islands as stepping stones along the way. The people then sailed east until they arrived on the mountainous coasts of the fourth world. In either story, it finishes with the Hopi traveling to the extremities of the land in all directions, building cities, and in abandoning them as they went, leaving markings on the rocks to show they had been there. Far in the north was land of snow and ice, which was called the back door of the fourth world. This was closed to the Hopi. However, they did record that others came through the back door into the land. Eventually, the Hopi finished their migration and ended up at their current location in northeastern Arizona. We also have flood tales of the Saanich. These are nations from the north coast of the Gulf and the San Juan Islands, southern Vancouver Island, and the southern edge of the lower mainland in British Columbia. They called themselves the saltwater people because they lived from the bounty of the ocean and the land. Their summer homes were among protected bays and inlets of the Gulf Islands. Their winter homes were in Sonic, meaning emerging land, or emerging people since the time of the Great Flood. The Eskimos say a great inundation, together with an earthquake, swept the land so rapidly that only a few people escaped in their canoes to the tops of the highest mountains. Other tales for North America include the comics people with the legend of Quinish, Anishinaabe with the creation story, Turtle Island, the Inuit flood legend, and the Nisqually with the beginning of the Nisqually world legend. In Mesoamerica, one myth documented among the Teapanic and Hoxtecs has a man and his dog as the sole survivors of the deluge. But the man finds out that the dog takes the shape of a woman during the day when he is away. The man and dog woman are then left to repopulate the earth. Another myth, found among the Aztecs and the Teutonic people, relates how a human couple survive by hiding in a hollow vessel and start to cook a fish when the water subsides. When the smoke reaches the heavens, the gods become angry and punish them by turning them into dogs or monkeys, depending on the version. In Mayan mythology, as expressed in the Popol Vuh, the creator gods attempted to create creatures who would worship them 3 times before finally succeeding in creating a race of humans that would pay proper homage to their creators. The 3 previous creations were destroyed. The 3rd race of humans, carved from wood, were destroyed by a flood, mauled by wild animals, and smashed by their own tools and utensils. Mayan flood myths, recorded by Diego de Landa, and in the Shilam Balam of Chumael, holds that the only survivors of the flood were the 4 Bacabs, who took their place as upholders of the 4 corners of the sky. In Mesoamerica, a variety of reasons are given for the occurrence of the flood. Either the world was simply very old and needed to be renewed. The humans had neglected their duty to adore their gods, or they were punished for a transgression. Many of the modern myths include obviously Christian references, such as the murder of Abel by Cain as the reasons. In Mesoamerican myth, the flood was but one of several destructions of the creation, usually the first of 3 or 4 cataclysmic events, although there is some evidence that the Aztecs considered the flood to be the 4th. Also, in Mesoamerica, among the Nahue, which is the Aztec people, tell that there were no survivors of the flood and creation had to start from scratch, while other accounts relate that current humans are a descendant from a small number of survivors. In South America, we have the legend of Tren Vilu and Keke Vilu. It is a Mapuche flood tale that tells the story of a fierce battle between 2 mythical snakes. Tren Vilu. Tren means related to the earth, and Vilu means snake. And the Keke Vilu. Keke means related to water, and Vilu, of course, snake. It gives an explanation of how the south of Chile came to have its geography. According to the Mapuche, these two snakes were originally the children of the most powerful Pillans, who were converted into their animal forms as punishment. Peripillion's son was turned into a huge snake, that would be KK, and Antu's son turned into a huge snake, and that would be Tenten. They were to be enemies, just as Antu and Peripillion were. KK was sent to live into the sea to help care for it with the water spirits, and Tenten was sent to live on Earth and help care for the Earth and to help humanity. Thus, these two snakes were used as an instrument through which the will of the ancient Mapuche spirit was fulfilled. It is said that after KK awoke from his years-long slumber, he became enraged because of the ungratefulness that men showed for every gift given to them by the sea, and thus used his fish-shaped tail to hit the water. With it began a great flood. Since he had the desire to punish humanity and to incorporate all terrestrial life to its dominions, KK ordered the waters to flood the valleys and hills and to bring all of its inhabitants to the bottom of the sea. Seeing Tenten that both humans and animals were desperate and that of men invoked her, and as by orders of her father she was the one who had to provide them with the wisdom and protection, she decided to help humanity. Thus, she helped the inhabitants and the animals to escape by raising them on her back and taking them to the hills. And she transformed into birds those who were trapped by the waters, so they could escape by flying. Those who were drowning into fish and marine mammals, one of them being the origin of the talking dolphin. And those who had already drowned in Sampal, which is mermen and mermaids. Those who were immobilized by the terror they felt were transformed into Mankiel, which means petrified. But as the sea continued to rise, Tenten had to order the hills to increase height to counteract the power of KK. Angry, KK began to fight against Tenten in a titanic battle that lasted a long time until both snakes were tired. KK was partially defeated as he wasn't able to flood all of the land. However, the waters did not return completely to their old level, giving Chile its current topography. According to Chiloe tradition, KK was satisfied with the portion of land that he had managed to flood, and delegated his functions pertaining to the sea to the great Milolobo. According to Mapuche tradition, after the cataclysm, everyone continued their quiet life until one day it was Tenten who was angered by the attitude that men had, and made all the volcanoes erupt, and their population had to move to safer places. From that moment on, Tenten continues to manifest itself through earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, while KK continues to cause tidal waves and floods when he rolls over during his sleep. Other South American tales also include from Canary, the Inca, Muisca, and the Tupi. In Asia, in the ancient Near East, in Mesopotamia, there is the Gilgamesh flood myth, which says the great gods Anu, Enlil, Ninurta, Inuji, and Ah were sworn to secrecy about their plan to cause a flood. But Ah told the plan to Etnapishtim. He was ordered to build a boat which was to have equal dimensions with the corresponding width and length, which was 120 cubits, with 6 decks divided into 7 and 9 compartments, and be covered over like the Apsu boats. He was told to tell the elders they can no longer inhabit Enlil territory, and they should go down to Apsu to live in the Ah territory, which is freshwater marshland near the temple of Ah, or known as Aninki, at the city of Eridu. When the storm came in the early morning, a black cloud arose from the horizon. The thunder god, Adad, rumbled the cloud, and the storm gods, Shular and Hanish, went over the mountains and land. The Anunnaki gods lit up the land with their lightning. There was a stunned shock at Adad's deeds, which turned everything to blackness, and the land was shattered like a pot. All day the south wind blew, and the water overwhelmed the people like an attack. No one could see another. The mistress of the gods wailed that the old days had turned to clay because she had said evil things in the assembly of the gods, ordering a catastrophe to destroy her people and fill the sea like fish. The other gods wept with her. Their lips were burning. The flood lasted 6 days and 6 nights, flattening the land. On the 7th day, the storm was pounding like a woman in labor. Then the sea calmed, and the whirlwind and flood stopped. All day there was quiet. All humans had turned to clay. The terrain was flat. The boat then lodged on Mount Nemush. Other stories from the ancient Near East are the Sumerian creation legend, and in Abrahamic religions we have Noah's Ark, which we already covered previously, as well as the Islamic view of Noah.